Welcome to Introduction to Project Management. Are you interested in learning about project management? Do you want to learn more about what project managers do and how to become one? Maybe you're just starting and not sure what project management is or even what counts as a project. If you're curious about project management, the responsibilities of a project manager, the skills required to become one, and careers in project management, then this course is for you. Project management refers to the tools and methodologies used to plan and execute projects. Projects can be anything from the development of an app to the construction of a bridge. The important thing is that the projects involve tasks that must be accomplished to achieve a goal and produce some value. Nowadays, project management is a more valuable skill than ever. We live in a project-based economy in which projects are the most common method of dividing work and producing value. Having project management skills makes you an attractive candidate for many jobs. Project manager roles are expected to only grow over the next 10 years. This course is divided into 4 modules. First, you'll learn the very basics of project management, like what project management is. In the second, you'll learn about the role played by project managers in the workplace, different project management methodologies, and current trends in project management. Next, the course will cover the skills and responsibilities expected of a project manager. The final module will describe different career opportunities in project management, so you will be prepared to progress in your project management career after finishing this course. This course uses various teaching methods, including videos, reading activities, quizzes, a final project, and interviews with project management experts. Let's briefly hear these excerpts introduce themselves. You will hear more from them as the course progresses.
Hi, I'm Greg Acuna. I'm a project manager with over 20 years experience, and I'm currently working on my own project called Planet Earthlings. We make social impact games.
Hello, my name is Catherine Brooks. I'm a senior project manager at Zscaler.
Hi, my name is Erica Maldonado, and I'm a program manager at Coursera.
Hi, I'm Casey, and I currently work as a business consultant as well as a subject matter expert doing course development. In the past, I've worked as a business consultant doing project management and program management for large companies, as well as helping companies do agile transformations where they move from a waterfall project management methodology to an agile methodology.
Hello everyone, my name is Daniel Yeomans. I'm currently a subject matter expert working with SkillUp Technologies. However, I'm also a professor. I work for about 4 different universities in the greater Seattle area. I do continuing education, I do corporate training, and in addition, I also perform course development.
Once you have completed this course, you will receive a badge and certificate that can be shared with prospective employers to demonstrate your knowledge of project management. Get ready for the next step in your project management journey. And good luck! Welcome to What is Project Management? After watching this video, you will be able to define project management, identify the 6 types of project management constraints, explain the benefits of effective project management. The Project Management Institute defines project management as follows. Project management is the use of specific knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to deliver something of value to people. Examples of projects might include the development of software, the construction of a building, or a relief effort after a natural disaster. Projects can be generally defined as a collection of tasks, activities, and deliverables that must be carefully organized and executed to produce value. Project managers are the people responsible for managing this organization and the delivery of projects. Because project management is first and foremost about the management of projects, this makes it distinct from general or operations management. While general management involves the ongoing management of a team, project management begins and ends with the project. Project management begins when a project is kicked off, and it ends when all project requirements have been completed to the customer's satisfaction. Although the informal process of managing projects has existed for centuries, project management as a distinct practice emerged in the mid-20th century. It was born out of a need in the aerospace, engineering, pharmaceutical, and telecommunications industries to manage projects of increasing complexity. Effective project management allows companies to increase the success rate of projects, mitigate project risks, and reduce overall costs. For team members, effective project management allows them to better understand their roles and responsibilities, collaborate, and utilize resources. A key aspect of project management is understanding your project's requirements. The entire team should agree on the project's goals. Often, projects are kicked off by developing requirements. Today, projects are everywhere. We live in a project economy, in which projects are the primary method by which work is accomplished and value is produced. Project management skills are key for success in a project-based economy. Project management involves a range of skills, including technical knowledge to interpersonal skills. As a result, it is relevant to a wide variety of roles and situations. Learning project management can be helpful to everyone, ranging from a student working on a science project to an executive negotiating personality disputes. Project management helps prevent organizations from simply jumping into a new project without a plan. Without proper management, many projects fail to meet their original objectives, if they are completed at all. Project management provides focus and direction for the project team. It allows businesses to outline their requirements from the beginning, apply project management techniques, and monitor project activities. This mitigates risk by preventing resources from being wasted or put into failed projects. Project management may reduce risks, but it does not guarantee that projects will not encounter any problems or surprises. Project management will, however, provide standardized practices that can be used to respond to and prevent risk. There are 6 types of constraints to keep in mind when planning a project. These are cost, scope, project quality, risk, resources, and time. Cost is the project's budget. Project management balances the budget so that projects neither overspend nor underspend. Scope is both the desired features and functions of the final product and the work required to deliver them. Accurately estimating scope is a crucial part of the planning process. Project quality refers to the standards the project must meet to be effective. The final product must be able to accomplish its intended task, deliver the expected benefits and value, or both. It must additionally meet certain levels of availability, reliability, and maintainability. Managing risk means addressing external factors that can potentially harm your project. It refers to both the probability of these negative events and the consequences if they do. Resources are what is needed to accomplish the project. This includes people, equipment, facilities, funding, and anything else required to deliver the final product. Time is the time needed to finish a project. Tasks and their estimated durations must be accurately identified and estimated to ensure that projects stay on schedule. Balancing these 6 types of constraints throughout project delivery is the challenge that project managers address. The benefits of effective project management include managing budgets and timelines so that projects are able to be successfully completed within the planned budget and timeframe, improving productivity, efficiency, and quality of work, addressing project risks proactively, improving communication between team members and with stakeholders, increasing customer satisfaction by planning and meeting expectations. In this video, you learned that project management is the application of knowledge, skills, and tools to a project to deliver intended outcomes and produce value. Considers constraints, including cost, scope, quality, risk, resources, and time. Has many benefits, including managing budgets and timelines, improving productivity, addressing project risks, improving communication, and increasing customer satisfaction. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints. What do project managers do? In this video, we will hear from several project managers explaining what project managers do and discussing examples of their involvement with their projects.
If you ever have an opportunity to go ahead and talk with any kind of an experienced project manager, ask them what their job description is. In most cases, you'll hear something like, my job is to go ahead and provide new products and new services on time, within budget, and hopefully within the schedule timelines that the customer requires.
Project managers are responsible for scheduling, organization of the overall project, and in reality, they're actually owners of the project and are held responsible. Many projects require budgeting, making sure we have resource alignment, building those relationships between business stakeholders and internal stakeholders.
I like to believe that project managers are the cement that hold everything together. You're the person who's in the middle, organizing everything and bringing all the necessary elements together for successfully completing the work at hand. And this means that you're working with everyone from upper management down to every member of your team and figuring out how do you get them into the optimum position for doing the very best work.
Next, we will hear about examples of projects that these experts worked on, and they will tell us a little bit about their involvement as a project manager.
It starts right from the beginning. We work internally with cross-functional teams, including our sales team, our pre-sales team, the consultants, even our technical account managers for some, or our customer success managers. We go ahead and start building the internal relationship. From the kickoff call, we build an external relationship with our stakeholders. We also help with scheduling, organizing everything, making sure everybody is involved that should be on the calls or just should be notified for any reporting.
So recently I worked with a small company to help them move their systems, move their customer information to a new customer relationship management tool. So there was some technology that was being changed. We needed to train their employees on a new system, and there was lots to be done in terms of creating some automations, transferring the data, and really doing that training and creating things like FAQs and documentation. One of my roles for the project was to be the project manager. And so the first thing that I did was I met with the company, met with a couple of people on the team. One of the first things that I did was meet with some people on the team to talk about what the project objectives were, what our project goals were, and kind of get a basic sense of the timeline.
Now, let me tell you about a project I did years ago, because it was really an epiphany about what makes a great project manager. Years ago, I was specializing in fixing troubled projects that were over budget, behind schedule. And I was down in Sarasota, Florida, managing a HR software development project for Arthur Andersen. And the project was millions of dollars over budget and over a year behind schedule. Within 3 weeks, everything was ticking. And everyone was shocked that the project was back on schedule and was hitting deadlines every week, finishing key pieces of it. And what I found was the most important thing that a project manager can do is being the person who can translate between the business and the dev team in a way that makes it possible for everybody to get what it is they want.
Recently, working for Green River College here in the Seattle area, the college and I decided that perhaps coming up with a new continuing education program for a business analyst track was a very, very good idea. We used something called the PDCA methodology. PDCA plans for Plan, Do, Check, Act. And this is a methodology that is tried and true. First of all, we did our planning. We took a look at the potential curriculum, the potential audience, how long this particular course should take. Then we went into the D, which stands for Do. We developed all of the different courseware. The next step was C, which plans for Check. What we did was we ran a quick beta class. We got feedback from a lot of the different participants. We upgraded what we needed to go ahead and fix. And then finally, the A was Act. We're now ready to go ahead and roll out this new curriculum on a full-time basis.
An example of a project that I have worked on is a cybersecurity course in a cybersecurity program for UC Berkeley. And my involvement in that process was working with external stakeholders, which were the faculty, working with our internal stakeholders, which were several different types of roles. There were people who were working on graphics for that course, people who were working in production for that course, and then people who were also on the support end. So my role was to make sure that external stakeholders were very clear on the different milestones that they had to accomplish in order to make sure that the internal stakeholders were able to do their job and that we were able to successfully launch the course on time for our online students.
Welcome to Program, Project, Portfolio. What's the difference? After watching this video, you will be able to compare and contrast a program, a project, and a portfolio in project management, and differentiate between project, product, and portfolio managers. The terms project, program, and portfolio are often confused or used interchangeably. However, these terms have distinct meanings in the context of project management. First, what is a project? The Project Management Institute, also known as PMI, defines a project as a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. Projects are temporary, meaning they have a clear beginning and end. They are complete when the project goals are achieved or when the project is no longer viable. Projects can stand independently or be part of a larger program or portfolio. A successful project meets or exceeds the stakeholders' expectations. Projects are distinct from operations. To determine if what you are working on is a project, ask yourself the following questions. Is it unique? Is there a way to determine when the project will be completed? Is there a way to measure stakeholder satisfaction? It is a project if you have answered yes to all these questions. An example of a project might be a social media campaign for a product. This meets all three criteria from the previous slide. It is unique because the product will launch only once. It has an end state because after launch the project concludes and produces measurable value, such as the % increase in product usage after the campaign. Next, a program is a group of similar or related projects managed as a group rather than independently. Programs are most useful when a group of projects sees benefits from being managed that it wouldn't see individually. The goal of a program is to realize the advantages for the entire organization. Implementing programs makes it easier to determine which projects produce value for the business. Like projects, programs are temporary organizations. When all projects in a program are complete, the program is also complete. All programs share 4 traits. They are large, incorporating multiple projects with a wide scope. Long-term, as it takes a while for a business to see the benefits from multiple projects. General, able to encompass a range of relevant projects. Strategic, serving the overall strategic goals of the organization rather than a single project. An example of a program might be all marketing campaigns that use multiple channels for a single product, including social media platforms, digital advertising, and print advertising. While the individual marketing campaigns in each channel serve as separate projects, together they form a single marketing program. By contrast, a portfolio is a group of programs and projects within the same organization. These programs and projects may or may not be related. Like programs, portfolios are useful when a group of projects and programs would benefit from being managed as a whole. Unlike programs and projects, managing a portfolio is a continuous process, and new programs and projects are included in the portfolio as they are started. All portfolio elements must align with the company's overall strategy and goals. The goal of a portfolio is to help an organization meet its long-term objectives. If a project is a social media campaign and a program is the entire marketing campaign on multiple channels, then a portfolio would be all the projects and programs that concern the product. A portfolio could include all social media campaigns for all of the organization's products. This might include marketing and other departments such as production, design, and distribution. As there are differences between a project, program, and portfolio, there are differences between a project manager, program manager, and portfolio manager. A project manager has a responsibility to ensure that an individual project is managed within time, cost, and quality constraints. They typically focus on how to get work done at a tactical level, and their day-to-day tasks mainly focus on timelines, resource allocation, and assigning tasks. A program manager, on the other hand, is responsible for ensuring a larger group of projects is completed. They are focused on ensuring that the overall program is meeting key business objectives. Their day-to-day tasks mainly involve resource management across multiple projects, improving processes and tools, and tracking long-term timelines and large budgets. A portfolio manager is responsible for ensuring that groups of programs that may not be related to one another are being delivered and that they are contributing to broader business objectives. They are primarily focused on ensuring that the portfolio of programs is aligned to the overall organizational strategy. Day to day, they meet with executives, build portfolio-level roadmaps to provide direction to programs and project managers, and track and balance resources and costs across multiple programs. In this video, you learned that a project is an endeavor that is unique, temporary, completable, and measurable. A program is a collection of projects that is large, long-term, general, and strategic projects. A portfolio is a collection of projects and programs that is ongoing and aligns with the organization's strategic objectives. Welcome to the role project management plays in projects. After watching this video, you will be able to list traits of successful project management, explain the 6 aspects of a project that a project management addresses, explain the purpose of monitoring and reporting on a project. As you have learned previously, project management is utilizing skills, tools, and knowledge to manage projects successfully. It is used not to manage day-to-day operations, but to manage temporary and unique projects. Karen Tate is president and founder of the Griffin Tate Group, Incorporated, a project management institute charter global registered education provider specializing in training for the project management community. She says, trying to manage a project without project management is like trying to play a football game without any game plan. Successful project management helps create successful projects. Project management aims to prevent projects from going over budget or running late, provide tools like work breakdown structures, client information sheets, and project plans to help teams navigate their work, clarify roles and responsibilities across the team, communicate across all project team members and key stakeholders to build alignment, manage how the project is delivered, including clarifying dependencies and downstream impacts, assess and manage risks and issues that the project faces, drive quality assurance for the outputs of the project, monitor and report on results to the team, leadership, and key stakeholders. The purpose of a project is to achieve a particular objective and to produce measurable value. The objective of project management, on the other hand, is to control how these project goals are achieved. Project management is about estimating and controlling 6 constraints: scope, schedule, financials, risk, quality, and resources. The project scope establishes objectives, requirements, and extent of the work. A project schedule determines how and when the work is executed. Project financials determine how much can be spent to achieve the project's goals and should be managed for budgeting purposes. A project risk assessment identifies any events that may have a negative impact on any other of the project constraints and puts a plan in place to mitigate those risks. Project quality includes the standards and criteria set by stakeholders and is managed through quality assurance processes that review a project's performance on a regular basis. Lastly, the project's resources include the people, equipment, or technology required to complete a project. You've learned that an example of a project would be a social media campaign for a product. The successful completion of a social media campaign project would involve determining the objectives of the social media campaign and any requirements and scheduling social media campaign releases. It would also include estimating the cost, ensuring the social media meets the organization's quality standards, assessing risks such as making sure advertised assets are in place in a timely fashion, and allocating the appropriate personnel for the work. Monitoring the status of a project is crucial to project management. In order to control these 6 constraints, projects must be regularly monitored. While monitoring a project's progress against the required objectives and deliverables, project managers may find they need to adjust the project schedule or budget. Monitoring may also identify risks or resource issues that may require requirements to be altered. When monitoring a project's progress, project reporting is regularly needed to communicate the project status to the team and stakeholders. Reports should maintain and update the project schedule and progress against the requirements and deliverables. Reports may also contain budget information. As a project schedule and budget are living documents, they may change as the project progresses. Reporting communicates these changes regarding the project to the team. Regular reporting should convey information that accurately assesses, reports on, and notifies team members about any other changes to the project as necessary. Project managers may use digital tools to monitor and report on their projects. Project management monitoring tools are used to track the tasks, due dates, who is responsible, spending, issues, and status of project assets. For reporting, they may have a presentation template they update weekly to communicate the status and issues to key stakeholders. They may also have email templates they use to send out reports on a regular cadence. In this video, you learned that successful project management keeps projects within budget and on time, provides needed tools to the team, clarifies responsibilities, facilitates communication, manages delivery and risks, drives quality, and monitors and reports results. Project management seeks to control the scope, schedule, financials, risk, quality, and resources of the project. Monitoring is used to assess the progress of a project against its deliverables, whereas reporting communicates this progress to the team. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints. What's a project? In this video, we will hear from project managers describing what a project entails and the role project management plays in a project's success.
Question number 1 is, what's a project? For me to correctly respond to that question, I'll share the Project Management Institute's 3-phased definition of a project. First and foremost, a project is unique. Every project is different. A project manager needs to really understand how each project is different and tailor their planning accordingly. Secondly, every project has a defined beginning and a defined end. It's very, very important for the project manager to not only understand when the project begins, but how it's going to end as well. What will you do with the final product or service? Who will you transition it to? The third piece of the PMI definition is all projects are achieved through progressive elaboration. What do we mean by that? When we first begin a project, we really don't understand what the total scope of the project is. The first step that you're going to take is creation of a project charter. This explains the scope at a very, very high level. Progressive elaboration means that as we continue to go ahead and understand the details of the project, we become more and more detailed and more granular until at the end we have a project plan that is detailed to the point where you can execute the project.
Simply put, it's a sequence of tasks that have an outcome. With that, it could be easy as making a PB&J. Okay, so you start with 2 slices of bread, peanut butter, and jelly, but it's the overall outcome. How do you go ahead and create the task in order to complete your PB and jelly? That way you can enjoy it.
A project can be called any work that is gathered around a specific set of goals. So what is it that the business wants to accomplish, and putting it together and understanding how you're going to accomplish it.
So in my experience as a project manager, a project is something that really kind of has an end date. It has a specific goal that a team or a company is trying to accomplish. And it's really something that is pretty contained in and of itself.
A project can be anything. My focus has been in online learning, but a project can be anything that has a deadline that is going to mark its launch or its delivery. So my focus has been in digital products for online learning, but it can be anything.
What role does project management play in a project's success?
One of the things that you'll learn is RACI, RACI. This is a way of defining roles and responsibilities for a particular team member. R stands for responsible, A, accountable, C, consult, and I, inform. In a nutshell, the project manager is responsible to do work, accountable for the outcomes of the work, a consultant in terms of providing expertise, and needs to be a provider of information and a receiver of information as well.
We are the key responsible players that are responsible for the overall project itself. When it comes to the outcome, somebody is going to have to go somewhere and be like, who's responsible? They go to the project manager. They have to manage scope, budget, and schedule in order to have a successful project. Sometimes we might go a little bit out of budget, but where do we budget out from? Is it going to be from the scope and we're going to do less scope? Or do we slow down the schedule or speed it up if we have an increased budget?
So this can, vary from team to team, project to project, but very often includes the project manager in gathering the business requirements, working with the business analysts and the business side all the way up to the C-suite to understand what the business wants, and then starting the planning. You have everything from the diplomacy that you have to do in terms of working and inspiring those that are on your team to dealing with troubleshooting when things go wrong. And
I believe that a good project manager really helps make a project successful because they help move that project along. They help resolve any issues or blockers. They have relationships with all of the stakeholders, and they're really able to get clarification on questions if members of the team have questions. They're able to resolve issues if people on the team have issues.
They're the person making sure that all of the different stakeholders are keeping to their milestones. And ultimately, they're the one responsible, or at least one of the people responsible, for making sure that the product launches on time. And if for any reason it doesn't launch on time, that the proper communication channel has been opened so that if it's not going to happen on time, that there's a plan, that someone knows that it's not going to happen on time, and that there's a plan B. So they're the person shuffling every single different step along the way, making sure that everyone is successful.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Misconceptions about Project Management. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing some common misconceptions about project management and tasks that fall outside the purview of a project manager's responsibilities.
That's a very easy response for me. One of the biggest misconceptions is that a project manager has to be the expert. The project manager needs to be understanding of all aspects of everything that is happening in the project. That is a huge misconception. One of my favorite quotes that I've heard in the past is, know what you know what you don't know, and surround yourself with people who know what you don't know. A good project manager does not, quote unquote, bite off more than he or she can chew. You need to be in control of the project. You need to make sure that all of the different moving parts are moving in the right direction. You do not necessarily have to be the expert.
A lot of the times, in terms of their own workload, a lot of people have this kind of misconception that project managers are there micromanaging people on the team. And the most successful project managers that I've seen really are there with not only a vision, but a very clear directive. And then once the team has that directive and they have all the information they need, they're able to really self-manage even more successfully and efficiently than if they don't have that information.
a lot of it has to do with the idea that people expect that if you're a project manager, that you've basically planned out the entire project and scheduled everything.
Some misconceptions about project management are that they are the manager of every single person on the project. So an important thing to know about a project manager is that while they're communicating with different stakeholders along the way, they are quite often and most often not the actual manager of those different stakeholders. So they're managing the task, managing the timeline, but they're not the direct managers of the different people involved. So they have to communicate, if necessary, if there's any escalations, with those stakeholders, managers. So there's a separate kind of dotted line with these roles.
What falls outside the scope of project management?
We always want to plan prior. We work out with the statement of work. If there is one, we go ahead and all agree as far as the scope, and then we move forward with implementation. Anything outside of the agreed upon scope is technically considered as either scope creep or just out of scope altogether.
I think project managers, while they are responsible for resourcing, things like resourcing and budgets, they aren't HR professionals or finance professionals. So they need to have great relationships with people in HR and in the finance department, but they don't need to be responsible, or something that falls outside of the scope of project management is for them to really have those skill sets in human resources and finance.
In terms of what falls outside the realm of project management, my opinion is nothing. There's, as a project manager, I've been called to add value everywhere from ideation all the way down to final distribution of a product, a website, a piece of software. So as a project manager, my feeling is you have to be ready to do whatever it takes to get the job done.
What falls outside of the scope of project management is direct leadership to different stakeholders. So as I mentioned previously, stakeholders are not managed by project managers. The project manager is focused on the timeline, so the project manager does not have to be responsible for different parts of each stakeholder's jobs. They're only focused on the timeline, on communicating obstacles across the team and making sure that they're removing those obstacles, but they are not the actual leadership member that is directly involved with managing each stakeholder.
Welcome to Who Project Managers Work With. After watching this video, you will be able to list who project managers interact with when managing projects, summarize the types of interactions project managers have with those they work with. Stakeholders are individuals, groups, and organizations that can impact or be impacted by a project. This can include impact during the production of the project, or it can include impact after the completion of the project. Basically, anyone involved with the project is a stakeholder. Engaging with stakeholders is essential to managing projects. Project managers must be able to effectively identify, analyze, and proactively engage with stakeholders from the beginning to the end of the project. By effectively interacting with various stakeholders, project managers and stakeholders alike can align their goals with the project's objectives. This also allows the project team to adjust the project in response to changes and new developments. Some key individuals and teams that the project manager interacts with include executives, legal, sales and marketing, IT, operations, HR and recruiting, external stakeholders, project teams. Project managers work with executives on a number of different tasks. Executives must work with project managers without their roles overlapping. Project managers work with executives to ensure their roles do not overlap, align the project to corporate strategy, communicating a goal and vision for the project, build support for the project and gain assistance evangelizing, encourage and champion team members, work to gain budget and resources for the project, create an environment for the project manager and team to thrive. Project managers also work with legal teams. Interactions with legal teams are especially necessary when there are specific laws, contractual obligations, and legal concerns that the project and its team must pay attention to. Project managers may also work with the legal team when they are involved in contracts for project work. Another department that project managers may work with is sales and marketing. There are interactions with sales and marketing if the project produces a product or service to sell, or it changes an existing product or service, sales and marketing departments will likely be involved. Sales and marketing departments can provide crucial information on sales, messaging, and customer satisfaction. Project managers will also work with the IT team to manage any systems, internal or external, required for a project. IT will provide technical support to the team for project success. If the project involves software development, project managers will need to work with developers in IT as part of the project team. In some instances, IT professionals can be leveraged as members of the project team in order to lend technical support. Project managers may also work with the operations department. If the project delivery or outcomes will impact how the organization functions, the project manager will also involve operations to ensure a smooth project transition from development into operations. Another department that project managers may work with is human resources, often referred to as HR, and recruiting. Since project managers are responsible for managing labor resources and the team members involved who work on a project, they may need to bring people in from other departments or hire external personnel or contractors. In these cases, HR and recruiting can help project managers get the workers they need. Project managers interact with many people outside the organization. Individuals they frequently meet with include suppliers, who provide a service required for the project, clients, who request the services or the product being developed for the project, customers, who may be contacted if they are involved in the design or testing of the product, consultants, who provide expertise on one or more aspects of the project. Finally, the project team is also a group of stakeholders. Project managers work with all team members to gather status, manage issues and risks, drive the timeline and budget, and more to support the project's completion. Project teams actively work with other stakeholders in order to ensure that everyone understands the other's interests, needs, and opinions. This maximizes project performance and outcomes, and it increases stakeholder satisfaction. In this video, you learned that project managers work with executives to align projects to corporate strategy, legal to address legal and contract issues, sales and marketing to manage products that are being sold, IT to help with technical systems, operations to ensure smooth transition if the project affects the organization, HR and recruiting to recruit personnel, external stakeholders to work with suppliers, clients, customers, and consultants, project teams to support the project's completion. Welcome to Project Management Methodologies. After watching this video, you will be able to explain the purpose of the Project Management Body of Knowledge, PMBOK, list commonly used project management methodologies, compare and contrast project management methodologies, including Waterfall, Critical Path, Critical Chain, Agile, Lean, and Six Sigma. The Project Management Institute, known as the PMI, is a leader in project management and provides a set of project management guidelines called the Project Management Body of Knowledge, or PMBOK. The PMBOK is a set of project management guidelines, best practices, and processes. The PMBOK intends to make project management more effective within cost, scope, and time constraints. The PMI provides a certification based on the PMBOK, called the Project Management Professional, or PMP, certification. The 7th edition, or PMBOK 7, was released in 2021. PMBOK 7 shifted from PMBOK 6's phase-based project management to principles-based project management. With the principles-based project management focus, the PMBOK 7 enables the guidelines to be readily applied to different types of projects, say to a manufacturing project instead of a software development project. Details and tools are provided for each principle. The PMBOK 7 also enables tailoring the project management approach to a suitable adaptation for that project's environment. The PMBOK can be applied via a wide variety of project management methodologies. We will discuss several: Waterfall, Critical Path, Critical Chain, Agile, Lean, and Six Sigma. The waterfall method is one of the oldest project management methodologies. It consists of linear, non-overlapping phases, including identifying requirements, analysis, design, building, testing, and operations. It is a rigid, structured approach to project management that doesn't provide flexibility for changing requirements. The structured approach to managing the project, gathering product requirements, and gaining approvals helps to minimize cost overruns if the estimation is accurate and requirement changes are minimal. The critical path method of project management is like waterfall, but accounts for dependencies. The project manager works with the stakeholders to identify and order requirements using a work breakdown structure. Each task's completion time is estimated. Like waterfall, the critical path method does not provide room for changing requirements. In this example, you see 3 paths that can be worked on simultaneously. The critical path is the path that takes the longest amount of time. The critical path is shown here in blue. Since the critical path is the longest, it estimates the length of the project. There are 3 main parts to the critical chain method: the critical path, the feeding chain, and resource buffers. The feeding chains are concurrent, secondary paths to the critical path, also comprised of dependent tasks. The feeding chains eventually merge into a single task within the critical path. Resource buffers are additional resources built into the critical path to provide a measure of leeway in the critical path, in case the path does not go as planned. Resource buffers include additional team members, equipment, or time to the critical path tasks. Agile was designed to address waterfall's shortcomings, namely its inflexibility and changing requirements later in the process. Instead of having long and strict project phases, the project is run in iterations, 2 weeks in length, called sprints. Design decisions, implementation decisions, prototypes, and client feedback are processed during the sprint, consistently allowing the stakeholders to provide regular feedback and consequently iterating on the project's development. Agile is often paired with other, more robust project management strategies, such as Kanban, Scrum, or extreme programming. 4 core values govern Agile methodology. These values are individuals and interactions over process and tools, working software over comprehensive documentation, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, responding to change over following a plan. It also has 12 guiding principles developed to produce self-governed, highly collaborative, and adaptable teams. The Lean project management methodology focuses on delivering value and minimizing the waste of resources or time. One of the key principles of Lean is flow. Flow is about moving the product through stages quickly, continuously, and efficiently, making room for the next. Work is done in a steady flow rather than in batches. While Agile has bi-weekly sprints, Lean is a continuous pipeline. Agile is well suited for development processes such as software, whereas Lean is better applied to production. The Six Sigma method is a collection of tools and techniques to improve processes. This method originated in manufacturing and is data-driven. The term Six Sigma comes from statistics referring to the number of defective products that are equal to or less than 6 standard deviations from the mean in a normal distribution. The Six Sigma methodology is often credited with revolutionizing quality management by innovating it into its profession versus something handled by the production team. To apply the Six Sigma method, accurate data is needed. One of the main criticisms of this method is the over-reliance on this type of documentation. In this video, you learned that the PMBOK is a set of project management best practices, guidelines, and processes intended to make project management more effective. Waterfall, critical path, and critical chain methodologies use a linear, structured approach where tasks take place in either mutually exclusive phases or sequences. Agile focuses on development, and development is run iteratively, where iterations consistently improve on the previous one. Lean is focused on continual production flow while delivering value and minimizing waste. Six Sigma is data-focused and manufacturing-driven. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Project Management Methodologies. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing the project management methodologies they have used as project managers, such as Agile, Waterfall, or something else.
At my company, we do a lot of technical implementations directly with frontline customers, whether it's from finance, health, tech, whatever it might be. We have so many different types of companies. Typically at my company, we do like to go ahead and use hybrid or agile methodologies. They just are a best fit for our company. However, we do see many different types of customers that have preferences, whether it's agile, waterfall, hybrid, scrum, and we go ahead and just customize towards them.
As a project manager, I've used a variety of methodologies, the two biggest ones being both Agile and Waterfall. So I cut my teeth early stages of the computer revolution as a Waterfall project manager using Microsoft Project. But even then, in the early days, well before Agile was a formulated methodology, we were often using Agile techniques. Everything from having stand-ups daily, generally in the morning, but depending on where the team was, it could be spread around, all the way to how we were formulating our ability to do rapid prototyping. So, and then within that, the beauty of really learning all the different things that can be used to properly manage a project is creatively putting those together depending on the project.
The most common methodology that I've used in my career has been a hybrid model, a hybrid approach where you do most of your work, day-to-day work in an agile fashion. You have all of the agile ceremonies like daily stand-ups and retrospectives, but a lot of the work is also kind of managed at a higher level in a waterfall approach. So a lot of the work that I have done has been in a kind of a hybrid agile waterfall approach.
In my experience, I've had the opportunity to manage and be part of a variety of different projects. I've been part of typical waterfall projects where we plan, we do, we check, and we act. I've been part of agile projects as well where we plan, do, check, and learn. The one piece of advice that I'd like to go ahead and share with you in terms of choosing a methodology was developed by a gentleman named Ralph Stacey. Whenever you are encountered with the challenge of managing a new project, look at two aspects of the project. Aspect number one, how much agreement is there among stakeholders in terms of the deliverables that are going to be required? Consideration number two, how complex is technology and how much innovation and creativity is going to be required. If the agreement on what success looks like is low and the complexity is very, very high, then I recommend that you lean toward an agile methodology to complete the project. If the agreement among stakeholders on deliverables is very, very high and the complexity is relatively low, then in all likelihood, a predictive or waterfall project will be most appropriate for you to be successful on the project.
The methodologies that I have used in my own projects have been both waterfall and agile timelines. And when I first started in overseeing projects, it was very waterfall based because the volume of projects was not as big as it was later on in my career. So the waterfall method was really good for having a smaller amount of projects where we could manage these waterfall style milestone calendars for different stakeholders. Agile really came into play when there were a lot more projects that were launching all at once. My experience has been online learning, so to put that into perspective, I could have been at one point launching maybe 2 or 3 courses a quarter, where later on in my career it was a lot closer to 10 courses per quarter. So that meant having to be a lot more agile in the calendars and being able to actually identify points of flexibility and also open up better communication channels to launch the courses on time.
Welcome to Traditional versus Modern Project Management. After watching this video, you will be able to describe features of traditional project management and modern project management. Compare and contrast advantages of modern and traditional project management. Traditional project management is based on predictable cycles, processes, and tools. This is in part what has made it so successful for so long. Rather than working in short cycles on automatic pieces of work, traditional project management work plans the work linearly from start to finish, that is executed sequentially with a focus on upfront planning, documentation, and the project management lifecycle. Changes are only made when necessary. But there have been several shifts in project management towards a more modern method. Modern project management is the type of project management that you have been learning in this series. Instead of large, inflexible projects, modern project management breaks large objectives into smaller, more manageable pieces with clear end goals. Modern project management often incorporates an agile or hybrid project management methodology, allowing teams to be more flexible in their scope, processes, and tools. As organizations have evolved to be more fast-paced and global, modern projects have required an evolution of project management. Traditional project management involved static, fixed projects where timelines, budgets, deliverables, and resources changed infrequently. Requirements were set at the beginning of the project and changed little. In contrast, modern project management involves projects that fluctuate. They require fluidity and must be managed such that they are agile and flexible. Development happens iteratively. They are often large and involve multiple teams working together. Due to trends in globalization and remote work and the development of project management and collaboration software, modern projects can also now be managed virtually. The evolution to modern project management has several advantages, including increased flexibility that allows organizations to respond to changing business objectives, competitive pressures, or global events, faster time to market, identifying and fixing issues more quickly, increases in productivity and retention, capital and operational cost savings from a remote workforce. There are also a few disadvantages of modern project management. Teams can lose sight of the overall vision and objectives for a project, so the project can seem to have no end. Project deliverables can go to market unfinished, with the view that the team will complete it later. Since teams focus on delivering project deliverables, necessary documentation can be forgotten or incomplete. Team members can feel as though they aren't connected to the organization or that they aren't supported. There have also been shifts in how organizations are structured and operate that have had an impact on modern project management. Organizations have become far more global with the rise of modern technology. Many organizations have teams that work across time zones and countries. This means that organizations have diverse cultures and have a more flexible work environment. Globalization and an increase in remote work also means that more work is done virtually and globally. Project management and collaboration tools have also supported this shift. While many organizations have evolved their project management styles, modern project management has both advantages and disadvantages. Agile project management methods allow organizations to manage projects with more flexibility. That increased flexibility allows organizations to change their project deliverables or outcomes based on any number of factors. This means that organizations can more easily adapt in an ever-changing world. But this flexibility can also become a disadvantage when an organization does not have a clear vision at the beginning of the project, or it changes its project objectivity many times. Teams can lose sight of what they are working on, and it may feel like there is no definite end to the project. Modern project management methods also focus on increasing an organization's time to market. While this is a benefit, as organizations can start realizing value from their projects more quickly, occasionally project deliverables can go to market unfinished, as teams believe they can just complete it in the next cycle. Another benefit is that teams can identify and fix issues with project deliverables more quickly. But since teams are focused on delivering project deliverables quickly and fixing issues, there's often a lack of focus on documentation and reducing technical debt. Finally, the rise of automated tools and software has also provided modern project teams several advantages. New collaboration tools allow teams to collaborate more effectively as well as virtually. Additionally, new tools can automate the time-consuming manual processes in traditional project management, such as spreadsheet calculations, report building, monitoring, and exporting data. These tools give project managers more control and flexibility, allowing them to spend more time optimizing the project rather than spending time performing tasks that can be automated. Finally, globalization, remote work, and the rise of project management tools and software allows teams to work virtually from all over the globe. This gives organizations increases in productivity and employee retention. It can also create capital and operational cost savings by having a remote workforce. But in a virtual and remote work model, team members can feel as though they aren't supported or connected to the organization. In this video, you learned that traditional project management is predictable, continuous, and sequential, and it requires planning beforehand. This stability is an advantage of traditional project management. Modern project management is flexible, used for unique projects, and can be started without planning a project all the way to the end. Some of the advantages of modern project management include being able to respond to changes in client feedback, having more flexibility in how work is accomplished, and using tools to automate management processes. Welcome to Recent Trends in Project Management. After watching this video, you will be able to list current trends in project management, summarize how current trends impact the project management role. Current trends in project management include an emphasis on the use of artificial intelligence or AI, project management software, data analytics, remote teams and a global workforce, hybrid project management methodologies, and soft skills. Recently, more and more organizations have been adopting the use of artificial intelligence, called AI, across their businesses. The use of AI benefits organizations and project managers in multiple ways. AI can provide insights to product managers and stakeholders by quickly analyzing previous project performance data. With this data, as well as data from other sources, AI can also be used to estimate resource and budget usage and predict risks and issues, helping organizations plan projects with a higher degree of confidence and make quicker decisions while mitigating risks more accurately. Additionally, in the near future, AI is expected to be able to automate many minor administrative tasks that project managers currently do, allowing them to focus more on higher-level strategic activities and planning. AI could assist project managers by automatically allocating resources and updating the project schedule and budget based on data. Thanks to the introduction of AI and cloud technologies, project management software has also been upgraded. Project management tools such as Asana, Rike, and Trello are now cloud-based and utilize AI features to facilitate efficient project management operations. A major benefit of project management software is that it allows all stakeholders to easily track project status at any given time. Project management tools can help project managers automatically track costs and time spent working on tasks, and use that information to develop cost and resource projections. These projections can help project managers see potential risks and issues earlier in the project and make course corrections based on the data. Additionally, project management software is often used across all an organization's projects and programs. This allows organizations to monitor their projects to have a better understanding of how their projects and programs are working together, and helps executives make quick, strategic decisions on staffing, cost-saving measures, technology decisions, and more. Project management software and the adoption of AI have given project managers and project stakeholders access to more data than ever before. As discussed, that data is used to help everyone from project managers up to the C-suite make decisions. Project managers can use data to estimate scope, measure project progress, and assess risk. But an abundance of data has also required the adoption of data visualization tools. Tools like IBM Cognos, Looker Studio, or Tableau can take project and resource data and combine it with other data from the organization to develop a complete picture of key performance indicators and project health. Another trend in project management is the rise of virtual teams. Because of developments in technology, changing corporate values, and the growth of the gig economy, virtual teams have become more common. The onset of the COVID-19 pandemic in early 2020 also increased the adoption of work-from-home policies that allowed some team members to complete work from nearly anywhere. Collaboration tools such as Slack, Zoom, and Microsoft Teams, along with project management software such as Jira, helps teams to work together even when they are working across different time zones. These tools are particularly helpful for project managers who manage numerous resources across different locations. Hybrid project management methodologies are another trend that has been increasing in recent years. Hybrid project management methodologies incorporate different project management methodologies such as Agile, Scrum, XP, Scaled Agile Framework, SAFE, Waterfall, and Lean. Organizations are increasingly turning to hybrid methodologies to address the need for flexibility. This allows organizations to find a unique approach that works best in a particular situation, project, or industry. This means that project managers must be familiar with many project management methodologies, but also gives them a broader toolbox with which to manage projects. Finally, with the development and adoption of numerous AI tools and project management software, as well as the rise in remote or hybrid remote teams, the project management profession has seen an increase in the need for project managers with strong soft skills. Skills such as emotional intelligence, conflict resolution, communication, negotiation, and mentoring are in high demand. As new technologies like AI and project management software handle more administrative work, project managers are now focusing on other responsibilities that require some of these key soft skills. By developing these skills, project managers are able to better contribute to a project's success. In this video, you learned that new trends in project management include the use of artificial intelligence, which can automate administrative tasks, project management software, which can help project managers monitor a project's resources and schedule in real time, data analytics, which can help organizations make data-driven decisions about their projects, remote teams, and a global workforce, which allows teams to work across locations and time zones, hybrid project management methodologies, which apply multiple project management methodologies to the projects they are best suited, soft skills, like communications, which are increasingly valuable as emerging technologies do administrative work. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Trends in Project Management. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing the evolution of project management and what they like or dislike about recent trends.
I'm going to go ahead and share two terms with you. Number one, virtual. Number two, technology. Virtual has become a key consideration in project management. We, as project managers, no longer have the luxury of having an in-place team co-located where we can meet and greet each day. So a project manager needs to be well-versed in how to handle a virtual project and the tools and techniques that are available to him or her. The second is technology. In the past, project management was very easy. Make sure that you have a pad of paper and a pen and write good notes and send emails. Now we have a variety of different platforms. We have Jira, we have Teams, we have Asana, we have Box, you name it. There's different technology that is out there that can greatly assist us in managing our projects. But the key challenge is learning them.
From my last company where I was in office over to where I'm currently at, which is fully remote, things have changed majorly in project management. Previously, everything had to be in-person meetings. We thought that it would be much better for a business relationship, which is great to meet people in person, of course, and have that face-to-face. You could see their emotions, their body language. However, in the new space of remote, You can reach out to anybody at any time and have a quick response just through a quick chat.
A big thing that's changed just recently for most of the world is working with remote teams. Now, that's, caused a lot of challenges for project management, from as simple as dealing with the time differences of working with offshore teams or teams in other places. Also, you have to deal with differences in culture, attitudes. It becomes a little bit more complicated, motivating your team, working with them, putting together a way so that the workflow is going smoothly.
The proliferation of the cloud and cloud-based tools like Jira, cloud-based tools like Trello and Asana that have really allowed us to digitize things like user stories, and then using data and now artificial intelligence to really help us understand things like, what is our burn down rate? How many people do we need on a project at any given time? And what does our resourcing look like for the next 3 to 6 months for this project? There's a lot more tools out there that use data, artificial intelligence, that use the cloud for even basic communication.
The ways of project management have evolved over time quite tremendously. When I first started, I feel like, I know Agile has been around for a while, but when I started, definitely we were a lot more focused on waterfall methods, and Agile really didn't come into play later. And especially as our teams became more dispersed, it became really important to be honed in on one method of project managing. So if we were managing a few projects that were going to launch per quarter, but it changed to managing twice, double, triple, or that, we had to update our methods to be more agile, but we also had to identify which ways Agile is going to work for us. So that meant not just having once a week project meetings for updates, it meant having daily stand-ups, which were really helpful when our team members were dispersed. So I had team members in New York, I had some in Chicago, I had some international members. So we had to identify key points for us to be able to meet and be able to communicate about the projects at stake.
What do you like or dislike about new ways of project management?
I truly love the opportunity of being able to work with everyone virtually. I can easily talk to people that are in cross-functional teams, like my sales team, over to marketing or product management, and having those true live updates within a matter of seconds. Some of the dislikes, is definitely much harder to build those relationships because it's quick answers. You don't get to see everyone. Plus, sometimes, especially when you're meeting with your stakeholders, you want to know what they're thinking. And when you see them in person, at least you can see their body language and their overall tone. You can get some of that over a call, especially like a Teams meeting, for example, or WebEx. However, you don't see it all, especially if we don't use cameras.
There's a lot of data out there, and as project managers move information and manage their projects using these tools, it's very easy to get bogged down in all of the data and all of the reports that are available and all of the information that's out there, and really to not only overwhelm themselves, but overwhelm their teams, their stakeholders with just massive processes or lots of information that they don't need to get a project done.
What I like about new ways for project management is that there are so many more options to be able to manage projects. And that means using different software to be able to figure out what's best for your project. I've worked in Smartsheets before, and I've also worked in Asana, and there are plenty of other software available out there for project management. So I really like that you can find the specific one that caters to your particular project. And what I dislike about new project management methodologies is that there are so many options. And I think that you can get really sucked into figuring out into trying to figure out the different software to see where it lines up for your project. And I think that can start to distract from actually getting in there and doing. So it's a love and hate relationship with some of the new parts of project management that are evolving.
Well, something that I like is the technology, but something that I dislike is the learning curve that's required to adapt and understand the new technology. And in addition, I do enjoy the opportunity to manage projects in a virtual environment, but I also understand the challenges that come along with a virtual project and the need to really communicate well in that particular environment.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Traits of a Project Manager. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing the most important traits for project managers to have and what kind of people are a good fit for the project manager role.
I highly suggest somebody that is very detail-oriented. You're going to have a very professional standpoint in the overall project. Again, you are leading and responsible for the overall project and maybe working with a lot of C-suite individuals for your stakeholders. Along with that, organization is the biggest thing that you will need. Highly suggest that you are very organized, and if you don't know, go try to find out ways to be organized. Along with that, time management, you will need that for the overall success of the project, including the schedule, even the budget can be impacted, and the scope, of course.
For me, at the very top of the list is diplomacy. A project manager is, if they're good, is a consummate diplomat. You have to have the ability to work with teams in a way that motivates them, keeps them happy. I like my teams to have fun.
I think a good trait of a project manager to have is empathy. I think as a project manager, you're working with typically multiple stakeholders, from executive sponsors to other functions like marketing, HR, finance, really so many different people, as well as your team. And each of those people is a unique individual with unique skill sets. And if you're a project manager, you need to have empathy and be able to understand the different motivations of each of your stakeholders and really connect with those people on a level that they can appreciate and that allows them to work well with you.
The most important traits for project managers to have are communication and people skills. Communication, because of the fact that project managers work across several different stakeholders in different departments. So it's really important to stay on top of each of those stakeholders and their milestones and be able to know when is the right time to communicate with them and how to do so. And at the same time, be able to have the people skills and the relationship skills to remember that while we are working on a project, that ultimately every person involved is a person. And because of that, they're going to have different things that are affecting their work. So while staying on top of everything is really important, it's also really important to value the people around you and be able to be a part of the culture that keeps a positive work environment for everyone involved. And that ultimately has led to, in my experience, and I think most people's experience, successful launches of projects.
I'm going to respond with 3 traits. Number 1, ensure that you are a good organizer. Number 2, ensure that you are proactive. And number 3, ensure that you are a good communicator. In terms of organization, understand the appropriate project lifecycle that will support the project best and implement it. In terms of being proactive, issues and changes in a project are going to occur. In many cases, as a project manager, those issues and changes will not come to you. You could very well be the last to know. So you need to proactively go out and find them before they do find you. And third, communication. It is said by the Project Management Institute that effective communications is 90% of a project manager's job. I am a firm believer in that percentage and could probably argue the point that it's, in all likelihood, closer to 100.
What kind of people are a good fit for a project manager role?
The kind of people that are a good fit for project manager roles are people that are able to balance several different things at once. Because while I mentioned communication and people skills are really important, so is balance, because you're continuously juggling different pieces of a puzzle. So people who are able to do that are the best fit.
I've met a wide variety of project managers, but the best people have always been people. They're people who enjoy working with their teams. They're personable. They are easy to like. They really care both for the work and the people around them. And to me, that's the most important thing. You know, all the other skills can be learned, but if you don't have that caring attitude, it's very hard to keep a team happy and working well.
I think that anyone that is fairly organized, that's detail-oriented, that can break down kind of a complex situation into bite-sized pieces and then string those pieces together so that they make sense, could be a good project manager. I think people that have strong people skills can be project managers. I think people who are good at admin tasks can be good project managers. I think that there's lots of people that could be a good fit for project management.
Simple answer. Enjoy two things. Number one, be organized and enjoy process. There's a distinct project process that is required to effectively manage a project. Secondly, ensure that you enjoy interfacing with people. A good project manager is a good communicator and builds relationships with all stakeholders and the team.
Welcome to Soft Skills for Project Management. After watching this video, you will be able to explain the term soft skills, describe the soft skills required for effective project management. While other parts of this course focus on the technical skills required for project management, for instance, proficiency in spreadsheet software, this video emphasizes the importance of soft skills. Soft skills include intangible skills, such as personality traits, interpersonal skills, and attitudes cultivated from your life experiences. They are not as readily quantifiable, taught, and learned as technical skills. The soft skills that are helpful for project managers will be discussed in this video. This video organizes soft skills into 4 categories: proficiencies, competencies, traits, mindsets. We will discuss examples from each category that are helpful for a project manager's success. Proficiencies describe expertise in a particular area and the ability to utilize this knowledge effectively. There are a number of these proficiencies required to be a successful project manager. This includes skills in research, analysis, negotiation, and report writing. Research enables project managers to find accurate information within or outside of the organization quickly. Analysis allows project managers to take the information they've gathered, evaluate and interpret it, then make decisions based on that information. Negotiation skills provide the ability to get 2 or more parties with different points of view to come to an agreement. Project managers should be proficient in report writing to create effective reports, tailored to a specific audience, which are well organized and accessible. Competencies are area of expertise for which you have sufficient knowledge to perform. For project managers, relevant competencies include written and oral communication, time management, public speaking, decision-making, and relationship building. Though most modern professional jobs require communication skills, project managers in particular must be effective written and verbal communicators, as they are responsible for communicating with, between, and to different stakeholders. Effective time management is necessary for project managers. They are responsible for planning projects, and time management is a crucial part of that. They should be able to accurately estimate how long a task will take, effectively stay on the task themselves, and help their team manage their time. Project managers must be comfortable speaking publicly to direct meetings and deliver presentations. Using their research and analysis skills, project managers should be able to make decisions based on relevant information by identifying and assessing alternatives. Project managers are responsible for building relationships among stakeholders. These strong relationships are based on trust, communication, respect, and inclusion. Traits are aspects of your personality. Traits can be developed and improved with attention and practice. Some traits necessary for project managers are being self-motivated, creative, detail-oriented, and able to task switch. If project managers are motivated, they can better persuade and motivate others effectively. They can guide themselves and their team members through the ups and downs of project development and stay motivated to stay on task with their work. Project managers may find themselves in situations where they must devise creative and unconventional solutions to problems. Being curious, seeking out new connections, and keeping an open mind are ways to become more creative. Projects are comprised of lots of small, moving parts. Project managers should be able to keep an eye on all these small parts without losing track of them. Spreadsheets, project tracking software, and detailed plans help a project manager identify, manage, and keep track of a project's many details. In order to task switch, project managers should be able to switch between tasks rapidly and efficiently. Project managers must keep track of numerous tasks simultaneously and go back and forth between projects frequently and quickly. They need to task switch without taking time to reorient themselves among the tasks they are responsible for. Mindsets describe an overall mental attitude. They guide how project managers approach their work. The main mindsets required of project managers are characterized by leadership, goal orientation, critical thinking, collaboration, and problem solving. Project managers should remember that they are leaders and responsible for the growth and success of their team members. By setting achievable, measurable goals, project managers set themselves and their teams up for success. Project managers should be able to bring a critical lens to their project planning and managing activities. This will help them find effective solutions to problems as they arise. Project managers must always be conscientious of their teammates and other stakeholders. They should approach problems and tasks with an attitude of cooperation. A problem-solving mindset requires project managers to approach problems by identifying their causes, coming up with possible solutions, and then applying the most appropriate one. In this video, you learned that project management requires many soft skills, including proficiencies in research, analysis, negotiation, report writing, and presentation. Competencies such as written and oral communication, time management, public speaking, decision-making, and building effective relationships. Traits such as self-motivation, creativity, detail orientation, and task switching. Mindsets characterized by leadership, goal orientation, critical thinking, collaboration, and problem solving. Welcome to Technical Skills for Project Management. After watching this video, you will be able to list and describe the technical skills and competencies required for project management. While soft skills are becoming increasingly important in project management, successful project managers must also have several technical skills, sometimes known as hard skills. Organizations expect project managers to have technical skills in 3 areas: project management methodologies and processes, business administration and management, software and information technology. Technical skills in project management involve managing all aspects of a project's lifecycle. This means that project managers must understand the different phases of the project lifecycle and be familiar with project management methodologies such as Waterfall, Agile, Kanban, PMBOK, and Lean. Project managers must also understand the role that cost, time, and resource constraints play in each project. Project managers use this knowledge of project management methodologies to execute the project planning process. This is when they will define a project scope and goals, develop strategies for directing their teams, and determine how to complete project deliverables within the agreed cost, time, and resource budgets. A project manager's main role involves project execution. To successfully execute a project managers will need to be able to conduct risk assessments and take appropriate action to mitigate identified risks, which may include working with compliance to understand legal and regulatory risks. They must be able to track and monitor project status, identify blockers, and escalate issues to appropriate stakeholders. Project managers must also ensure that teams are complying with relevant business processes and policies, such as standard operating procedures, also called SOPs, and compliance control processes. Successful execution of a project will also require that project managers be comfortable with common business administration practices. Project managers should have a familiarity with identifying business needs and determining solutions to business problems, developing project budgets and monitoring project spending, determining, tracking, and reporting key performance indicators to ensure projects meet the defined objectives within agreed-upon cost, time, and resource budgets. Since project managers work directly with teams and stakeholders to plan and execute projects, they should also have strong skills in resource planning, business process improvement, and change management. Project managers are often responsible for allocating tasks to team members based on capacity and skill sets, and maximizing team efficiency by managing utilization rates and monitoring progress. They may also need to identify, analyze, and improve existing business processes, particularly processes that teams can reuse between many projects. At times, project managers may also need to implement strategies that affect change and help teams adapt to changes, such as transformation of an organization's goals, processes, or technologies. Project managers must have technical skills in software and information technology. Project managers use software to plan, track, and monitor projects, as well as collaborate with team members and stakeholders. Software that project managers are frequently expected to be familiar with include collaboration tools such as Slack, Zoom, and Microsoft Teams, productivity suites that include spreadsheets, email, calendar, and word processing programs such as Microsoft Office and Google Workspace, project management tools such as Asana, ZenHub, Jira, GitHub, and Trello. Project managers may also benefit from data management skills and a working knowledge of cloud technologies. Data management involves understanding basic database structures, such as relational databases, and organizing and modifying data. Project managers may use data to understand market trends and user needs, as well as visualizing key performance indicators or product testing data. Project managers may also need to use software and tools within a cloud environment, so they should be aware of various cloud technologies and services. Data analysis and reporting tools include IBM Cognos, Salesforce Tableau, and Google Looker. If you are interested in being an IT project manager, organizations may require additional specialized skills. Common skills needed for IT project managers include knowledge of the software development lifecycle, also known as the SDLC, knowledge of object-oriented analysis and design, also called OOAD, which breaks applications into objects and develops requirements and designs around objects and their relationships. Experience with Agile and Waterfall project management and development methodologies. Knowledge of the practices, tools, and philosophies critical to DevOps, which brings software development and IT operations together to reduce software time to market. Some familiarity with program languages such as Python, C#, Java, JavaScript, or CSS, which can be useful for communication with development teams. Additional skills are often required for IT project managers who manage IT projects, including incident management to respond to unexpected interruptions and restoration of services, monitoring, managing, and optimizing an organization's information technology systems, quality management to ensure the quality and consistency of a product or service using QA processes and software testing methodologies, information system security and security standards to ensure the safety of information system assets, IT fundamentals such as hardware, operating systems, software and applications, networking, storage, cybersecurity, and cloud, and the technology landscape related to the product area they operate in. In this video, you learn that there are many technical skills that may be expected of a project manager. These largely fall into several categories: project management methodologies and processes such as project life cycles and executing project planning processes, business administration and management such as budgeting and KPIs, software and information technology such as collaboration tools, productivity suites, and project management tools. Additional skills required for IT project managers include incident management, monitoring, quality management, and cybersecurity. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Necessary Project Management Skills. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing the skills needed to become a successful project manager.
They have to have the ability to listen well. They need to know how to deal with people in a way that can keep them happy, keep them motivated, but also keep them honest. Make sure that the work is truly getting done. Besides that, it can depend. You can be a great project manager with, tremendous technical skills. You could come from being a coder, or you can just be extremely good at learning.
To be successful as a project manager, you need several different skills. It's not just about knowing who is who in the company within the cross-functional teams. That is great to know. You also need to know a little bit about the product or service that you are implementing or trying to complete for the overall project. With that, you should also have negotiation skills. Sometimes you're going to need resources at certain hours and it might not work for you because they're working on another project. You need to be able to persuade in order to get that person to work additional hours with your project versus another one because it's more important.
I think project managers also need to have some level of computer skills and technology skills, especially if they want to get into the IT industry or become, a project manager for a company that deals primarily in technology. I think, a basic understanding of some of the tools like word processing, presentation software, spreadsheet software are critical. You'll be doing as a project manager, you'll be doing a lot of writing documentation, creating presentations, looking at data and using spreadsheets for that.
The skills needed to become a successful project manager are problem solving, because there are going to be problems that come up with different milestones, different people on a project, external, internal stakeholders. Problems are going to come up. So being able to think on your feet pretty quickly and problem solve is very important. And at that same token, being creative in those problem solving skills is extremely important, because there's not always going to be a process written out for how to identify the problems and how to get solutions. So to be able to creatively think about something, creatively collaborate with your team and figuring out solutions will be really important. So problem solving and creativity.
To be honest, I could probably talk for hours on this particular subject, but I'm going to narrow it down to 3 key skills. Skill number 1, effective communications. Learn as much about effective communications as you can. If you have an opportunity to communicate, take that opportunity no matter how uncomfortable it may be. The better you communicate, the more successful your potential is to become as a project manager. Secondly, understand situational leadership. Everyone is different. A good project manager leads situationally. They analyze the audience, they analyze the stakeholders, and they adjust their leadership style to go ahead and meet the needs and hopefully meet the needs to motivate and commit the individuals that you are leading. Third, build trust. Trust is a common denominator that is required before any project team can actually become a team. Share information, be vulnerable, and encourage others to be vulnerable as well. If you can establish a trusting relationship with stakeholders in the team, then the project will in all likelihood go very, very far.
Welcome to Interpersonal Skills and Leadership in Project Management. After watching this video, you will be able to describe the need for interpersonal and leadership skills when managing a project. List leadership skills that are crucial to project management. Interpersonal skills and leadership are invaluable skills for project managers. Project managers are not only managers, but leaders for their teams. In addition to managing many aspects of a project, they are also responsible for leading a group of different team members and stakeholders, often with varying backgrounds, experiences, and opinions. Project leadership brings together team members in order to work towards a common goal. There is no rule book or set steps to becoming a leader, and many personality types can effectively lead a team. Leadership and management are similar skills with plenty of overlap, but they also have distinctions. Management involves methodically planning, organizing, and coordinating tasks and resources. This could include budgeting and creating schedules, and working with outside contractors. On the other hand, leadership involves motivating and encouraging others. Leadership is not about controlling team members, but more about enabling them to do their best. Project managers must be both managers and leaders. They need to not only manage details, but also often need to inspire a team and communicate a guiding vision for everyone to work towards. Being a leader involves a wide range of interpersonal skills. These skills include communication, team building, motivation, trust building, conflict management. We will discuss examples of each category that are helpful for a project manager's success. Project managers should be able to effectively communicate with their team members. Communication not only includes the ability to speak and persuade, but the ability to ask the right questions and listen. Project managers should also be able to facilitate effective communication between individual team members and groups, such as different departments in an organization. Project managers should be able to build teams across the organization. Because project teams often involve people from across departments, project managers must bring these people together to achieve a common goal, even if they have different interests in the project. Project managers can use their knowledge of a team's skills, personality traits, and interests to not only form teams, but also to foster team relationships. Project managers should be able to motivate the team and stakeholders. Project managers must be able to maintain morale, encourage team members to do their best, and keep them interested in their work on the project. Project managers must understand the needs and motivators of each team member and stakeholder on the project, and use that knowledge to help the team meet the objectives of the project and be satisfied with the work they are accomplishing. Project managers should be able to build trust in the team. Project managers should foster an environment of trust between the team members and stakeholders involved in a project. Trust is an important element of project success and can lead to more effective communication, increased productivity, and decreased risk. Project managers can build trust by following through on their commitments and creating an environment where team members feel comfortable discussing project blockers and giving honest feedback. Project managers should be able to manage conflict. Given the diversity of most project teams, conflict is often unavoidable. Project managers can avoid some conflict by clearly defining project objectives, roles, and responsibilities from the beginning of the project. When conflict does arise, they can use a number of conflict resolution strategies to mitigate the impact of the conflict. There are usually 5 steps to conflict resolution: acknowledgement, clarification, mediation, solution identification, and monitoring. Let's look at an application of this strategy in practice next. For example, say Marty is new to a project that Jean has been working on for weeks. Marty needs guidance from Jean, but Jean is up against a tight deadline. Consequently, they both feel frustrated with each other because Jean doesn't feel like Marty is doing her share of the work, and Marty feels discouraged because she doesn't know how to get started. The first step is acknowledgement. As the project manager, you let them know you recognize the issue. Next, you clarify. You ensure they know you are aware of the problem. Third, you mediate by discussing the issue with both of them. Then, as the solution, you find another resource to help reduce Jean's workload and confirm with Jean that he now has the bandwidth to assist Marty. And you let Marty know Jean has been under a tight deadline, but you have found someone else to assist with some administrative tasks. Jean and Marty now have some time to work together. For the last step, follow-up, you check in later to ensure that Marty gets the training from Jean she needs. In this video, You learned that interpersonal and leadership skills help project managers to work more effectively with team members and stakeholders. In addition to the managerial skills that help project managers work with budgets, resources, and schedules, leadership skills help project managers inspire a team to work towards a shared vision. Some of the interpersonal skills needed for leadership in project management include communication, team building, motivation, trust building, and conflict management. There is no single best way to utilize these skills, and project managers benefit from having a variety of styles that they can draw on to lead a project. Welcome to Project Manager Responsibilities. After watching this video, you will be able to list the responsibilities of a project manager. Describe the responsibilities of a project manager. Project managers have several responsibilities throughout the life cycle of a project. A responsibility is something that the project manager is accountable for that is within their control. Project managers are responsible for project planning, project execution, project monitoring and reporting, post-project evaluation, and project closing. Project managers fulfill these responsibilities by completing a number of tasks before, during, and after a project. Tasks are definable pieces of work that are assigned to or expected of the project manager. One of the primary responsibilities of a project manager is project planning, which begins as soon as the project initiates. Project managers are responsible for making sure that project goals and deliverables have been determined and that there is a plan in place to meet those objectives. During the planning phase, project managers build a project overview or business case to define project objectives and identify key performance indicators or success metrics for the project. Estimate the time and effort required to complete a project and create a project plan, Kanban board, or Gantt chart that clarifies the project plan and schedule. Project managers developed a project budget. They must create a financial plan that outlines the anticipated usage of project resources. This budget includes costs, profits, expenditures, and sources of funding. Project plans and budgets can be created for the entire project, such as in a waterfall or hybrid project management model, or they can be created for a small, definable portion of the project, as in the case of Agile. Once a project plan is in place, the project manager is responsible for the execution of the project and making sure that team members deliver on project objectives. To do this, project managers must create, disperse, and maintain an accountability matrix to help team members understand their individual roles and responsibilities, as well as resource and utilization plans that guide the management of project resources, and a risk assessment and issue management tracker to facilitate risk and issue management. During the project, project managers are also responsible for monitoring and reporting on the project's development. They must monitor the project's execution compared to time, cost, and resource plans created during the planning phase. Communication is also a key responsibility of project managers, and they must ensure that stakeholders receive regular reports regarding the status of the project. The project manager must determine who needs to receive what specific information, when they will receive it, and what communication channels will be used. To facilitate monitoring, reporting, and communication, project managers may build project dashboards to monitor the status of projects, track risks and issues, and then communicate project status with all stakeholders. Project managers may also facilitate regular meetings with stakeholders, keeping detailed agendas and notes to discuss the status of the project. They also need to track resources and costs and may need to participate in a timesheet, invoice, or expense approval. These responsibilities require project managers to keep track of several details about team members and stakeholders, as well as the project itself. There are several project management, communication, and collaboration tools that can assist project managers with these tasks and responsibilities. Finally, project managers are also responsible for the evaluation and closing of a project. They must be able to critically assess a project's performance, whether the project met its defined goals and objectives, and how the team may improve the process in the future. After evaluating the project, they must ensure that all project deliverables and information are finalized, stored, and dispersed for future use. Project managers may review project deliverables and evaluate key performance indicators, or KPIs, which provide quantifiable measures of performance. These indicators help project managers evaluate the efficiency and effectiveness of a project's performance and delivery. Using this data, they can identify strengths and weaknesses in the project process and target areas for improvement. This stage is also an opportunity to highlight what went well and reward team members for strong performances. Project managers may also create a post-project report or hold a retrospective, where they document key project learnings and possible process improvements. They may also ensure that all project deliverables are packaged and project information is archived and readily available for future use if needed. In this video, you learned that a project manager's responsibilities include project planning, execution, monitoring, reporting, evaluation, and closing a project. Project planning and execution is the initial phase that establishes a project's goals, deliverables, and schedule. While monitoring and reporting, project managers assess and communicate project status to all stakeholders. And evaluation and closing involve assessment of the project's effectiveness after its completion, packaging project deliverables, and archiving project information. Welcome to A Day in the Life of a Project Manager. Hi, I'm Neri, and I work as a project manager for a large enterprise in Seattle. When I arrive at work in the morning, I spend some time reviewing my email I receive overnight and review messages on Slack, our team communication tool. I also take a quick look at my calendar to see what meetings I have for the day. We just finished the design phase of our project and began the implementation phase. I need to check in with the development lead to ensure her team is ready to start this stage of the project. Later in the day, I'm running our weekly project status meeting with our stakeholders. I spend a few minutes creating some agenda notes for our status meeting, and I make a copy of our meeting note templates for both the stand-up and our status meeting. Before the meeting, I review our project plan and task tracker to see what tasks are currently in progress. I want to ensure the team has all the resources they need for the implementation phase of the project. I also review our risk assessment and issue log to make sure I'm prepared to address any blocking issues that the team may bring up during our status meeting. Next, I meet with the development lead. We discuss the makeup of the team and who is assigned to deliver the various pieces of the project. She informs me that they're down a person due to infant care leave and won't be able to meet the scheduled dates without a replacement. We discuss a few strategies and schedule options that we can bring to the team at the status meeting later in the day. I also commit to discussing the matter with our manager. After my meeting, I review the project schedule and begin planning for the next phases. Implementation is planned to take 3 months, which brings us up against a corporate holiday and a time of the year when many people take off. I built that into the schedule already, but design took longer than we planned, so I make a few adjustments to accommodate the delay. I send an email to all the project leads to let them know of the adjustment and inform their teams. I plan on reinforcing this schedule update during the upcoming status meeting. After a meeting with my manager, it's time for lunch. I have lunch with another project manager, Matt, who is getting ready to kick off another project. We talk about how the project will be resourced and realize that her project will require some of the same resources that currently are on my project. We discuss the timelines for both our projects and confirm there will be an overlap. We spend some time discussing how we can accommodate both projects using the resources across the teams. We agree that we need to raise the situation with our manager, so he's aware. Matt also lets me know that she's been told the vendor budget might be expanded next year. We discuss the impact of this, and she suggests that it is one way we might be able to address our problem with overlapping resources. Next, I have a meeting with my program manager to inform him of the status of the project. We talk about the previous phase, the design phase, and how that went. We talk about the outcome of that phase and how it will impact implementation. I tell him that we are down a designer and a developer, and that we could use some vendor budget so we can hire temporary employees to fill in for the gaps. I also inform him of the schedule update, and he tells me that I need to pull my dates in a few days. We talk about options for doing this and decide that if he's able to get the vendor budget, we may be able to bring the schedule in a couple of days. We decided to table the discussion until he explores the vendor budget question. During the design phase, I offered to help the design manager transcribe videos from a previous project. By doing this work, It helps me stay plugged into the team and better understand the work they do on a daily basis. After lunch, I spend an hour on this project and then inform the design manager of my progress. I then have a meeting with the test manager and the development manager to discuss a conflict between two of their direct reports. The tester and the developer disagree about how much tolerance to allow on an error condition. The developer believes there should be more room for the condition to trigger, and the tester wants the numbers to be tighter. Both managers agree that there isn't a clear answer on which position to prefer, but the test manager agrees to take the developer's position and take point in communicating that message to both teams. During the project status meeting, I share updates with the project stakeholders and answer any concerns that the stakeholders have. We invited a member of our leadership to join the status meeting as she had some information to share. Our leadership is happy with the progress that we've made in the design phase, but lets the team know that there is a new requirement for the product based on some compliance and policy changes. We discuss the new requirement and address potential impacts to the overall timeline. We end the meeting by reviewing the plan for the following week and determining agenda items for the next meeting. I spend the rest of my afternoon answering emails, checking Slack for any new messages, and updating our schedule based on the conversations I had today. I also create a few new scheduling models to test some other ideas in case the published version doesn't work. I also work on an executive summary of the current status of the project and archive files on our file share from the design phase. Before I know it, it's time to head home. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, a day in the life of a project manager. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing a typical day working as a project manager.
Let me introduce a new concept if you've never heard of it before. It's called WBS, the Work Breakdown Structure. A work breakdown structure is a hierarchical breakout of all of the different tasks that are required, hopefully in the order in which they need to occur. A good project manager will create a work breakdown structure, and that particular work breakdown structure will guide his and her every day. You take a look at what has been accomplished, you take a look at what is in progress, you take a look at what is planned, and you plan accordingly.
I love to start my day out with a cup of coffee and just read through my emails to see what is needed, any big tasks that are added, or any updates for projects. From there, I typically have about 3 to 4 technical meetings, and they could be a configuration call or a design call, for example. Then I also have about 2 to 3 PM syncs. And with those PM syncs, it's just check in with our stakeholders to let them know updates, give them the weekly reports. And then from there, I love to make sure that all my accounts are updated with the weekly notes or just what happened throughout that day. And then I will go ahead and close out my day.
Since I'm running a lot of Agile projects over the last years, very much the day starts with stand-ups. My last project, I was managing 4 different projects at one point. So that meant 4 different virtual stand-ups using Zoom every morning. After that, it's really a matter of keeping organized. Using whatever tools you have. Jira, we've been using most recently for organizing and keeping track of all the tasks. Then within Outlook, I use, tasks to keep track of everything I need to do. Early in the morning, it's reviewing all the emails, responding, making sure nothing new has come up. And then throughout the day, checking with the team, slowly going through and figuring out who needs assistance, what can I do to empower them to do the job well. And then throughout the rest of the day, it's really a matter of working on all the various tasks. There may be documentation, there may be budgeting, there may be people that need to be hired or found even.
A typical day in my job will always start with me taking a look at our milestone calendars to see which date is coming up the soonest. And depending on where we are on that calendar and how that milestone is doing, that'll base how the rest of my day is going to go. So if we are approaching a milestone date and I haven't heard from that stakeholder about the progress for that particular milestone, then I'll check in with them, see where we're at. And if there's an obstacle in making sure that milestone is completed, then I'll contact that stakeholder, see how we need to mitigate the issue, whether we have to meet or gather other stakeholders at hand or figure out a plan B. Then that's what I do next. And then I also typically start to plan for the next phase. So depending on how much problem solving is involved in the beginning of the day, then during the end of the day, I'll start to take a look through what's coming up next and identifying pieces of that project from there.
What is routine, and what do you only do once or twice in a project?
The project charter. A project charter is a document that should be created once. It's very, very high level. And the purpose of a project charter is to describe what the project is, why it's important, and who needs to be involved. According to the Project Management Institute, a project charter rarely changes. Everything that you will do is going to be based on that particular project charter in terms of planning, execution, control, and closure.
Typically, I will only do a kickoff call once at the beginning of the project. Otherwise, we might do it again if we have a different team that is taking over for a different part of the project, like a new product, for example. Typically, we also only review over the project once. You should have a very good understanding at the beginning of what is needed and what the scope is. You can, of course, reference back to the scope. However, doing that true, thorough review of the scope of the project should only really be done once. And then a transition of the project over to our support team, for example, or another team if anything else is needed.
Something that's not really routine that happens every once in a while is you might have a conflict between two team members that you need to resolve. And you need, as a project manager, you work to facilitate getting those challenges and those issues resolved. I think that occasionally on a project, you'll have a time where you miss a deadline or a big issue comes up or a risk that you've tried to mitigate actually happens. And then you have to spend time working through those risks and mitigating those issues.
Welcome to Careers in Project Management. After watching this video, you will be able to list possible positions for project managers from the entry level to senior level, their responsibilities, and average salaries. Describe the projected growth in project management-oriented employment. Industries are changing. Rather than role-based, they are increasingly becoming project-based. Industries are finding that a project-based approach leads to innovation and allows more efficient operations, readily responding to increases or decreases in demand. Ultimately, this means there is a greater need for project management across most industries. Depending on knowledge and experience, project managers can find roles at all levels of an organization, including entry-level, mid-level, and executive levels. Entry-level project management positions include assistant project manager or project coordinator roles. Assistant project managers and project coordinators are similar roles. Other similar roles are called project associate or associate project manager. They support project managers in various administrative and technical tasks. These positions can expect to schedule meetings, update reports, and identify resource requirements. These roles require very little to no project management experience. Entry-level project managers can expect to make an average of $55,000 to $65,000 a year. With some experience, there are many mid-career level jobs for project managers. These positions might include being a project manager, a scrum master, or a project team lead. In some organizations, a project manager can be called a project officer or project engineer. A mid-level project manager tends to take on a leadership role with regard to the project team and makes an average salary of about $78,000 a year. And Scrum Masters specialize in Scrum, a framework or product development, and they help teams plan and meet their goals. They take on a facilitator role rather than a leadership one. They earn an average of $97,000 a year. Project team leads have expertise in the field in which they are leading the team. They specialize in motivating a team, managing conflict, and understanding the strengths and synergies of team members. They make an average of $81,000 a year. Mid-level roles typically require some project management experience, a degree in a relevant field, such as business administration, and/or a project management certification. Project managers can also find roles at the executive level. Positions at the executive level may include senior project manager or director of project management. A senior project manager typically has at least 10 years of experience supervising projects, planning strategies, and leading teams. They develop project plans, host project meetings, and coordinate vendor and supplier resourcing. The average salary of a senior project manager is $97,000. A director of project management is usually the highest position in project management. A director of project management provides strategic directions for a company's projects by defining how those projects fit into the business's strategy and goals. The average salary of a director of project management is $146,000. Project management is a rapidly growing field. According to the Project Management Institute, or PMI, the global economy will require 2.3 million new project professionals every year to close the talent gap by 2030. A recent survey by the PMI revealed that project management was one of the top 5 areas that business leaders sought to prioritize. The growth rate of project management-oriented employment is expected to be higher than overall employment in industries that are becoming increasingly project-oriented. This includes industries such as information and publishing, finance and insurance, and manufacturing and construction. According to an analysis of U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics data, the greatest project management-oriented employment growth is expected to take place in software development. In this video, you learned that possible positions in project management include working as an assistant project manager, project coordinator, project manager, scrum master, project team lead, senior project manager, or director of program management. Project management is a growing field, and many more jobs open up every year. Project management-oriented employment is lucrative, particularly as entire industries become more and more project-oriented. Welcome to Project Management Across Industries. After watching this video, you will be able to explain the importance of project management in various industries, describe what a project manager requires to succeed in an industry. Some of the industries that usually require project management professionals include construction, engineering, information technology, finance, healthcare, manufacturing. Let's first try to understand the importance of project managers in the construction industry. Despite the increase in demand, concerns like rising prices and regulations make it difficult to make profits in this industry. This is where project managers become valuable. For various projects, such as residential buildings, commercial properties, or industrial facilities, project managers need to effectively coordinate with multiple stakeholders and resources, such as architects, engineers, city planners, public work employees, and construction crews. Project manager involvement keeps the construction of buildings and facilities on track, from budgeting and schedule development to managing day-to-day activities throughout the project lifecycle. Apart from quality management, contract administration and risk management are important aspects of their job. Let's explore the significance of project managers in the engineering industry. Engineering projects ranging from mechanical, civil, industrial, aerospace, chemical, biomedical, electrical, nuclear, agricultural, and marine engineering projects all require project managers. Engineering projects require careful planning and communication of the plan to their teams. Project managers in engineering must have a bachelor's degree or, in some cases, even a master's degree in the specific engineering field of interest, as well as project management knowledge and skills such as risk management, process integration, quality assurance, and procurement. The IT sector includes industries related to hardware, semiconductor, and internet service providers, also called ISPs, as well as those involving software application development, technological upgrades, computer and network infrastructures, equipment installation, and cybersecurity. With such a wide range of options, IT project managers must know the fundamental and conceptual technical knowledge related to networks, hardware, software lifecycle, and cybersecurity. They need to know terminology commonly used by developers to communicate with them effectively. They also need business acumen to understand project planning, cost, and feasibility. Efficient finance project managers are required in the finance industry to enhance productivity and reduce costs. They oversee a company's financial project planning, modifications to financial systems, and implementation of technological advances. They need to be proficient in financial analysis, budgeting, and forecasting. While finance project managers manage cash flow for payroll and project-related expenses, many also develop revenue-boosting strategies. Financial reporting is critical to their job as they work closely with top executives and their influential people in an organization. The stakes are high with project management in healthcare, but quality project management can improve the quality of patient care. Not only does project management need to facilitate lower costs and improved outcomes, but patient care is also a major factor. Healthcare project managers are necessary not only for hospitals and clinics, but also for pharmaceutical and medical device manufacturers. Some potential projects handled by healthcare project managers include development of web apps and portals, facilitation of the construction of new hospital buildings, departments, and implementation and integration of new equipment in a facility. To meet such needs, specialized field knowledge is required. Regulation is a big consideration while managing healthcare-related projects. A degree in health management, public health, or any related studies is often beneficial. In the case of the manufacturing sector, project management is needed when an existing process changes or the need for a new process arises. When it comes to manufacturing, project managers must keep risks, hazards, and safety issues in mind. Unique skills that project managers in this sector must have include vendor account management, vendor and relationship management, and streamlining production processes. In this video, you learned that construction project managers effectively coordinate with stakeholders and resources while managing day-to-day activities throughout the lifecycle of a project. In the engineering industry, project managers often need a degree in the specific field, as well as project management knowledge and skills. To manage projects in the IT industry, project managers need both technical knowledge and business acumen. Finance project managers need proficiency in financial analysis, budgeting, and forecasting. Project management in the healthcare industry is high stakes because quality patient care is paramount. In the manufacturing industry, project management is needed for changes to existing processes or implementing a new process. Welcome to IT Project Management. After watching this video, you will be able to describe the opportunities and demand for IT project managers, summarize the responsibilities of IT project managers, explain the specialized skills required for IT project managers. Information technology, commonly known as IT, project management is a promising field. Recent surveys have found that there will soon be over 800,000 projected employees in IT project manager positions. 25% of all IT job descriptions call for IT project management skills, and that there was a 50% increase in demand for IT project managers from 2021 to 2022. Information technology has the most project managers compared to other industries and tends to have higher average salaries than other fields. It is no surprise that becoming an IT project manager is a popular choice for PMs. An IT project manager is a project manager in the information technology industry. The projects they are expected to manage might be initiatives to create new products or improve and expand existing technology and systems. The role of the IT project manager, like any other project manager, is to manage the project's budget and schedules and lead project teams. An IT project manager has many responsibilities, many of which overlap with the responsibilities of a non-IT project manager. The primary responsibilities of an IT project manager include managing multiple small to medium-sized projects throughout the project lifecycle, establishing a clear project definition, scope, goals, and deliverables with support from the project management team, working within deadlines and budgets, monitoring progress, organizing meetings, and creating status reports. Identifying gaps following the team's project governance structure and optimizing the project and process, and may involve managing testing programs like beta software releases. Implementing strategies that deliver projects on schedule and within budget. Managing resources for projects, such as computer equipment and employees. Communicating with stakeholders, such as IT managers, project personnel, vendors, and end users regarding project requirements. In addition, IT project managers are also expected to have some specialized skills. For instance, they should be familiar with various concepts and practices such as the Software Development Lifecycle, or SDLC. The SDLC is a structured process that enables the production of high-quality, low-cost software in the shortest possible production time. An IT project manager should be familiar with the SDLC stages of planning, analysis, design, development, testing, implementation, and maintenance. They should also be familiar with software engineering fundamentals, including object-oriented analysis and design, or OOAD, a method to analyze and design an application through an object-oriented approach and the testing process. Additionally, they should be able to work with Agile methodology and frameworks, such as Scrum or Kanban. They should also be familiar with the waterfall methodology, which breaks project activities down into linear and sequential phases. Another important skill is knowledge of information system security. IT project managers will be expected to assist in establishing safe practices and system configurations in order to protect information systems from unwanted access or destruction. They should also have a working knowledge of information system security standards and practices, such as access control, system hardening, system auditing, log file monitoring, security policies, and incident handling. IT project managers should also have a conceptual understanding of API integrations, the connection of two application programming interfaces, and DevOps, a set of practices, tools, and philosophies that bring together IT operations and software development to more quickly produce new software. Another valuable skill is incident management. IT project managers will have to respond to unplanned events or service interruptions and be able to restore the service to an operational state. They should also be familiar with IT management, or the monitoring and administrating of an organization's IT systems. This includes understanding the organization's hardware, software, and networks, as well as how to make them run more efficiently. Finally, IT project managers may also be responsible for quality management, or ensuring that the quality of an organization's product or service is consistent. This could involve tasks in quality planning, quality assurance, quality control, and quality improvement. As you can see, there are many skills and responsibilities that are unique to IT project managers, as well as those shared across the different types of project managers. In this video, you learned that IT project management is a growing field with a projected 30,000 jobs to open up in the next 10 years. Job openings are expected to grow at a higher rate than average. In addition to the usual responsibilities, it requires unique responsibilities such as implementing IT strategy, managing IT resources, and communicating with IT managers, employees, and clients. Other requirements include technical skills, familiarity with concepts like SDLC, OOAD, API integrations, and DevOps, the ability to work with Agile and waterfall methodologies, and IT-relevant knowledge, including information system security, incident management, IT management, and quality management. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Industry-Specific Skills. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing which project management skills are transferable and which are unique between industries.
The great thing about project management is you can easily change your skills from one industry over to another. It's very similar. The biggest impact, I would say, especially if you're new, you just need to know how to make those changes from one company to another. So for example, company A that I worked at before, we used a lot of waterfall methodologies versus now I have to use many different types. So I had to make that adjustment when I first made that change. I really truly feel as a project manager, you can go from telecom, for example, over to security without having to make a whole lot of adjustments. Sometimes we just have to relearn.
What I've found is your soft skills translate perfectly between industries. Being good with people, being able to be that diplomat that's able to motivate people to figure out what's going wrong and how to fix it. Those are all very important and translate well. Besides that, your obvious skills, just knowing the software, Jira, Smartsheets, Microsoft Project, whatever you're doing, being well-versed in all those things, being detailed-oriented, understanding scheduling, all of those things translate well. I think that doesn't translate is, the specific information about an industry.
Things like being detail-oriented, that's something that, is useful whether you are a finance professional, whether you're a teacher, a writer, anything really. Being detail-oriented is a skill that can be transferred. Organization and kind of having that mindset where you can take a complex problem and break it down into smaller parts. That's a skill set that can be transferred between many industries.
The skills that overlap in project management across different industries are the problem solving, creative thinking, communication skills. You need that across the board. And the skills that are really specific to my industry are understanding the nuances of online learning and the different roles that touch the different pieces of online learning courses. So that means specifically working with instructional designers, people who work in graphics, those who work on the support end, for teachers, for faculty, for every different person that's going to interact with the course. So that's what's really specific to my industry, is having those different roles that are specific to online learning.
Let me share with you some of the key skills that a project manager is recommended to try to attain. A project manager needs to be a good motivator, a good negotiator, a good conflict manager, a good coach, a good influencer, a good decision maker, a good team builder, and also a good project manager needs to be aware of all of the different cultures that he or she is dealing with. If you are a project manager, a process manager, a product owner, regardless of the position in management that you're in, those skills required to be an effective project manager are similar to the skills required for success in any management position. If there is one skill that is unique to project management, it is understanding the particular life cycle and following that particular life cycle and process. A traditional project goes through 5 phases: initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, controlling, and closing. These life cycles are very specific to project management, and this is something that the project manager needs to be aware of. If you follow the process, you have a great chance of being successful.
Welcome to Path to Becoming a Project Manager. After watching this video, you will be able to compare and contrast formal and informal project management training, identify common project management certifications and their requirements, discuss different ways to gain experience in project management. Qualified project managers are required in almost every industry more than ever before. The role of a project manager can be enriching. However, before you begin your career path as a project manager, you need to understand what qualifications are required to be successful in this role. Some important qualifications are training, certifications, and experience. While many jobs require an undergraduate degree and a degree may help you qualify for more job options, there are still several jobs that hire without a degree. And while project management training is not always a requirement for qualification, some amount of training is generally recommended. There are 2 forms of training that people can take who aspire to become project managers: formal and informal. You can receive formal project management training at an institution while getting a degree, While there are not many colleges that offer project management degrees, many colleges offer project management certificates that you can earn while getting your degree or after you graduate. These certificate programs offer in-person or online courses in project initiation, detailed project planning, risk management, and more. For those that require greater flexibility in their schedules, there are also informal training opportunities. There are many self-paced online learning courses, such as this one, as well as many professional certificates from companies like IBM, Google, and Microsoft. The Project Management Institute also offers self-paced courses. Many project management professionals start their careers in non-project management roles. Occasionally, organizations will provide project management training in-house with professional development courses and training programs. These organizations guide and mentor the candidates to become project managers. Your manager may also know of opportunities within the organization to gain project management skills and experience. Certifications are the process by which you prove that you have the knowledge, skills, and experience to perform in a project management role. The following certifications are developed and administered by project management bodies such as the Project Management Institute, or PMI, Scrum Alliance, CAPM, and the Global Academy of Project Management, or GAPM. Obtaining a certification in project management or a relevant field is an excellent way to gain technical knowledge and credibility. Most certifications provide insight into the role and industry, as well as hands-on learning and experience. Plus, they quickly show potential employers the experience and skills you have in project management. In addition to project management certifications, some employers in specific industries will also favor candidates with other industry-related certifications as well. For example, an IT project manager could benefit from both a project management certificate and a CompTIA ITF Plus certification, or perhaps even an A Plus certificate. A PM in the construction industry might need both a project management certificate and an associate constructor certificate from the American Institute of Constructors. There are many project management certifications that are available, but here are a few common certifications to explore. Many entry-level project managers begin with a CAPM certification. The Certified Associate in Project Management Certificate, administered by the Project Management Institute, is a starting point for anyone interested in a project coordinator or project associate role. To qualify to take the CAPM, you must have a secondary degree such as a high school diploma, GED, or equivalent, and have at least 23 hours of project management education. After getting CAPM certified, many people go on to get the Project Management Professional, called the PMP certification. The PMP certification requires a secondary or 4-year degree, either 36 or 60 months of experience leading projects, and at least 35 hours of project management education or a CAPM certification. Common project management certifications in Agile project management include Certified Scrum Master, or CSM, through the Scrum Alliance. To become a Certified Scrum Master, you must complete a CSM course and pass the CSM test. You can also get a Professional Scrum Master, or PSM, certification through scrum.org. There are no requirements to take the PSM certification assessment, but you may find it useful to review the Scrum Guide and practice assessment provided by scrum.org. Finally, if you are interested in a career in IT project management, it may be useful to get a CompTIA A+ certification. The Computing Technology Industry Association, or CompTIA, provides this certification to display knowledge in IT support tasks, such as troubleshooting, identifying, and configuring hardware and software troubleshooting. 9 to 12 months of experience is recommended, but not required to take the certification exams. Lastly, the most important qualification a person can have is experience. But how does one get experience for your first job? One way to gain experience is by turning a personal goal, like planting a garden or writing a book, into a project. Use project management methods and tools to manage your project and reach your goal. Another way to gain experience is by volunteering. Many nonprofit organizations have projects they need to lead. This can give you an opportunity to gain exposure to new projects and learn about leadership management. You may find that you can get an apprenticeship, internship, or co-op. These roles are often designed as partnerships between community organizations, colleges, students, and corporate employers. In these types of programs, you can get on-the-job training and mentoring while you work and explore specific careers and industries. Finally, you can see about co-leading a project or shadowing a project manager in your current industry or school. Learning experiences such as these boost your confidence and prepare you for more responsible roles. In this video, you learned many colleges offer project management certificates that you can receive while you are getting your degree. Informal training opportunities are available through self-paced courses for those that require more flexibility with schedules. Certifications are the process by which you prove that you have the knowledge, skills, and experience to perform in a project management role. Common certifications for project management include the CAPM, PMP, CSM, and PSM. You can get experience for your first role in project management through a number of ways, including managing personal projects, volunteering, co-ops, internships, and shadowing or co-leading a project in your current role. Welcome to Career Progression in Project Management. After watching this video, you will be able to outline the various career paths available to project management professionals, describe the roles and responsibilities in each position. Project management professionals can pursue a variety of career paths. Project managers may progress from entry-level roles to more senior roles. They can eventually progress to senior executive-level roles. Let's explore the career progression from an entry-level project coordinator to more senior roles, such as a VP of operations. While most careers do not follow a straightforward, linear path, the typical role progression in an organization would be beginning a career as a project coordinator, then becoming a project manager, then a promotion to senior project manager. After years of experience managing individual projects with complex parts, a senior project manager may move into the role of program manager and then portfolio manager. Some program and portfolio managers who lead many successful projects may attain roles such as Director of Project Management or VP of Operations. Those interested in a career in project management may start as an entry-level project coordinator. This is an administrative position in charge of the generation and distribution of project reports, and often also deals with scheduling. A project coordinator is a member of the project management team who assists with the project. Project coordinators will attend meetings and assist on minor aspects of the project, meet with the project team regularly to report on progress and discuss any potential roadblocks, prepare meeting agendas and notes, and maintain project and meeting schedules. After some time as a project coordinator, you can progress to a project manager. A project manager is an entry or mid-level role who uses appropriate tools, techniques, and processes to complete a project successfully. A project manager is responsible for balancing resource availability with resource requirement, working within project constraints that include budget, scope, and schedule, and meeting and managing key stakeholders' expectations related to quality standards. Experienced project managers can then become senior project managers. A senior project manager is often also a member of a large management team. A senior project manager may be in charge of projects that have a broader scope or are more complex. They may also oversee multiple projects and must determine which projects and tasks need to be prioritized. After gaining a rich experience of working at the project level in an organization, a project management professional can advance to the role of program management. A program is a collection of projects managed together to reap benefits that would not be possible had they been managed individually. Program management involves greater responsibility as it requires overseeing multiple, simultaneous projects that are dependent on one another. To succeed, a program manager must develop program-level plans, strategically manage several projects, analyze the business benefits of a program, and manage project dependencies. As someone continues to progress in their career, they advance into a senior role and may become a portfolio manager. This position carries a great deal of responsibility and hence requires rich experience and expertise. A portfolio manager is responsible for a group of projects and programs managed together to achieve strategic business goals. Hence, A portfolio manager is in charge of the centralized management of one or more portfolios to achieve the goals of an organization. Very experienced project management professionals can attain senior and executive level positions, such as Director of the Project Management Office, PMO, and Vice President of Operations. The Director of Project Management is a senior management level position that requires 5 or more years of managerial experience plus project management experience. They oversee other senior level project, program, and portfolio managers. They are also responsible for guiding, instructing, and developing project management operations and structuring processes and workflows. They ensure overall project governance by establishing project delivery standards, protocols, and tools. The Vice President of Operations is an executive-level position that requires 10 years of industry experience. The Vice President is accountable for developing and implementing efficient and cost-effective operations that drive the current and future goals of the organization. They are responsible for operating, managing, planning, and coordinating the overall operations of an organization. They ensure operations run smoothly by setting a strategic operational vision and enforcing an organization's policies and procedures. In this video, you learned that a project coordinator is an entry-level administrative position responsible for creating and distributing project reports. A project manager is responsible for managing the necessary tools, techniques, and processes to successfully complete a project. A senior project manager oversees multiple projects and decides which needs to be prioritized. A program manager oversees multiple projects, analyzes business benefits, manages project dependencies, and develops program-level plans. A portfolio manager supervises the centralized management of one or more portfolios to achieve organizational goals. The Director of Project Management guides, instructs, and develops project management operations, structures the workflow, and ensures overall project governance. The Vice President of Operations is in charge of operating, managing, planning, and coordinating a project's overall operations. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints. Describe your career path. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing the path they took to their current careers.
So for about a 20-year period, I was a project manager in the United States Air Force. I retired from the Air Force and immediately found some consulting jobs in project management. So in 2003, I received my project management professional certification from the Project Management Institute. I do have multiple certifications, and I enjoy using those certifications for a more important reason, that is teaching. As I had mentioned earlier, I teach at 4 different universities. And the one thing that I have found is that if you teach, you really have to learn what you are teaching. And that has really helped me in my path to get to the point where I can be a subject matter expert today.
I ended up finding a startup that was working on online learning for adults. And I stayed at that startup because I really liked the work environment. That startup became a public company, and I just really liked the fast-paced environment. And in that company, I was actually a producer for a while, and that meant that I was constantly thinking on my feet on set, filming several different professors at once for their online learning courses, and it meant filming interviews, roundtable discussions, vignettes, and doing really cool things even with actors. And all of that was across several different types of fields. So I worked in production for an online physical therapy degree, which was, I learned so much there. I worked in online learning for cybersecurity at Berkeley, and data science at Berkeley, and nursing programs, programs at Northwestern, and several more. And I really just enjoyed all of the connections I would make with people, and which was actually the most important part for me. So even though I was managing production pieces of that, I really liked the connections I was making with these different folks to create life into these projects. And that evolved into me working across even more projects, and then learning more about project management and continuing to use those skills of thinking on my feet, being creative, loving relationships, and that's how I got here.
My career path. In 2010, I started working at a local call center for a very large telecom company taking in billing calls. So I started out only $10 an hour, but I know I needed to get my foot in the door in IT and start learning from others. From there, I worked very hard and became an operations manager for the enterprise section. After that point, I moved on to their NetApp department and became a P1 duty manager. I knew that I really needed to grow on my education and learn a lot more in order to pursue anything else in IT. From there, I went over to University of Central Florida, took a lot of classes in project management, HR, marketing, pretty much you name it. I tried to do everything I could to see where I wanted to go. When I took the project management course, I knew that was definitely the direction I wanted. I'm very detail oriented and organized, and I just love projects. I got very excited. We got to do our own in class as well. From there, I moved over to a company called Audio Codes. I was a project manager. I took on quite a bit of projects and I started mentoring others. I wanted to pursue even more within that company, and I worked very hard to teach others as much as I knew about the company itself, project management, and I was able to get promoted over to PMO director. From there, I had 12 direct reports while also managing very large projects at the same time. I then wanted to go ahead and grow my career, and I moved over to Zscaler in 2021 as a senior project manager and currently mentoring others, working very large enterprise projects for them as well.
Now, my story is a little bit funny because back when I was at USC, and my friends were all making like $7 an hour working in the library or in some office, I was making $50 an hour helping medium-sized businesses computerize. So that came to bear with all the other things I'd been doing. So running projects for college, even in high school, learning to be organized, learning to be detail-oriented, being a good communicator, all kind of came together. Later, when I moved into what I consider kind of the upper ranks of a consulting project manager, it really was, years of doing a lot of different projects that put me in the position to get a higher paying job as a project manager.
So I started off as a event planner early in my career, planning weddings and concerts and entertainment events. And I got a job as a business consultant and really took an interest in project management. And so my first couple of projects, I worked as a pseudo project manager, really taking in kind of a lot of things that I could learn about project management from the people around me and the teams around me. So I started doing project management for some of my clients. I ended up landing a client where I helped them move from a waterfall project management methodology to an agile project management methodology, and really kind of fell in love with some of the agile frameworks and the scaled agile frameworks. And now I both manage projects as a business consultant, but also help organizations develop content for project management courses and pass on the expertise that I've learned as I've worked in project management.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Job Hunting and Career Progression Tips. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing tips for job hunting and progressing as a project manager.
Number one, find a mentor. Find someone that you can follow. Find someone who will be a coach to you. Someone that you can respect, someone that you can understand, someone who has had a successful career in project management. Number two, be an active listener. You have 2 ears, you have 2 eyes, and you have 1 mouth. There's a reason why we have 2 ears. Listening will allow you to absorb more information than speaking. Find that mentor, find that individual who has, quote unquote, been there and done it, and listen closely. In addition, make sure that you learn from both positive and negative examples. As a project manager, you're going to see some people who just flat out do not do it well. You're going to see others who are very, very successful. Watch the people who do not do project management well. Try to determine why did they fail. Watch the people who perform project management well. Ask yourself, why did they succeed? Oftentimes, the positive examples are outstanding, but in reality, we oftentimes learn more from the negative examples.
First off, start with informal interviews. Any type of job that you're thinking about going into, it's very helpful. You can understand from their point of view what it's like for their day-to-day, if they really truly like their career, and it gives you an opportunity to learn from them. That could also be a potential for a mentorship in the future. Secondly, I would recommend studying for the PMP. Even if you don't have the hours, it's still good to know the foundations of project management, and it will help you understand quite a bit more. Many places do require a bachelor's degree, so please make sure you are at least taking the bare minimum courses like marketing, project management, finance. All of those type of classes will actually help you out in the long run as well.
I think the number one thing is to really look at your skills and how you are working with people. Do you enjoy working with teams? Do you care about people in a way where you're going to go through both the fun and the difficult times? Because you will have in almost every project, things will go wrong and it won't be easy. There will be times where something simply fails unexpectedly and you have to fix it. So you have to have patience and people skills to be able to do that.
The advice that I would give someone who is trying to launch their career right now in project management is that follow the path that feels the best to you for what you want to do, and specifically in the organization that you want to work with. I have a lot of education. I worked and got my master's and I got my doctorate in organizational change and leadership. And that was my path because I happen to just love school. But I have had coworkers, colleagues that have far different types of education, but a lot more experience specifically in project management. So there are different ways to get to where you want to be. You focus in on what is the best for you.
What has helped you most in advancing your career?
Surround yourself with really great people. One of the things that I will share with you is the most dangerous project manager is the individual who says, I don't need any help, I've got this. A good project manager knows what they know, knows what they do not know, and surrounds themselves with people who know what they do not know. Project management is an individual sport in a sense. As the project manager, you are accountable for outcomes. But in reality, project management is a team sport. Surround yourself with good people, build the team, and I think you'll be very, very successful in all of your projects and in the long term, advancing your career.
Get a career coach. My career coach helped me out so much, building my resume with me, understanding why it's so important to have a resume and then even a cover letter, and then help me prep for my job interviews. They're now a long-term career coach, and I greatly appreciate them because it's not just a point in time in my journey, they're helping me out with my overall journey. Secondly was my education. From the start at UCF, I was able to understand the basics of project management. However, when I went over to University of North Carolina for my MBA, I was able to build relationships with others and truly understand how to network. From there, with the education itself, I was able to bring it to the next level and pursue my career even further.
So what's helped me the most in advancing my career has really been the ability to look for different projects and be open for those kind of special opportunities. So when I first started working, for example, for a boutique firm in Chicago as a consulting project manager, being recognized as somebody who's very good at fixing problems was probably one of the keys to my really advancing. So being in a position to understand that all of my different life skills, from, like I said, being a diplomat to being highly organized and extremely good with people, suddenly put me in a position to say that if there's a project that needs help, I can fix it.
Welcome to this course on Project Management Foundations, Initiation, and Planning. After completing this course, you will be able to explain project management concepts, principles, and terminology. Design effective project management templates for launching your projects. Integrate clear, understandable, and practical methods to improve project management results in real-world scenarios. Use skills and tools to carry out activities required to set up and initiate a project. Describe how project management is changing in the modern era. And distinguish between various methodologies for project planning and management. The first module in this course, titled Why Project Management, defines project management and the role project managers play in overseeing projects. You will learn about the skills, competencies, traits, and mindset required to be a successful project manager. In Module 2, Traditional Project Management, you will learn traditional methodologies, as well as high-level information about the 10 leading project management approaches. This module also covers project management phases or process groups, organizational types, definitions, and the role of the Project Management Office, or PMO. The third module, Modern Project Management, introduces concepts relevant to today's world, where teams are frequently dispersed globally and more collaboration tools are available. The module begins by defining modern project management, including principle-based project management, and later discusses its benefits and drawbacks. In Setting Up the Project for Success, you will learn about and practice some key tools a project manager uses to initiate a project. It involves a project charter, project brief, a responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed, or RACI chart, stakeholder analysis and matrix, and project budget. The fifth module is project planning, which introduces you to developing a project management plan. This includes end-to-end scope, schedule, and budget planning. You will learn essential project planning tools such as Work Breakdown Structure, or WBS, a project network diagram, and 3-point budget estimation. Finally, in the final project and assessment module, you will review the key takeaways of the course, complete a final project, and take the final quiz. This course uses various teaching methods, including instructional videos, discussion activities, scenario labs, and quizzes. In the guided instructional videos, a subject matter expert, or SME, walks you through project management concepts with essential need-to-know facts. The discussion activities reinforce what you've learned in the course videos and encourages you to apply new knowledge and skills as you learn. In the labs, you will develop a project charter, an RACI chart, a stakeholder matrix and analysis, and a project budget. Once completed, these key tools can be added to your portfolio to demonstrate your project management skills to potential employees. Practice and graded quizzes are included in each module to assess your learning and validate the key concepts introduced. Once you have completed this course, you will receive a certificate that can be shared with prospective employers to demonstrate your knowledge of project management. Good luck, and let's get started.
Welcome to what inspired us to create this course. Project management can be a highly rewarding career path, and the need for qualified project managers is greater than ever before across all industries. To understand this discipline, one should have a clear understanding of the responsibilities of this position. Project management entails leading a team through all the stages of a project successfully. Project managers are chiefly responsible for the planning, development, delivery, and closure of a project in a set time frame. And to accomplish the mission, project managers should be well versed in project management tools, techniques, and processes. So, to explain in greater detail and provide insights to learners, we aim to create a course that focuses on the structure of project management and its practical application in dealing with real-world scenarios. Each project has its own set of challenges, so even though you have the right tools and resources to address them, it is important for you to have the ability to deal with them. This course aims to familiarize you with how to make yourself ready for the project management role. Our dual emphasis on structure and adaptability will help you modify your approach based on the situations and the different phases of a project. We believe project management is a valuable life skill for anyone, from any background. A few key skills that can benefit any professional are knowing how to track and manage a budget, knowing how to deliver things on time, and knowing how to manage and communicate with stakeholders. So, even if project management is not the primary focus of your career, the topics we cover in this course will be beneficial to achieving your career goals. In this course, we will focus on how a project begins and the skills needed to ensure its success. Welcome to How to Make the Most Out of This Course. This course is part of a series of courses intended to teach project management skills. After watching this video, you will be able to explain the concept of the rainbow path, list the certificates these courses are designed to support, and explain the best way to get the most out of this series. Now, this project management series shows the path and tools when time and resources are plenty. This is known as the rainbow path because everything is perfect in this scenario. While having an ideal project is certainly something to aspire to, it doesn't always work out that way in the real world. This series strives to take the methodology and tools one step further into how they will work in real-life situations on a project. However, knowing the rainbow path is important so that you as a project manager know what steps to take to keep your projects as perfect as possible. These courses are specifically designed to help anyone seeking a PMI, PMP, or Project Management Professional certification, or PMI, CAPM, or Certified Associate in Project Management certification from the Project Management Institute, or PMI. All the concepts, methodologies, processes, and tools presented in this series are drawn from project management resources such as the PMI and our expertise. The PMI's Project Management Body of Knowledge version 7 or PMBOK 7 serves as the foundation of our courses. However, some information is drawn from other models in this series. Although there is currently no experience credit associated with taking these courses, the benefit of learning about project management from different perspectives and how it can be used in real-life scenarios will lay a great foundation for professionals seeking a career in project management. This can produce great results. Also, you may use these courses to show that you have completed the required contact hours to take the certification examination. To fully reap the benefits of this series, we recommend that you go through all the courses, devote time to labs and the completion of exercises to test your knowledge, and see how the learning can be applied to real-life situations. Being attentive and taking notes will help you retain the knowledge you gain during this series. So pursue this series diligently like any other high-level course, which will significantly help you in your next project.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Instructor Introductions. In this video, you will hear from project managers introducing themselves and their roles.
Hello, my name is Catherine Brooks. I'm an engineering project manager at Tech Systems for Apple. I have my PMP and my MBA from UNC Chapel Hill. I have 12 years experience.
Hi, my name is Casey Kyle, and I currently work developing courses as a content creator and subject matter expert. I've been working in the field of project management, corporate technology consulting, and course creation for about the last 15 years. And I have certifications as a certified project manager, as well as a certified Scrum Master and Agilist.
Hi, my name is Paul Party. I've had a few titles in my career. I've served as a software development manager, as well as a content manager for some fairly large teams. And while I've never had the role of project manager per se, I've done a lot of project management in both of my roles in my career.
Hi, my name is Kristen Paulson, and I'm the Director of Customer Success with SkillUp Technologies. I've been with SkillUp for about 5.5 years, but in the project management space for a little over 20. Throughout my 20 years, I have not gotten any credentials or done any PMP or CPAM tests.
Hi, my name is Megan Peck, and I'm a Senior Project Manager at SkillUp Technologies. I have over 10 years of experience as a project manager, and I have a certificate in project management for the University of Washington.
Hello, my name is Matt Versdahl. I am an operations manager at Harborview Medical Center in Seattle, Washington, as well as an instructor in project management for a few different colleges in the area. I have been around project management for about 12 years and managed all kinds of different projects, from the automotive industry to healthcare to facilities. I'm a certified Six Sigma Black Belt, certified project management professional, certified Scrum Master, and I have a couple of certifications in supply chain management, the certified supply chain professional and the certified professional supply manager.
My name is Daniel Yeomans. I go by Dan. I'm currently employed as a subject matter expert for SkillUp Technologies. I am involved in the development of 5 different project management related courses, to include the one that you're watching now. In terms of companies that I work for, I do have a small company called ROI Seminars and Consulting, but in addition, I'm also a facilitator, a course developer, and also a corporate trainer for Green River College, for Bellevue College, and South Seattle colleges here locally in the Seattle, Washington area. And I also teach for grading undergraduate and graduate level business at Northwest University.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Importance of Project Management. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing why project management is important.
So I think that great project management really allows members of a team to focus intently on the work that needs to get done to meet the project objectives, rather than spending a lot of time trying to figure out what needs to get done or doing rework because they aren't working maybe on the right things, or they don't have all the information that they need to complete the tasks that they need to get done. I think very good project managers help teams anticipate and mitigate and even resolve risks and issues that come up and challenges that come up during the life cycle of the project. And then I also think that having clear deliverables that are communicated clearly, that are defined early on in the project, they're communicated frequently, they help the team know exactly what's going on and when it needs to get done.
I think project management is more important now than ever. There are so many more remote project teams than ever before, and teams are spread across multiple time zones. And while teams are physically apart, the speed of communication is happening fast through collaboration tools like Slack and Microsoft Teams. So you need that central person to track this broad and rapid communication and make sure information is getting to the right people at the right time so everyone can deliver their best quality work.
The project manager really is the rudder that kind of steers the project ship. When you think about what the project manager does, they are responsible for managing the schedule, managing all the individual tasks that need to happen. They're responsible for communicating with upper management and with the team about the project status, about changes in requirements. So the project manager really is that person that's responsible for making sure that the project is moving in the direction that it's supposed to be moving in. Think about a government without government officials, or a corporation without a CEO. The project manager really is essential in ensuring that the project goals are met and that the project meets those goals. When I think about a project without a project manager, or even projects that have poor project management, projects end up doing similar work over and over again. They end up repeating tasks or missing schedules or deadlines. There's been some projects that I've been a part of that have been self-managed, where the team tries to manage the tasks and schedules on their own. And there's too many voices. People assume things are getting done when they're not getting done. People assume they know the tasks when they really don't know the tasks that need to be accomplished for a project. So the project manager is the individual or the team that takes all of the essentials of a project and ensures those essentials are being accomplished, those goals are being met.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Project Management, The Journey. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing the journey and destination of project management.
Let's begin with the destination. What is the destination? What is the ultimate goal of a project? On time, within budget, and providing scope to satisfy the customer's needs. Being able to move the bar for the organization to provide value. But it's not all about the destination. The journey is working together, building the team, gaining new skills, building new relationships. It's achieving success not only for the organization, but for yourself. It's about, in addition, being empowered to make a difference.
Within a project itself, you can think about the actual journey is going through the project. What happens at the very beginning, during the middle, and then towards the end. How did you get to your destination, which is the end result? So, did you actually complete the project in time, within scope and budget? And then also add in what your lessons are learned.
The difference between the journey and the destination of project management is the difference between the tasks and the people and the schedule that is meant to accomplish the goals of the project and the final deliverable, the final product that you're delivering. So let's suppose that a project is building software. They're building a software package. The journey is about the process that's involved in building that software. Who's going to do what jobs? What resources do we need to accomplish our goals? What are the goals? What's the vision of the product? What are some potential roadblocks? What are dependencies that this project has? What do we need to make sure that we have in place so that we can accomplish all of our tasks? The destination is the software product itself, along with any extra things that are needed to get that software to the customer. So, for example, marketing or some advertising, manuals that or user guides that the software will need to support it. Ensuring that there's a software support system in place for that software package. That's the destination, ensuring that all those things are in place.
Well, first of all, I would advise all of you to try to understand as best you can the art of project management. This includes effective communications, influencing, motivation, coaching, and more. Learn these skills. Try to be as good at these skills as you can. But along with those business skills or soft skills, understand the science of project management as well. Understand life cycles. Know how a project needs to be planned from beginning to end. And know what you know, and know what you don't know, and surround yourself with people who know what you don't know. One of the big myths is that the project manager needs to be the expert in everything. That is wrong. A project manager needs to understand where they are the expert, but also where they're not the expert, and surround themselves with people who are.
A successful journey is well thought out and well planned. It doesn't skip the planning part of the actual journey. You have to have that in order to have a successful journey. From there, you're able to gather all the right resources. It might be products, it might be people involved, like your team members, but making sure that you have all the right resources. And then to have a successful destination is to understand the true scope and expectations.
I think there's many things that a project manager can do to ensure a successful journey and to ensure that the destination is reached. In my experience, probably the biggest aspect of a good project manager is communication. A project manager has to be both a coach as well as a person that's able to drive the project forward. I don't think a project manager needs to be a subject matter expert on every aspect of the project. Or what the project team is building. But they do need to be able to talk about what that project comprises, some of the technical aspects of that project, and they need to have that level of expertise so that they can communicate properly to every stakeholder and person involved in accomplishing the goals of that project. So communication to me is a big one. Another one is being able to manage time. And this, it sounds like it's a very basic thing to be able to manage time. We all have to manage time in our day and what we're going to accomplish and what we're going to be doing in a given day. But when I talk about time management, I'm talking about being able to know how different aspects of the project need to get accomplished and in what order. A third aspect for ensuring that the journey is done in a way that accomplishes the project's goals is to know how to weight things. And what I mean by that is not everything is worth calling a meeting for, or not everything is worth sending out a broad mail to upper management and to the team. Some things need to be ignored sometimes. So that weighting aspect, I think, is very, very important. So those three aspects, along with a bunch of other things, but those to me are very critical for ensuring that the journey of a project is successful. Ensuring that the destination is successful really means, to me, thinking through what does the end game look like. I think a lot of project managers look at the tasks that need to be accomplished and what the team is going to do for those tasks. But they forget that once the project is done, once the product is built or whatever it is that you're delivering is accomplished, what does that look like? How do you communicate that out, that things are completed? How do you ensure that stakeholders are satisfied? You may think that you accomplished the project's goals, but your stakeholders, the people that are actually receiving the product, may not agree with you. So you might ask a question like, is there going to be a follow-on to this project where things that we weren't able to get to in the first version we want to accomplish in the second version? Asking those types of questions once you've delivered the product or the project is complete, so that your stakeholders have an opportunity to provide more input there. So the destination really is about thinking about it ahead of time, playing it out in your mind, almost role-playing. The project is now done. What does that mean? How do we get this to the customer? How do we get this to the user? How do we get this to upper management? So really ensuring that the stakeholders are happy, upper management is happy, and your team is happy at the end of the project.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Project Management, the Journey Example. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing the journey examples of project management.
I highly recommend each and every one of you to, if you have a chance, visit www.pmi.org. That's the Project Management Institute. And I want to share ever so briefly a very successful project and give you a couple of reasons why it was so successful. First of all, the challenge. A catastrophic weather event destroyed roads and cut off British Columbia's lower mainland, including Vancouver, from the rest of Canada. A huge project was needed. What was the solution? British Columbia's Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure used a project management approach based on a guide to the project management body of knowledge. The acronym for that is the PMBOK guide. They used this guide to prioritize repairs and reopen critical routes as quickly as possible. This included network analysis, identifying critical paths, requirements analysis, creating a work breakdown structure, communications planning, implementing communication protocols, risk management, preparing risk assessment and responses, and in addition, soliciting the management of contributors and interested parties as well. What I shared with you a moment ago. Know what you know what you don't know, and surround yourself with people who know what you don't know. So what was the outcome? Highway 5, the principal corridor for transportation of goods to and from the Port of Vancouver, Canada, was reopened to commercial traffic in 35 days. This is a successful project, and we hope that all of your projects can be equally as successful.
So I got a project at my last company, and it was very large. I had over 200 sites, and it was global. And to give you a key idea, it was a plastics company. So they're all over the world. COVID hit in the middle of it. We had our plan really thought out as far as our overall journey. And of course it changed. But since we planned so well in advance, we were able to easily shift around the different locations. And then we still had the end result for our destination, which was to complete those sites.
An example of a project that I thought went really well and met the criteria of a successful journey as well as a successful destination was at my time at a big corporation. I was on a team that was developing a product that was essentially last in the competitive landscape, and our team had to play catch up. And there was a project manager that helped us get there from a marketing perspective. And what she would do is get us all into a room twice a week. And she had a really nice spreadsheet, and she would have everyone go through their items in the spreadsheet. She kept our project time boxed, or our line items. She kept our line items time boxed so that we didn't, rattle on about things that weren't important. If, as we were giving our status, we went off track, she would ensure that we stayed on track, and she would gently nudge us back into the right frame of mind so that we were talking about the items that we needed to talk about. And I remember at the time I thought that even though she was very direct and she kept the project moving and she kept us all on task, she did it in a way that actually kept us motivated. So as we saw progress every other day or twice a week, we actually got motivated. It was a lot of work, and she kept us on task, and we weren't allowed to not deliver. But she did it in a way that I always felt like, hey, we're actually doing something. We're making the project better. We're moving this project forward by ensuring that our customers know what our product does and why it does it better than the competition. So in terms of that journey, she was a really good project manager for helping us make progress every day that we had to work on something, informing the rest of our peers and management about that progress, and then being able to see the impact of that progress in our product, in the general product that we were building, but also see that result in the marketplace as we were reaching those goals.
Welcome to How Is This Course Different? After watching this video, you will be able to discuss why this course is unique, explain how this course can help project managers stand out, and list 3 common project constraints. This course focuses on project management methodologies, structures, and principles. Now, principles and methodologies do provide the foundation needed to address most project scenarios, but this course goes further than other project management courses by focusing on both the science and the art of managing a project. And we achieve this unique combination of art and science by encouraging project managers to look at a project through a new lens and to adopt creative approaches, including innovative solutions and unique methods, such as data-driven decision-making and involving stakeholders. This approach ensures the long-term sustainability and effectiveness of projects. Now, with most projects, leaders are overburdened and the production team has aggressive goals. As a result, supply orders may become delayed. A project manager must work within a defined budget and time frame despite these constraints and tight deadlines. A successful project manager should know how to navigate these and other challenging scenarios. In this course, we will explore concepts, tools, and tips and tricks to execute projects successfully. Business leaders often face three main project management constraints: time, cost, and scope. And managing these three constraints can be challenging for a project manager, but it is also the primary goal. While other project management courses focus on only two constraints, this course will push you to succeed with all three. In our course, we provide key insights from project management specialists and detailed instructions on using and implementing project management tools. We will also teach you about different project management models to help you adapt to various projects and shifting demands. This includes insights into selecting and tailoring project management models depending on the project's needs. So, by streamlining your project management processes, using the tools and tips you'll learn in this course, you will be able to deliver projects that are on time, below budget, and within scope. In this video, you learned that this course teaches you the art and science of project management. The three main constraints projects face are time, cost, and scope. And this course provides professional insights, instructions, and models for project managers to navigate challenges. Welcome to Traditional Project Management. After watching this video, you will be able to identify two key factors considered to evaluate a project, explain four major approaches to project management, define the composition of an Agile team, and describe Stacy's matrix. Delivering a project can be a challenging task. A project manager's role is crucial in today's corporate world, and there is a growing need for facilitating high-level processes in businesses. A project manager needs to consider two key factors when evaluating a project. First is the frequency of deliverables. Some clients require products or services to be delivered at project's end, while others prefer frequent deliveries throughout the project's lifecycle. Second is the frequency of modifying specifications of project deliverables, and the project manager must plan accordingly. The types of approaches that project managers can adopt to deliver projects successfully include predictive, incremental, iterative, and agile. As the name suggests, the predictive approach implies predicting the final product at the beginning of a project. The project manager adopts this approach to immediately deliver the final product at the end of the project with minimal changes. The predictive approach starts with planning an event, then implementing it, and finally, closing the event. This approach is unsuitable for a project with dynamic requirements or an agile atmosphere. In this approach, a detailed project plan must be created, clearly defining the solution and goal. A project manager adopts this approach for a project with lower scope for changes and a lower frequency of delivery. In the incremental approach, the manager determines a project scope early, but the time and cost estimates can be modified later in the project if necessary. This method involves developing the product to supply by gradually enhancing its capabilities, and as a result, the team designs, evaluates, and implements the product before it gets finalized. This approach enables a developer to modify the product early on rather than wait until the end. A project manager adopts an iterative approach to make frequent deliverables for the client. And this approach ensures constant testing, which leads to higher usability. An iterative approach allows teams to improve and address new changes or findings continuously. It is likely that the final product will be delivered on time and is of high quality. In an iterative approach, you define the process by getting a sign-off on the project objectives. Next, measure the process and determine if you can achieve the key goals. Then, you analyze the process to identify the potential process gaps. And finally, you implement and control the process to make all the required process updates and roll out the approach to the organization. The project manager uses an Agile approach when there are multiple project deliverables and many changes are likely to occur. In the Agile approach, the manager defines the complete project requirement, and the documentation for this takes the form of user stories. The project manager then determines the duration of the iteration or sprint by prioritizing the requirements. Then, the manager performs a sprint demo or project review for stakeholders at the end of the iteration. Next, the team retrospects to determine the changes required for more efficient and effective delivery in the following sprint. And finally, the project manager repeats steps 1 to 4 in the Agile approach until all requirements are met to the acceptance of the customer and key stakeholders. An Agile team is an organized group of members collaborating to deliver a product using the iterative approach. No formal project manager role exists in this case, but 2 key positions work with the development team to compensate for the absence of the project manager role. One position is the product owner, who plays a unique and demanding role. A product owner decides what the team will build next to provide greater customer value. And the other role is a Scrum Master, who needs to foster an effective and productive work environment. And the Scrum Master guides the team members to understand Scrum values, principles, and practices. Ralph D. Stacey, a British organizational theorist and professor of management at Hertfordshire Business School, researched to understand human organizations and their management. He created the Stacey matrix, widely used to determine the approach needed to deliver a project successfully. Now, Stacey's matrix enables analysis based on 2 critical criteria: requirement uncertainty and technical degree of uncertainty. Requirement uncertainty implies determining the level of agreement between key stakeholders on final project deliverables. And technical degree of uncertainty implies determining the technology required to implement the project. In this video, you learned that the 2 factors project managers use to evaluate a project include the frequency of deliverables and the frequency of modifying specifications of project deliverables. The 4 approaches to project management are predictive, incremental, iterative, and Agile. An Agile team is an organized group of members collaborating to deliver a product using an iterative approach. The project manager's role does not exist in the Agile team. Instead, leadership responsibilities are divided among the product owner and the Scrum Master. And Stacey's matrix assists project managers in determining the type of approach they need to deliver a project successfully. The matrix enables the analysis of 2 critical criteria: requirement uncertainty and the technical degree of uncertainty.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Lifecycle Selection. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing the importance of lifecycle selection.
In your opinion, why is proper lifecycle selection so important? I believe that proper project management lifecycle selection is so important because I've worked on a number of projects with using different project management methodologies and life cycles, and each project has different characteristics and different risks that make choosing a lifestyle that fits those, or a life cycle that fits those risks and those deliverables and the objectives of the project really important.
Let me give you a statistic. Per the Project Management Institute, some 50 to 75% of all projects fail to achieve their desired schedule, cost, and scope goals. That's not a very exciting track record. Project management is very, very complex. A project lifecycle allows you to select the most effective method, or roadmap, if you will, to ensure project success. In addition, selecting the right lifecycle allows you to tailor your project to meet the project's specific needs. In project management, a one-size-fits-all methodology, unfortunately, will often result in failure.
Choosing the right methodology can be a critical part overall for the team. The team dynamic, whether it's the customer and the stakeholders, as it can change how everything is done, along with the communication. For example, there's waterfall, agile, scrum. It really depends on what is best for your customer, your stakeholders, and your overall team.
What are life cycle selection tips that I can provide? Life cycle selection tips that come to mind are really understanding the inputs and outputs into each of the different phases that are part of your project. Together with that, plan out your critical path. I think understanding those three things and the resources who are involved are really going to get you to the right life cycle to use for the project. Identifying the resources that are both part of the project, but also your internal stakeholders, your internal sponsors, and your client preferences. What affinity do they have to any one or more of the different life cycles? Whether or not it's hybrid, waterfall, scrum, or agile, if you've got stakeholder input, stakeholder approval, and resource commitment, you should be able to lead a successful project with any one of the life cycles.
To me, I really take a look and take the time to see what I am going to be developing as far as a product or service. If it's something that I do every single day, and like let's say it's a PB&J, I'm going to do a waterfall. It's very simple, step by step. However, with my last company, for example, we did cloud security. So a lot of times we did agile. Just because things are changing, customers' environments are different. So it really depends on what you're going to do.
So just a couple tips when choosing a life cycle. As a beginner, choosing a project management life cycle can be really difficult. You may not know all of the ins and outs of each of the life cycles, and you may not know which questions to ask. But I think with any project, it's really important to really think about the key principles of each life cycle, the benefits that those life cycles produce, and then the challenges and risks that are associated with each of those life cycles. And then ask yourself what principles, what benefits are really going to help you meet the project objectives of the project that you're getting ready to project manage the best. So you can ask yourself questions about things like resourcing needs, budgets, what are project risks, what's the likelihood that the requirements or the project objectives are going to change.
This is a very simple response. Base your project lifecycle selection on two key factors. First of all, how much do stakeholders agree on what the final project deliverables should look like? If you have 5 stakeholders and they all agree this is what we need, that's a high level of agreement. But if you have 5 stakeholders and they all have different understanding or different ideas on what success looks like, then unfortunately your agreement is low. Secondly, how complex is the project's technology? How steep of a learning curve is there going to be for you to be successful? How much innovation, how much creativity is going to be required? What type of life cycle do you prefer and why? I'm going to have to build off the previous question and answer. Again, when technology is complex and agreement is low, I prefer an Agile or Scrum approach. When agreement among stakeholders is high and complexity is low, then in most cases a traditional or waterfall method is going to work best. Don't guess on which life cycle is going to work well for you. Use the analysis factors that I shared with you of agreement and complexity and allow the reality of the project to objectively make that decision for you.
My preference is Agile. You're able to take the time to really work with your team and have that team development moment. Whether you're doing Q&A, you're doing brainstorming sessions, but you're doing it throughout your project. And then I also really like the aspect of having sprints. That way we can really focus on a 2-week sprint, for example, on those particular tasks and then move on.
So for me, for most projects, I prefer a more agile approach. So my favorite framework is a framework called the Scale Agile framework. It's my favorite for big projects at very large organizations. But on the other hand, when I'm working on personal projects, so things that maybe I'm working on around the house or personal projects in my own life, I do prefer a more traditional waterfall approach. I like to take a, fail fast methodology in those things. And I don't like to spend too much time kind of on each phase of the project, but I do tend in my personal life to take a more waterfall approach.
Welcome to Project Management Phases. After watching this video, you will be able to discuss the purpose of project management phases, describe different ways to approach creative phases in a project and some models for doing so, and list the project phases that will be used in this series of courses. Project management models consist of phases that a project will go through. Dividing the project into phases segments the workload into more manageable pieces, making the project manager's role of planning and guiding a project easier. Phases give the project structure and logical steps to achieve goals and deliver high-quality products. Providing this high-level structure for the program makes it easier to plan the activities and tasks to complete each phase. So, the phases used in project management vary, and there are different opinions about how many phases to use. Let's look at a few examples. The Lean model uses 5 phases, which are define, measure, explore, develop, and implement. In Six Sigma projects, the 5 project phases are called define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. In Waterfall, there are 6 phases: requirements, system design, implementation, testing, deployment, and maintenance. And the Extreme Programming software development process has a one-time planning phase, then repeated iterations of 4 phases: designing, coding, testing, and listening. Now, the number of names for the different phases and different structures available is basically limitless, and new ones will surely be invented in the future as businesses and the project management profession evolve. If you look closer at the many versions of phases available for project management, you'll notice that although each set of phases may have different names, they are generally aligned on the activities needed to complete a project. And they are also usually aligned on the activities that are required to complete a phase. You can look at the variety of available models and select one that will work best for each project. For the purposes of the 3 courses in this series, we will use the project phases as designed in the Project Management Body of Knowledge Edition 6 Guide, also known as PMBOK 6. Now, the 5 phases we will use are initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and controlling, and closing. And as you work your way through the course materials, keep in mind that we have anchored the course on these commonly used phrases. Names and combinations of activities may change, but you should be able to map the activities from one model to another. For example, you might be using the waterfall model on your project with its 6 phases: requirements, system design, implementation, testing, deployment, and maintenance. To map these phases back to the phases used in this course, you could consider both the implementation and testing phases part of the execution phase in the PMBOK 6 model. Tweaks and adjustments like this are part of tailoring your approach and understanding how the different models can be used to fit a specific project. In the third course of this series, we will discuss how a project manager's activities shift throughout the project lifecycle, from setting up templates through the final closing report. The role of the project manager shifts throughout the phases. In this video, you learned that dividing a project into phases helps a project manager plan how to complete a project. Different models and project structures call for different numbers and names for phases, but they can often be aligned to a core set of activities. And the 5 project phases that will be used in the project management series are project initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and controlling, and closing. Welcome to different types of organizations. After watching this video, you will be able to describe the effect of organizational structure on project management, identify types of organizational structures, and define how to align project objectives with the organizational strategy. Organizational structure refers to how a company organizes its tasks, allocates resources, and coordinates different teams within the organization. It determines each employee's role and place in the organization and is essential for organizational growth. But there are different types of organizational structures, and project managers must be able to identify which model suits them most. Now, it is important for project managers to understand the fundamental principles of building an organizational structure. These include the project manager's authority, role, resource availability, budget control, and project management administration staff. With the authority principle, a project manager can make decisions, issue orders, and perform resource allocation to achieve the set goal. And in some organizations, the authority of a project manager is greater, which enhances their ability to influence others and achieve the team and organizational goals. Another principle of building an organizational structure is the project manager's role. Some organizations hire project managers part-time, while others employ full-time project managers, which impacts project management in the organization. Next is a project's resource availability. Some organizations provide resources to plan and manage a project at a high level, but in other organizations, a project manager might face challenges in getting the required level of support. Another principle is budget control. In some organizations, a project manager manages and controls the budget, while in others, a functional manager manages and controls the budget. And finally, there's the project management administration staff. The staff size may differ depending on the organizational structure. Staff size impacts how a project manager manages a project. The 2 organizational structures the Project Management Institute, or PMI, recognizes are functional and matrix. The functional organizational structure follows a hierarchical model. An organization with a functional structure groups employees into departments based on specialization. Every department designates a leader experienced in managing and supervising the functions of each employee. Such organizations have a top-down decision-making process in place, and the decision-making power is centralized. Leaders of different departments communicate regularly to frame the organizational strategy, and the low-level employees have little information about what's happening outside their department. In the matrix organizational structure, teams or groups report to multiple team leaders. Each team leader is assigned a member or a team from each functional area applicable to the project. So the functional team member reports to 2 bosses, the project leader, and the functional manager. Now, the 3 types of matrix structures are weak, balanced, and strong. In the weak matrix structure, a project manager directly reports to the functional manager and provides support as a project coordinator with limited power. The balanced matrix structure is like the weak matrix structure, except that in the former, the project manager has more authority and decision-making power. In the strong matrix structure, a project manager has more power than the functional manager, can use their project management skills on projects, and can determine resource allocation. A project manager needs to have project objectives aligned with the organizational strategy. Its advantage is that the project is of high quality and stays within the budget and timeline, and all the stakeholders understand the project's goals and objectives. So, in order to align the project objectives, managers should complete these 5 tasks. Communicate the project's value and aim and encourage significant sponsorship and backing. Plan to ensure the projects comply with the scope, schedule, and budget, and meet the stakeholders' needs. Determine what resources are required to complete the project successfully. Identify the stakeholders' essentials for the project's success and seek their assistance. And finally, create a project charter that enables you to gain authority, support for hiring and planning, and clear sponsorship. In this video, you learned that an organizational structure is how a company organizes its tasks, allocates resources, and coordinates teams within the organization. The fundamental principles of building an organizational structure include the project manager's authority, role, resource availability, budget control, and administration staff. The different types of organizational structures are functional and matrix. And aligning project objectives with the organizational structure increases the likelihood that the project will be high quality, stay within budget and schedule, and all stakeholders will understand the project goal. Welcome to the Project Management Office. After watching this video, you will be able to define a project management office, describe the common functions of project management offices, and list the 3 types of project management offices. A project management office, often referred to as a PMO, is responsible for activities that support project managers at a strategic level for an entire organization. And sometimes separate PMOs are established for large multi-year projects as well. What are the benefits of a PMO? By the Project Management Institute or PMI definition, a PMO standardizes project-related governance processes and facilitates the sharing of resources, tools, methodologies, and techniques. Additionally, the Project Management Body of Knowledge, or PMBOK guide, states organizations establish PMOs for a variety of reasons, but with one core benefit in mind: improved project management in terms of schedule, cost, quality, risk, and other facets. Now, the PMO provides a central hub for multiple projects and seeks to identify cross-project efficiencies. The PMO will use tools, practices, processes, tips, and more to support project management efforts. And standardizing project management practices across the organization is crucial, including techniques, documentation, culture, and tools. PMOs can also facilitate getting work done through their role in allocating resources to projects. This allocation is generally based on priority, schedule, and needs, though each PMO will have its own method. Now, one other important role of the PMO is driving accurate documentation. The PMO works with project managers to see that documentation, such as timelines and meeting notes, is captured and posted. When the project is closed, the PMO will review it, and if everything is accounted for, it will archive the project. PMOs are often responsible for reporting budgets and projects to company leadership, so project managers may work closely with PMO team members to prepare materials for these leadership updates. PMOs keep their eye on the future and the big picture. They work to identify commonalities so they can be addressed cohesively. Because the PMO works with so many projects, they can see the big picture and its trends. They can guide and coordinate the project managers with a high-level perspective that others may not be able to see. Now, of course, no two PMOs will ever be exactly alike, but three common types have emerged. Supportive. This type exerts a low level of control in decision-making, but does provide best practices, common oversight, and templates. A supportive PMO shares information and best practices in project management across the enterprise. Controlling. This type has some decision-making capabilities, but not absolute control. They often review project managers' work to ensure it meets the organization's practices, templates, and standards. A controlling PMO shares information in the same way as a supportive PMO. Controlling PMOs, however, establish rules for compliance and monitor adherence to those rules. Directive. This type leads with a high degree of control over the processes, standards, templates, reporting, and documentation. The directive PMO provides information and may also manage compliance, and the most significant difference is the control of resources. Directive PMOs may manage all project management resources and assign them to projects to meet the organization's needs. PMOs can also be layered. For example, one layer of PMO may provide best practices, templates, and processes, with a higher level PMO to govern and report to leadership. In this video, you learned that PMOs are responsible for activities that support project managers at a strategic level. A PMO standardizes processes, including accurate documentation, and facilitates sharing of resources. PMOs can be grouped into three types: supportive, controlling, and directive. And PMOs are much more than just project managers for project managers. They are essential to an organization and key to reaching its strategic goals.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, the Project Management Office. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing PMOs, or Project Management Offices.
Well, first and foremost, we need to define what a PMO is. A PMO is a project management office, and a project management office can provide a multitude of service. There's different types of project management offices, but all PMOs provide one, two, or three of the following services. Number one, they provide needed guidance and support. They show you the way. Number two, they may ensure compliance to policies and procedures. They try to make sure that everyone is on the same page and everyone is doing it the right way. And last, but certainly not least, some PMOs may manage project management assignments to ensure optimal results. In that type of a project management office, if you were a project manager, you would be assigned to the PMO.
How can a PMO be effective in an organization? The PMO is actually one of the most important organizations within an organization. Imagine a scenario where everybody's doing something different. There's no consistency. Nobody knows who to contact. There's no ownership of a process. There's no ownership of projects. That's what it looks like without a PMO. PMOs bring all of this together. They create policies, procedures, and make sense of the project management world for non-project management practitioners. It emphasizes the importance of project management and can help remove those roadblocks that come up as you're working through projects and interfacing with other departments. It can help the project manager be successful.
A project management organization may have PMs that are responsible for all different aspects of a project. Some project managers may be responsible for marketing. Some project managers may be responsible for development. Some project managers may be responsible for communication, outbound communication, or communication with upper management. Each project manager has to evaluate what type of management is needed for that area that they're managing, and they need to run the project that's appropriate for that area. So I think a good PMO organization understands those nuances and understands the differences between, say, marketing and product development, and has data and templates that are appropriate for the project that those project managers are developing.
A PMO can also be just as destructive as it is positive, especially when processes are overly complicated and very difficult. Sometimes we'll see that there's hundreds of documentation and you can't find anything, or the documentation is very old and it's not relatable anymore. It could also go ahead and assist with additional meetings that are not needed. It's just really making sure that the PMO is right for you and your team.
Some things that can detract from the value of a project management organization many times for me is just unevenness. When you have a project management organization where the project managers are of various skill sets or their expertise is varied and uneven, particularly for the people working on the team, when the team can't expect that every project manager is going to be a solid PM, I think that creates a lot of anxiety on the team and a lot of unevenness in the results of those projects.
The primary purpose of a good project management office is to serve the needs of the organization's project managers. A common joke that I've heard on many occasions is concerning the government. When a government official comes and looks at you in the eye and says, "We're here to help," normally that's a pretty good laugh line. Well, unfortunately, that laugh line can hold true for PMOs as well. When a project management office or PMO is perceived as value added and moves the organizational project management bar upwards, it is indeed value added and perceived as such by the project managers in the organization. However, when a project management office becomes adversarial and is looked upon as a blocker, then the value is reduced.
When you have a manager or a stakeholder that doesn't want a PMO to actually be in your organization, things that you can do to help present and help negotiate to have one would be of course, to come with the data. Be planned as much as possible. Come with testimonies. Talk about how you had one at your previous job and how it was very beneficial. Talk about the pros and cons of not having a PMO and what will happen.
Well, just don't walk up to them and say, "I've got this great idea, let's create a project management office." The best approach is to perform a root cause analysis of the organization's project management function as a whole. Determine what is working, what is not working, what needs to start, what needs to stop, what needs to stay, and what needs to change. As part of that root cause analysis, try to determine how creation of a project management office could potentially help provide needed solutions and propose that this new PMO configure itself and its duties based on that objective analysis. Be able to show the data, show what needs to be done, and show how a PMO creation is the best choice to achieve that goal.
Well, I've been through this process before, and it is a challenge, but it isn't impossible. Especially in an organization where project management may not be the priority or seen as a priority, and that type of process may not be valued. And now, I want you to understand, it can't be done right away. It has to be over time. This isn't something you're going to come in and do in 6 months or a year or 2 years. It's something that you have to gain the favor of management. So that's the first step, is really getting management to support it. The second step is showing that value. And that may be some kind of pilot for a couple projects. And then you can start to develop that and put some real strong policies and procedures around that. But rolling it out slowly and incrementally is really the best way to approach that.
Welcome to the 12 Principles of Project Management. After watching this video, you will be able to describe project management principles, and define the key principles listed in the Project Management Body of Knowledge, or PMBOK 7th edition. Project management principles are the fundamental concepts, practices, and techniques that guide the effective management of projects. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, developed 12 principles of project management, and these principles are defined in the PMBOK 7th edition. Effective project management is based on these principles, which ensure the success of a project. The 12 principles of project management are being a diligent, respectful, and caring steward, creating a collaborative project team environment, effectively engaging with stakeholders, focusing on value, recognizing, evaluating, and responding to system interactions, demonstrating leadership behaviors, tailoring based on the context, building quality into processes and deliverables, navigating complexity, optimizing risk responses, embracing adaptability and resiliency, and enabling change to achieve the envisioned future state. So, the first principle is being a diligent, respectful, and caring steward. And stewardship means being entrusted with the care of a project. It includes responsibilities within and external to an organization. Stewardship also includes upholding ethics and values. An effective project manager must perform their duty with certain qualities, which include integrity, care, trustworthiness, and compliance. Stewards show an extensive commitment to a project's financial, social, and environmental aspects. The second principle is creating a collaborative project team environment. A project team consists of individuals with diverse skills, knowledge, and experience. And establishing a culture of respect and collaboration is essential to accomplish objectives effectively and efficiently. Team learning and development should be encouraged, which leads to increased innovation and efficiency. Everyone involved in a project contributes to achieving the desired outcomes, and this helps create a sense of ownership and commitment among team members. The third principle is effectively engaging with stakeholders. A stakeholder is someone who may affect or be affected by the project. Recognize how stakeholders affect a project, its performance, and the results. Involve them in an effective manner and to the extent necessary to contribute to achieving project goals and customer satisfaction. Now, the fourth principle is focusing on value. Value is the ultimate indicator of project success, and it can be financial or non-financial, like goodwill or social benefits. It can be generated in the course of project execution, at its conclusion, or after it is finished. Ensure project benefits are attained by defining the project value, working together, and ensuring the team's success. The fifth principle is recognizing, evaluating, and responding to system interactions. A project team must recognize the project as a system, and like a system, a project has various independent and interacting components. Systems are ever-evolving and need constant attention to both internal and external circumstances. Positive outcomes should be facilitated through responsiveness and teamwork. The sixth principle is demonstrating leadership behaviors. A project can be successful if the leadership demonstrates vision, innovation, motivation, and empathy. And any member of a project team can demonstrate leadership behavior. An effective leader has certain qualities, and these include recognizing differences in motivation among team members and projects, accepting responsibility for outcomes, showing respect and fairness to other team members, and maintaining integrity and honesty at work. The seventh principle is tailoring based on context. Each project is unique, and the key to a project's success is its ability to adapt to unique contexts and identify the most effective means of achieving the desired results. It results in enhanced innovation, efficiency, and productivity. Now, the next principle is building quality into processes and deliverables. Project quality involves satisfying stakeholders' expectations and meeting project requirements. Project deliverables should comply with the need, application, and acceptability standards established by the key stakeholders. To attain the required quality, appropriate and effective project processes must be implemented. Another important project management principle is navigating complexity. It means a project manager must modify their management approach based on the project's complexity level. And complexity in project management can arise from a number of factors, including human behavior, system behavior, ambiguity and uncertainty, and digital transformation. Project complexity must be continuously evaluated and managed to complete the project lifecycle. The 10th project management principle is optimizing risk responses. Risk is an uncertain future event that can affect a project positively or negatively. Risk management should involve a balance between risk appetite and thresholds. Risk appetite is the degree of risk a company is ready to take or suffers to achieve its goals. Risk thresholds are specific levels or points at which a risk becomes unacceptable and requires a response. When developing risk management strategies, it is important to consider an organization's risk appetite and risk thresholds to ensure that risk responses are appropriate. Next, embracing adaptability and resiliency is the 11th principle of project management. Despite careful planning, unexpected events and changes may occur during a project's lifecycle. Adaptability means being able to adjust to changing circumstances and requirements, and resiliency means the ability to recover quickly from setbacks, challenges, and failures. So, in project management, resiliency means the ability to respond to unexpected events and continue moving forward. A project manager must create backup plans, communicate effectively with stakeholders, and maintain flexibility throughout the project's lifecycle in order to incorporate adaptation and resiliency in project management. Finally, the last principle is enabling change to achieve the envisioned future state. Every project aims to bring about the change necessary for an organization to achieve its objectives. Change may be challenging, though, and resistance to change can be a serious obstacle to a project's success. A project manager can help achieve the organization's goal and build a better future state by facilitating change. And this requires a combination of strong leadership, effective communication, and commitment to continuous improvement. In this video, you learned that project management principles are the fundamental concepts, practices, and techniques that guide the effective management of projects. And the PMBOK defines 12 principles of project management.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Principles of Project Management. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing the 12 principles of project management.
Which of the 12 principles, in your opinion, is most critical and why? Adaptability and resiliency is by far the most critical of the 12 principles, in my opinion. No matter how much you plan, surprises will always pop up. There could be a major product bug. Your client has a large volume of feedback that comes last minute that you weren't expecting. Maybe your creative producer is suddenly out sick for a week. In these stressful situations, your team is likely going to have an emotional reaction. But it's the role of the project manager to stay calm, reach out to the proper stakeholders, and lead the charge on brainstorming solutions. The project team should have full confidence that the project manager will communicate the new plan through the correct channels at the right times. This puts the whole team at ease and frees them up so they can focus on immediate tasks.
So first, let's address the obvious answer. All 12 of the principles are important. However, in the interest of time and brevity, let me choose the two, in my opinion, from the 12 that really stand out. Number 1, be a diligent, respectful, and caring steward. Stewardship involves acting with integrity, caring for the team, being trustworthy, and complying with organizational standards. A project manager needs to strive for service before self. If this does not happen, the team will lack trust, confidence, and team continuity and effectiveness will ultimately suffer. Secondly, create a collaborative team environment. Projects are not solely delivered by the project manager alone. They are delivered by a team. The team needs to work within organizational and professional guidelines to develop their own culture.
I would absolutely say a team is the most critical within the 12 principles. Without a team, you don't have a project. I'm going to give an example of a recent project that I had over the last couple of years. We had a great team. There was definitely some team building opportunities in there, and I had a section of the overall program. With that, I was still very new to this type of product, and we had a lot of new people involved. We didn't know exactly everything that was needed. However, we did have a team constraint. We didn't know that at the very beginning until much later on when we ended up missing a milestone. And unfortunately, I really don't like failing. I'm sure nobody else really does either. But we had the opportunity to take it as a lesson to learn, especially since it was the very beginning of that project. Again, without a team, you don't have a project. Is there anything you would add for the 12 principles? I would add training. I find education to be extremely important, especially in any sort of circumstances, whether it's a job, outside of work. You want to know as much as possible so you can easily speak to it and take quick action when needed.
I think the 12 principles as written are highly effective and very comprehensive, but if I were to add a 13th, I would likely add a new principle to show courage and conviction. Not every project is perfect. Create an environment where stakeholders invite what we refer to as functional or good conflict. Disagree when something doesn't seem right. Ask questions. Share opinions openly. Have the discussion. A fear of open conflict may leave critical inputs not shared. These inputs may be the difference between project success and project failure.
I wouldn't add anything to the PMI 12 principles, but I'd perhaps modify the principle of leadership to servant leadership. Project managers should put their egos to the side and find ways to serve the team. And that can take many forms. Maybe it's taking the extra time to talk to a frustrated project team member and show them empathy. Maybe it's delivering bad news to a client instead of your teammate that just worked a long shift to try to solve a problem. It could look like maybe encouraging a quieter teammate to share their opinion in a meeting. And my favorite of all is celebrating the success of others with leadership. Project managers are witness to a lot of incredible work that leaders miss because they're just so busy. Take an extra 5 minutes and write a quick email and brag about others. Your team will be so happy you did.
I have a lot of examples of when one or more of the 12 principles of project management have not been adhered to. I think there's a combination of two principles that when they're not met really leads to a negative experience. And that's when there's poor leadership and when there's poor stakeholder management. And both of them you'll see start bubbling up to the top as an issue if you have a poor communication plan or are a poor communicator as the project lead. Without clear communication, you're not going to be a good leader and you're not going to have good stakeholder management. And the minute your stakeholders are not behind you on the project, whether they're internal, external, or part of your project team, the work isn't going to get done in the way that you desire it to be done.
Again, I'm going to turn to case studies that are well documented in the Project Management Institute, www.pmi.org. The City of Montreal was awarded the honor of hosting the 1976 Olympics. They set out to build a model set of facilities to support this special event. Unfortunately, the original schedule and the original budget were not met. Many planned facilities were not ready or incomplete when the games began. The original budget of $160 million ultimately ended up costing over $430 million. Every one of the 12 project principles were not adhered to. Let me go ahead and share two examples. Number 1, the mayor of Montreal assumed project management responsibilities. He misrepresented the facts of the project, did not follow proven contracting guidelines, made deals behind the scene, and ultimately lost the trust of the team and city as a whole. This mayor was a poor steward. Secondly, the mayor also acted unilaterally and virtually did his own thing. Team communications were not effective. The team had no clear direction. Contributions to solve design problems were totally ignored. And the overall culture of the project was caustic at best. The mayor failed to create a collaborative team environment.
Welcome to project management in a virtual environment. After watching this video, you will be able to describe a virtual team, discuss the pros and cons of a virtual team, and explain how to effectively manage virtual teams. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, states that a project manager needs to plan communications carefully to realize virtual team advantages and avoid the disadvantages. But first, what is a virtual team? A virtual team is a group of people who work together on a project but are geographically dispersed and communicate using digital tools. The PMI recognizes 4 main advantages of a virtual team. A virtual team helps leverage special expertise from multiple locations. As members may be employed anywhere, the limitation of using only the local talent pool is removed. A virtual team incorporates employees working from home, and this also allows more opportunities for working with employees with disabilities or mobility issues. Such a team can also employ those unable to travel to the workplace. A virtual team can also help reduce the price of office space, travel, and other overhead expenditures that a physical workplace has to bear. So, what are some of the disadvantages of a virtual team? A virtual team depends on the internet and a computer to accomplish their work. Due to this, technology-related problems might prevent employees from working from home till the problem is fixed. Because of different time zones, virtual teams may face challenges in communication and be deprived of face-to-face interactions. Virtual teams may also struggle with cultural and language differences in addition to different work styles. Also, individuals may feel lonely and isolated while working in virtual worlds and develop trust issues. Managing a virtual team requires a unique set of abilities. A project manager must be aware of the pitfalls to avoid and the proactive steps to take. Let's discuss some important points to effectively manage virtual teams. Projects where geographically dispersed teams adversely impact project management should be avoided. A virtual team's effectiveness is also less likely to increase due to project complexity. Ensure thorough preparation to mitigate these built-in risks. Create a culture of trust by building relationships with team members and encouraging collaboration. Team members should be encouraged to share their ideas and feedback openly. Train your employees and invest in technology. Provide your team members with the resources and tools they need to operate efficiently. Also, provide assistance and training for utilizing project management software effectively. And ensure that real-time support is available for virtual team members if they encounter problems. Being consistently accessible to the team is necessary for a project manager to provide a source of guidance and leadership. Here's a few more important points. Be inclusive. Regularly provide information and updates to your virtual team members to overcome any possible feelings of isolation. Define the project's vision. Ensure each team member is aware of the objectives and advantages of the project. Develop a team charter outlining the purpose, goals, roles, responsibilities, and expectations of a team. Ensure roles and responsibilities are clearly defined and communicated. Leave no questions unanswered. Finally, note that a virtual teamwork environment requires people to be self-sufficient and self-motivated with the support of their virtual team managers. When building your teams, Ensure you hire those who can work and thrive in a remote work setup. In this video, you learned that a virtual team is a group of people who work together on a project but are geographically dispersed and communicate using digital tools. The advantages of a virtual team include expertise from multiple locations, employees working from home, including employees with disabilities, and saving travel and office expenses. The disadvantages of a virtual team include limited technology available, time zones, cultural and language difficulties, and employees feeling isolated. And several ways to effectively manage virtual teams include building trust across the virtual team, investing in technology and training, being inclusive, and more. Welcome to Effective Meeting Management. After watching this video, you will be able to organize and lead effective meetings, summarize when meetings are required, and explain the 12 key success factors of effective meeting management. Meetings are part of everyday project management, and meetings may be formal, informal, face-to-face, virtual, planned, or impromptu. And effective meetings are a critical tool project managers use to engage the project team and stakeholders, relay information, solve problems, make decisions, and more. According to the Project Management Institute, or PMI, meetings are a primary means of communication throughout a project, and using best practices in meeting management helps a project manager be more successful. Now, project managers may need to facilitate several types of meetings depending on the environment. Several common meeting types exist in a traditional waterfall or predictive lifecycle environment. Pre-baseline and baseline presentations, kickoff meetings to gain stakeholder acceptance, periodic status meetings, change management meetings, requirement solicitation and analysis meetings, bidder conferences, and closeout and lessons learned. In an agile or adaptive environment, a project manager may oversee these following meetings: customer requirement meetings, product backlog refinement, sprint or iteration planning, daily stand-up meetings, sprint or iteration reviews, and retrospectives. Many managers schedule meetings when they are not required, and some actions and communications do not require a formal meeting. The project manager must know when a meeting is the best communication choice. Here are a few examples of when the manager should schedule a meeting: when the information is complex, when the team is generating ideas, or the team needs to reach a consensus and agree to commitments. Also, when the team needs to make a decision, the manager wants to build a team, or when many stakeholders are part of the project. So, meetings are both a science and an art, and a productive meeting can move a project forward, while an unproductive meeting can impact the project negatively. Here are 12 key factors to meeting success every project manager should consider. Always have a measurable outcome. Each meeting should have a quantifiable goal that all attendees understand. Develop and share an agenda, and this can be a simple overview of topics in a meeting invite or a formal document. Send the agenda out 48 hours in advance. If the agenda had been sent out earlier, it would not have become a priority for attendees to read and review immediately. Participants may have limited preparation time if the agenda is sent out later. Communicate the meeting purpose. Ensure all participants understand the purpose and why they must attend the meeting. Share materials and pre-work. This goes hand in hand with developing and sharing an agenda. Let participants know preparation expectations and allow 48 hours before the meeting to prepare. Be inclusive. Try to delegate some meeting topics to others. Participants will be more committed if they have accountability for the presentation and results. Use a parking lot. Document off-topic discussions on a whiteboard. Be polite and let the stakeholder know this topic, and that a plan for follow-up discussions will be addressed at the end of the meeting. Next, enlist the support of a note-taker. The facilitator should not be responsible for taking notes, but should focus on the stakeholders. Ask a team member to take notes and work together after the meeting to review them. Assign owners to action items. Always summarize agreements and commitments. Review them and ensure stakeholders understand the next steps. Practice non-attribution. Create an environment where stakeholders feel comfortable discussing the project openly, including opinions that may conflict with others. The facilitator must control conflict to ensure it remains functional or productive. Publish the notes or minutes. Document and distribute meeting minutes within 24 hours of the meeting conclusion, and this will reduce the risk of stakeholders not recalling commitments made during the meeting. And finally, end early if the meeting objectives are met. Meet for purpose, not for time. In this video, you learned that meetings are a critical tool a project manager uses to engage the project team and stakeholders, relay information, solve problems, make decisions, and more. Some communications do not require a formal meeting. And 12 factors to meeting success include having measurable outcomes, sharing an agenda, sending the agenda 48 hours before the meeting, communicating the purpose of the meeting, sharing materials and pre-work 48 hours before the meeting, being inclusive and delegating meeting topics to others, using a parking lot to park off-topic discussions until the end of the meeting, assigning a note-taker, assigning owners to action items, practicing non-attribution to resolve conflict, publishing the minutes within 24 hours of the meeting, and meeting for a purpose, not for time. Welcome to Influencing for Results Part 1. After watching this video, you will be able to describe effective influencing skills and summarize common aspects essential to team development. Effective influencing abilities are the abilities and behaviors that allow individuals to convince and encourage others to follow a desired course of action. And there are 7 influencing abilities that are important for project managers to master. Provide members with a reason to be self-motivated. Stakeholders are often driven by success, allegiance, power, or a mix of these factors. Help to recognize and resolve conflicts between stakeholders. Effective influencing helps to reach agreements by understanding the needs of both parties. Collaborate with team members to make effective decisions. Make sure everyone has an opportunity to contribute and that buy-in is achieved. Next, to be self-aware and responsible for your actions and emotions. By managing oneself effectively, one becomes more socially aware, has better relationships, and performs better as a team. Adapt leadership approaches to the demands of the stakeholders, and this includes developing connections, expressing empathy, and showing a genuine interest in others' opinions. Recognize the diverse communication preferences of important stakeholders and adapt communications as applicable. And finally, manage and share change. Project managers must be able to convey to stakeholders the advantages of change, negotiate the resistance to change, and guide stakeholders through the transition process. Now, the Project Management Institute, or PMI, recommends 5 common aspects essential to team development. Everyone in the team must be aware of the vision and objectives of the project to ensure that everyone is on the same page and working towards a common goal. Value-added vision is attained by team commitment and is crucial for success of the project. Roles and duties should be specified early on in the project so that the team is committed to and aware of their responsibilities. Any training or skill gaps should be filled. Project team operations are the activities used to oversee a team carrying out a project. The important aspects of project team operations include team formation, project planning, and monitoring and control. The PMI suggests creating a team charter to establish ground rules and conventions that direct the team. Provide guidance to members whenever they need it. The management strategy, known as Management by Wandering About, or MBWA, involves the manager spending time talking to and watching the employees while they are at work. Finally, feedback is crucial to growth. Discuss what works well and what needs improvement. Set goals while cooperating with the team, and team members should get the chance to develop their talents. In this video, you learned that effective influencing abilities and behaviors allow individuals to convince and encourage others to follow a desired course of action. And 5 common aspects essential to team development include objective awareness, early role assignments, project team operations, guidance, and feedback. Welcome to Influencing for Results Part 2. After watching this video, you will be able to explain different models to motivate others. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, has defined several methods for effectively influencing stakeholders. The common models discussed here are Theory XYZ, the 7-step team performance model, and the influence diagram. The first model is Theories X, Y, and Z. These are 3 different approaches to understanding employee motivation and management styles which can impact effective influencing. Theory X was proposed by Douglas McGregor, and this theory assumes that employees are motivated primarily by self-interest, which is essentially a desire to increase earnings with the least amount of work. Therefore, managers use financial incentives and punishments as the primary drivers of employee behavior. Such team members can be influenced by using a hands-on and top-down management approach. Theory Y, which was also proposed by Douglas McGregor, says employees generally want to work, enjoy their jobs, and are innovative and creative. Such team members can be influenced by using a personal coaching style. It also encourages discussion and innovation and helps to create a positive work environment. And Theory Z assumes that employees are motivated by a sense of community and a shared sense of purpose. If a manager holds a Theory Z mindset, he is more likely to prioritize team building, collaboration, and open communication to influence the employees. This effective approach can create a strong sense of connection and commitment to the organization. Next, the Drexler-Sibbitt Team Performance Model, or 7-Step Team Performance Model, is a framework that describes the stages of team development and provides instructions on how to proceed through each phase successfully. This model has 7 stages that are divided into 2 groups: creating stages and sustaining stages. The creating stages include the 4 initial stages of group development, and they focus on establishing the team's purpose, building relationships, and clarifying goals. They are orientation, trust building, goal clarification, and commitment. The sustaining stages start after the group has adjusted and established itself. During this stage, they identify and share actions for enhancing sustainability and performance in the team. And these last 3 steps include implementation, high performance, and renewal. So the first step, orientation, answers the question, why am I here? The team needs to understand its purpose and what being a member means. The second step is the trust-building stage. It answers questions related to who. Team members work together to create trust and establish open communication. They learn about each other's strengths and weaknesses and begin to rely on one another to achieve goals. The third step answers the question, what are we doing, and gives goal clarification. The team defines its goals and decides how it will evaluate success. The main focus is on setting clear and quantifiable goals based on the stakeholders' expectations and requirements. The fourth step is commitment, and it answers questions related to how will we do it. The team decides how exactly it will reach its objectives by discussing particular courses of action, deciding how to distribute resources, and defining each member's responsibilities. Now, the fifth step, implementation, involves sequencing and scheduling tasks. The team asks itself questions like who does what, when, and where. The team executes its plan, and members work together to complete tasks and achieve goals. The next step is high performance. A team enters the high performance stage when it has mastered its operations and can adapt to changes and achieve its objectives. Now, the team members work together and require minimal oversight, and there is a sense of shared ownership and accountability for achieving goals. The seventh and final step of the 7-step team performance model is renewal. As the team reaches the end of its journey, they reflect on their accomplishments and learn from their experiences. Team cohesion is evaluated at this stage, and required changes are made, and new members could also be employed. Now, the third model is the influence diagram. This diagram is a graphical representation of the factors involved in making decisions. It represents and analyzes the factors that motivate or demotivate decision-making, and the diagram can be used by a team or individually. An influence diagram shows the factors for increasing and reducing influence. Factors that reduce influence are poor communications, poor issues management, limited growth opportunities, and lack of project vision. Factors that increase influence are building relationships, being accessible, building trust, and active listening. In this video, you learned that the PMI defines the following methods for influencing stakeholders: Theory XYZ, the 7-step team performance model, and the influence diagram. Theory XYZ is made up of 3 approaches to understand employee motivation and management styles. The 7-step team performance model is a framework that describes the stages of team development. And the influence diagram is a graphical representation of the factors involved in decision-making.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Developing and Managing a Team. In this video, we will hear from project managers on how to effectively develop and manage a team.
Developing and managing a team is a very complicated and involved process. I don't think there are any really quick answers to the question of how to do that effectively. I think there's some general guidelines that I've found effective in my career that can help you develop and manage a team. The first is to really understand the people on the team and what their passions are and what their skills are. When I put a team together, I always try to find what people are naturally good at, what they've been trained to be good at, and then what do they really care about? What do they really want to be doing? What do they really want to be working on? How do they want to conduct their role at the workplace or the job that they're doing? Sometimes a person may join your team and they may not be the right fit for the role that they had joined for. And as a person that's trying to develop that team, you're constantly looking at each individual and analyzing, is this person in the right role? Sometimes that may mean that a person needs to move to a different team and they're not on your team anymore. Sometimes it may just be a little bit of training. They have the right dispositions, they have the right talent, they just need to get trained up on a specific area of your team. But constantly looking at how to develop your folks, your people in a way that's good for them will help them be better for the organization and for the projects that they're actually working on. Another thing that I found over the years that has been really effective is to make sure that you don't treat work like it's not work. I see a lot of managers that try to make work a person's life rather than an important, albeit important aspect, but just an aspect of their life.
And the one thing that is consistently important is leading by example. Teams want to know that they can believe in the leader. Now, the team wants to know you have their back. And they want to know that their creativity, their ideas, their input is valued. They have to feel that their work is valued. And this helps build teams and allow them to go through that whole team building process of forming, storming, norming, performing. And you have to let that play out naturally.
I think I can. A dispersed team was tasked to document and improve a critical finance project at a major wireless company. The project was chaotic, to say the least. There was poor communications. Everyone did things in a way that was comfortable for them, and respect and collaboration for one another was quite minimal. The project manager called the team together to discuss the dysfunctionality of this team. Common ground rules and norms were established, and the entire team agreed to abide by them. More importantly, the team not only committed to these behavioral rules, but were willing to hold others accountable to them as well. The result of this meeting was creation of a team charter that guided behavior throughout the project and turned a potential disaster into an amazing success.
A team building activity that I participated in that was really fun and I think really brought the team together was a couple of years ago. There were about 12 people involved in the project or in the event, and the goal was to align ourselves next to each other, some people on the left, some people on the right, and place our hands in such a way that a chute, or think of it as a ski jump, is created. So the first people in the line are standing up and the last people in the line are down on the floor. And so there's a chute that's created with their hands and a ball is run down the chute successfully. The team building part of it is 11 of the 12 people had to have their eyes closed. And one of the 12 people could have their eyes open, but they could not talk. So the 11 people with their eyes closed could talk. The one person with their eyes open could not talk. That person had to guide people to form the chute simply by placing them in the right spot through touch, through eye contact, through looking and gesturing and things like that. The team building aspect of it came to be when the people who could speak but not hear figured out what it was that they were doing. And then they could tell everybody, hey, this is what we're doing. We're making this chute. And for some reason, because they didn't know about the ball. And so they were able to help the person who did have their eyes open, get everybody aligned properly so the ball could run down the chute. It was a really fun event, and it really showed how you can work differently with people to get the job done.
That's a yes or no answer, and the answer is yes, with this caveat. Admittedly, it is far more difficult. So a couple of tips. Number one, do your best to get the team together for a non-work-related virtual meeting where the cameras are on and the team shares a bit about themselves. Have an icebreaker. It doesn't have to be more than 15 or 30 minutes, but this is an important event to bring the team together initially and hopefully build a little bit of trust. Secondly, apply what we shared in the previous question. Remember the team charter concept where we define norms and ground rules? A team charter is almost essential in a virtual environment, in particular if you're bringing a team together and these team members have never worked together before. Finally, develop and implement a communications management plan. Why? To ensure communications is organized and agreed upon by all key stakeholders.
I think it's entirely possible to build an effective team in a virtual environment. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of differences from being in an office, but I think a virtual environment can be very effective. And, it probably goes without saying, but I think the tool sets and the tools that people use in a virtual environment are a big part of whether that team is going to be successful. I think the way that you can build an effective virtual team is to ensure that people working on the team have the right tools. You can have a really nice collaborative environment, but people may not know how to use the tools properly so that they can work collaboratively. So having the tools is important. Making sure people understand how to use those tools is equally important.
Welcome to Leading Change. After watching this video, you will be able to describe elements of change management and explain the 3 common change models. Change happens in all projects, and it can affect systems, behaviors, activities, business requirements, and culture. The project manager and team must know how to manage change. According to the Project Management Institute, or PMI, change management consists of 5 interrelated elements, including formulating change, planning change, implementing change, managing the transition, and sustaining change. The first element, formulating change, is where the project manager communicates the value and purpose of the change. The project manager explains how the improvement will transform the organization's present insufficient status into a better future status. The second element is planning the change. The project manager identifies and plans any changed project operations, and planning eases a stakeholder's transition, especially if they are involved in the delivery. In the implementing change element, the project manager must identify potential problems and fix them. This includes requesting feedback from the team and making required changes to keep the project on track. The next element, managing transitions, addresses issues during the project's transition from the present to future conditions. The project manager must fix unresolved issues to achieve the desired state. And the last element is sustaining change. Now the project manager must see that the change is sustained in the future state, and if not sustained, what needs to be fixed? Organizations can choose from several models to plan and implement change effectively. Commonly used models are the ADKAR model, the Cotter change model, and the Bridges transition model. The ADKAR model is outcome-oriented. It outlines specific objectives that provide long-lasting effects. The ADKAR model consists of 5 stages: awareness, desire, knowledge, ability, and reinforcement. So the first step is creating awareness of the need for change. The project manager explains why the change is necessary, what it will entail, and its impact on the team. The second stage involves explaining the benefits and risks of the change. In the third stage, the team receives training and knowledge of how to change by discussing roles and responsibilities, innovative techniques, and procedures. In the fourth stage, anyone who needs help with the change will receive resources, tools, and support. In the last stage, the project manager reinforces change by adding incentives, kudos, criticism, and assessment to promote the winning situation and sustain the transition successfully. The next model, the Cotter change model, introduced by John Cotter, is an 8-step process for successfully implementing organizational change. In this top-down approach, the need originates at the organization's top, and this model has 8 steps. Create a sense of urgency, form a powerful coalition, create a vision for the change, communicate the vision, remove obstacles, create short-term wins, build on the change, and anchor the changes in corporate culture. So, first, establish a sense of urgency for the change among managers and employees. Ask for their input on what is driving the need for change. You must identify potential threats or opportunities driving the need for change. Also, it is essential to share the value proposition. Next, create a powerful coalition by building a capable team with the necessary abilities, qualifications, reputation, connections, and authority to lead the change activities and influence stakeholders. In the third step, all stakeholders must share a clear and compelling vision for the change consistent with the organization's values and goals. In the fourth step, you communicate the vision and the strategies to inspire the rest of the company to accept and support changes. Note that there may be challenges in implementing this organizational transformation. Next, remove obstacles like inadequate processes, employee reluctance to change, supervisors who lack authority, corporate policies, and structure. In the sixth step, setting short-term targets that the team can achieve are set. This is critical to maintaining momentum and inspiring employees to support the initiative. Recognize small victories to enhance confidence, maintain momentum, and spread excitement throughout the company. Next is to build on the change. While the team is celebrating their short-term wins from Step 6, more challenging goals should be pursued to continue improvement. And finally, the last step anchors the changes in corporate culture. The leaders must cultivate the new culture to sustain change by sharing the vision and success stories with everyone. Now, the last model commonly used to plan and implement change effectively, the Bridges Transition Model by William Bridges, helps individuals understand and manage a transition's emotional and psychological aspects. The 3 stages an individual experiences during change are ending, losing, and letting go, the neutral zone, and the new beginning. In the ending, losing, and letting go stage, individuals acknowledge their losses and learn to cope by deciding what they will preserve or lose. And this experience could cause sadness, loss, or relief. The second stage is the neutral zone. In this transitional period, individuals have not yet adjusted to the new situation, and some individuals' productivity may drop during this stage due to continued frustration or confusion, while others will grow as they open to new possibilities. The third and final stage is the new beginning stage. Individuals have adjusted to change and are moving forward. They may feel a sense of accomplishment and optimism in taking on new challenges and opportunities. In this video, you learned that change can affect systems, behaviors, activities, business requirements, and culture. The PMI's 5 interrelated elements of change include formulating change, planning change, implementing change, managing the transition, and sustaining change. And 3 commonly used models to implement change include the ADKAR model, the Cotter Change Model, and the Bridges Transition Model. Welcome to Managing Quality. After watching this video, you will be able to define the PMI project management quality process, differentiate between quality assurance or QA and quality control or QC, and discuss tools and techniques used in quality management. Project quality management ensures that the deliverables are valuable and conform to requirements. It requires careful planning and execution to accomplish this. The Project Management Body of Knowledge, 7th edition, or PMBOK 7, breaks out costs of quality into 2 categories: costs of compliance and costs of non-compliance. Compliance costs abide by the laws, rules, and regulations issued by regulatory bodies, governments, or industry standards, and there are 2 categories of compliance costs: prevention costs and appraisal costs. Prevention costs include expenses to prevent defects, and prevention costs also include product or service requirements, quality planning, quality assurance, and training. Appraisal costs evaluate the degree of compliance, and appraisal costs include these expenses: verification, quality audits, and supplier assessments and ratings. Non-compliance costs do not obey laws, rules, or industry standards, and these expenses can be internal or external failures. Internal failures include expenses to find and correct defects before delivering the final product. Internal failure costs are waste, scrap, and failure analysis. External failure expenses happen after the product is delivered, and they are repairs and servicing, warranty claims, complaints, returns, and reputation. Now, project quality management is a straightforward 3-step approach: plan quality management, manage quality, and control quality. Planning quality management is a process that determines the project's requirements, standards, and procedures to attain the desired quality. It also develops a quality management plan. The quality assurance or QA stage puts the quality management plan into practice and ensures that the project conforms to standards, policies, and procedures. It employs quality audits to prevent issues from arising. Throughout the project, quality control or QC monitors project outcomes to make sure they meet the quality standards. QC identifies problems in the product or service and addresses them before they affect final delivery. Quality control examines the product's or service's completeness, compliance, and suitability for use. So, how do you differentiate between QA and QC? QA is a preventative process, but QC is a corrective process. QA is a proactive process before production or delivery. QC is a reactive process during or after production or delivery. And QA focuses on improvement and process optimization, while QC focuses on finding and fixing defects. Some tools and techniques commonly used in quality management to improve the quality of products or services include affinity diagrams, histograms, cause and effect diagrams, scatter diagrams, designing for X, CAPM diagrams, flowcharts, mind mapping, logical data models, and matrix diagrams. An affinity diagram organizes and classifies large amounts of data or ideas collected through brainstorming sessions. Then the ideas are grouped based on relationships and similarities. A histogram is a bar chart depicting a variable's distribution over time. It represents the distribution by mean. Histograms are commonly used in quality management to evaluate and improve processes, identify areas of variation, and track performance over time. Cause and effect diagrams show the relationship between the results and root causes of problems. The Ishikawa diagram, named after its creator, Japanese quality control expert Kaoru Ishikawa, is also known as the fishbone diagram, since its structure resembles a fish, with the problem or effect being the head of the fish and the potential causes represented as the bones. Scatter diagrams discover patterns and trends in data to show the strength and direction of a relationship between two variables. In this illustration of two statistically independent variables, the two variables are plotted along two axes, and the pattern of the resulting points reveal the correlation. The design for X, or design for excellence, lays out guidelines for reaching a project's objectives. It reviews and improves the new product or process design before manufacturing. CAPM stands for suppliers, inputs, processes, outputs, and customers. A CAPM diagram, a Six Sigma tool, identifies the critical elements of a process, defines its boundaries, and determines the stakeholders involved. A flowchart visually represents the sequence of steps and decisions needed. The diagram includes notes for each step, and steps are linked by connecting lines and directional arrows. The logical data model is used to identify the areas where quality issues arise. It identifies potential solutions. Mind maps record and arrange concepts and data systematically. They involve creating a diagram representing the main idea or topic in the center, with related ideas branching out hierarchically. Finally, matrix diagrams visualize complex relationships. They help identify how different elements in a project interact and depend on one another. In a table format, rows and columns represent different categories or dimensions. The intersections of these rows and columns describe the relationship between the categories. In this video, you learned that project quality management ensures that deliverables are valuable and conform to quality requirements. The PMBOK 7 breaks down the costs of quality into two categories: compliance costs, which abide by the laws, rules, and regulations issued by regulatory bodies, governments, or industry standards, and non-compliance costs, which do not obey laws, rules, or industry standards. The project quality management three-step approach includes planning quality management, managing quality, and controlling quality. QA is a preventative, proactive process which identifies and prevents potential defects in a project, whereas QC is a corrective, reactive process which identifies weaknesses in a project to take corrective action. And tools and techniques that managers use in quality management include affinity diagrams, histograms, cause and effect diagrams, scatter diagrams, designing for X, CAPM diagrams, flowcharts, mind mapping, logical data models, and matrix diagrams. Welcome to the project initiation phase. After watching this video, you will be able to define the key processes and tools that drive a project's initiation phase. Now, the initiation phase is the first of 5 phases or process groups in the Project Management Institute or PMI framework. During this phase, the project manager introduces the project to the team, defines it at a high level, and identifies key stakeholders and their roles. Successful completion of the initiation phase paves the way for the next project phase. Projects begin the initiation phase one of 3 ways. When the team approves a business case, the project sponsor and manager create a benefits management plan, which documents a problem or an opportunity, or when a service level agreement or SLA or a contract dictates action. Now, once the initiation process begins, the manager develops a project charter, and this document proves the project scope and objectives at a high level. The team uses the project charter to determine if the potential project is ready for the planning phase. So, project sponsors must approve every project charter before the next phase can begin. Sometimes, a sponsor requests that the project manager rework the charter, postpone the project, or cancel it altogether. If the sponsor approves the charter, the project manager is given authority, resources, and sponsor support to move the project to the planning phase. Once the sponsor approves the project charter, the project achieves pre-baseline status, and this means the project is ready to move to the planning phase. Next, the manager creates a project brief using the project charter and stakeholder register. A project brief provides an outline of the project charter. So, the project manager can identify stakeholders during the project charter development and after the sponsor approves the charter. The manager defines critical project stakeholder roles and responsibilities in the stakeholder register. Then finally, the project planning phase begins after the manager develops the stakeholder register. In this video, you learned that the project initiation phase is the first phase in the PMI framework. The initiation phase begins when the team approves the business case, when the project sponsor and a manager create a business management plan, or when a service level agreement or SLA dictates action. The project manager creates a project charter which provides project scope and objectives, and a stakeholder register which identifies stakeholder roles and responsibilities. The project sponsor then must approve the project charter for the project to achieve pre-baseline status. And finally, the manager creates a project brief with the project charter and stakeholder register, and then the project is ready to move to the planning phase. Welcome to Key Project Management Modeling Tools, Part 1. After watching this video, you will be able to describe project management tools, define the term business case, and explain how to create a business case. The numerous methods, techniques, and software applications that project managers employ to plan, execute effectively, and monitor projects are project management tools. And these tools give project managers a complete picture of the project to evaluate its progress or success. Some of the key project management tools used today include a business case, a project charter, and a project brief. A business case is a written document that justifies the need for a project by outlining how its advantages outweigh its drawbacks. A business case is created in the project's initiation phase and covers the project's goals, expenses, and benefits to convince stakeholders of a project's worth. A business case outlines a problem or opportunity and provides details of strategy alignment, risk exposure, practicality from an economic standpoint, return on investment, success metrics, and other factors. Senior management considers the business case after completion. If approved, the business case provides the information required to complete a project charter. There are 3 important elements of a business case: the business need, the project justification, and the business strategy. Every project has a goal, and usually, projects solve a specific business problem or create a business opportunity. Answering certain questions determines the need for a project. What is your project proposal? What are the overall project goals and objectives? Why is the project important? What value does the project deliver? What is the problem that it solves or the opportunity that it creates? And finally, what are the business drivers? After determining the need, you must justify the project by answering another set of questions. Do the costs outweigh the benefits? Why must this project be accepted now? What are the assumptions and constraints? And what are the potential risks? After obtaining the project justification, you must design the project strategy to inform stakeholders. Answer these questions to design the project strategy. How will the project be accomplished? What is the implementation strategy? And what are the planned milestones? If accepted, most of the data presented in a business case is elaborated upon in a project charter. The following scenario will help you to understand how to create a business case. The first part of creating a business case is to define the business need. To begin, you need to introduce the proposed project. In this scenario, it is developing a coffee shop application. Next, define the goal of the project, which, in this scenario, is to develop an app that allows customers to gain information, access menus, make online orders, and provide feedback. Then, define the situation or the context. Due to the absence of a physical store in the area, most competitors use an application to serve customers. Now, describe the value the project can offer. In this scenario, the app will accomplish the following: increase the store's revenue, improve customer satisfaction, improve employee efficiency, and streamline the ordering process at the store. Then identify the major challenge. In this scenario, the challenge will be to stay competitive and meet customer expectations. Finally, define the key project success driver, which, in this scenario, is to remain competitive and succeed in the growing market of coffee services. The second part of creating a business case is to justify the project. You must describe how the project cost outweighs its benefits. The cost is the amount spent on application development, network upgrade, and utilizing the services of a marketing consultant. The project benefits will include increased revenue, increased customer satisfaction, increase in the number of customers, and improvements in the store's efficiency. The cause of urgency is the reduction in sales by 12%. The constraint is the limited budget of $7,000. The assumption is to develop an app users want to use, significantly raising potential sales, traffic, and revenue. And the potential risks in this project include going over budget, design flaws, delays in the development, lack of acceptance by customers, and lack of financial security. Now, the third and final part of creating a business case is to create the business strategy, which will help execute the project successfully. You can design a business strategy as easily as making a simple list of what needs to be done and by when. Design the application by May, develop the app by June or July, test and launch the app by August, and receive feedback and make improvements to app by September or October. In this video, you learned that common project management tools include a business case, a project charter, and a project brief. A business case is a written document that covers the project's goals, expenses, and benefits to convince stakeholders of the project's worth. And 3 elements to consider when building a business case are the business need, the project justification, and the business strategy. Welcome to Key Project Management Modeling Tools, Part 2. After watching this video, you will be able to Explain the project charter with the help of an example, and explain the project brief with the help of an example. As defined by the Project Management Institute, or PMI, a project charter is a document issued by the project initiator or sponsor that formally authorizes the existence of a project and provides the project manager with the authority to apply organizational resources to project activities. A project charter is a document that outlines the key elements of a project and ensures a common understanding of the project's purpose, goals, and stakeholders. A project charter template usually includes project name, which should give the project an identifying name, and project goal, which should specify the project's goal and its proposed product or service. One can also include project value proposition and benefits, project problem or opportunity statement, project schedule, project manager, approval space, and authority or sponsor space. The following example will demonstrate how to design a project charter. First, you need to provide general information about the project titled ABC Coffee Shop Application. Next, you will initiate the development of the application, which aims to allow customers to gain information, access menus, make online orders, and provide feedback. And this project will provide the following benefits: increasing the store's revenue, improving customer satisfaction, improving employee efficiency, and streamlining the ordering process. The major challenge faced is that the majority of your competitors have functional applications already. Since the competitors were available online, you have noticed a 12% decline in sales. To stay competitive, you must use this application. So you begin the project in May and finish it in October, and Bethany Harris is appointed as the project manager and will be approved by Evan Marsh. The following assumptions are made while creating the project charter. Sales, customer traffic, and customer satisfaction will increase. The application will be accessible and used. The number of online orders and store efficiency will increase. The application can be developed in the defined period. The application will have the quality required for the available budget, and the functionality will match that of the competitor apps. Then the following constraints apply. An amount of $7,000 has been set as the budget. Only authorized vendors may be used for contracts, and only fixed price contracts are authorized. There are 5 proposed solutions. Get the application's design ready by May and ensure the required functionality is identified and incorporated. Send out proposals and finalize vendor development contracts. Complete the application development by June or July, build and evaluate the initial prototype, and identify the features to be incorporated into the app while staying on budget. Complete the application test by August. To test the application, perform a beta test with coffee shop employees only and test the functionality, identify defects, and resolve issues. You will then be able to launch the application in August. Make the application available at no charge to all customers. Market and advertise the application's availability. And lastly, gather feedback for 2 months and design version 2 with improved features. Next, you define the project priorities. The application should be launched in August. The budget should not exceed $7,000. Moderate functionality is needed in version 1, and functionality may be modified. So now that the priorities are defined, you turn your attention to the return on investment. You can predict that the sales will increase by 18%. Due to the achieved efficiency, expect a reduction in the amount of work required. And as compared to the cost of $7,000, sales are expected to grow by $60,000 in 1 year. Now, you will also need to be aware of the potential risk associated with the project. If the budget increases, return on investment will decrease. Design flaws may cause implementation delays and functionality limitations. Development delays will delay the planned schedules. Customer dissatisfaction may reduce projected sales growth. And financial security may help address customer trust issues. At last, the project charter will cover the resources required in the project. And you will need the following resources to complete the project: a project manager and team, marketing, IT, external developers, and contractors. A project brief provides stakeholders with a concise summary and overview of the project, as they don't need all the details. It lays the foundation for building a detailed project plan and helps ensure everyone involved in the project works toward a common goal. The information that a business case and a project charter contain is required to complete a project brief. The 7 pieces of information that a project brief contains include the project name, manager, purpose, benefits, schedule, costs, and sponsorship. The following example will assist you in learning about the project brief. In this example, the goal of the project is to develop an application that allows customers to gain information, access menus, make online orders, and provide feedback. Competitors currently have functional applications in place, and you need to beat the competition and maintain a competitive advantage. And next, the project will provide the following benefits: increased revenue, improvement in customer satisfaction, improvement in employee efficiency, and streamlined ordering process. The project is scheduled to begin in May and finish by October. The project costs are estimated to be $7,000, and sales will increase by 18% in 1 year. And finally, the project will be sponsored by Evan Marsh. In this video, you learned that a project charter is issued by the project initiator or sponsor that formally authorizes the existence of a project. A project charter is a document that ensures a common understanding of the project's purpose, goals, and stakeholders. The project charter template should include the project's name, goal, value, problem statement, schedule, manager, and approval contact. The project brief provides a concise summary of a project charter. And the project brief should include the project's name, manager, purpose, benefit, schedule, costs, and sponsor.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Project Initiation. In this video, we will hear from project managers on how to effectively initiate and kick off a project.
I think there's a few things that a project manager can do to successfully initiate and kick off a project. The first step for me in setting up a project and getting ready to roll it out to a broader team is to make sure that the project manager really understands what it is that the project is meant to accomplish. So, the second stage that I always do is make sure that people understand the ultimate goal, the outcome. I'm talking about really articulating the vision. So this is what the reason why we're developing this software. This is what the software is going to accomplish. This is the difference it's going to make in the user's or the client's life once we get this software out. The third stage for me is ensuring that the team really has a good sense of how the project is going to be managed, and also allowing for enough input so that as things aren't working, the team feels like they can adjust, and really ensure that my team understands that they have a voice, because the people that are actually doing the work have the best insights into a methodology, a project management methodology that's going to make that project successful.
Preparation is key to a solid project kickoff, and I find that many project managers don't prepare enough. PMs should gather and organize materials ahead of the meeting with their team for an internal kickoff. And if there are documents that are going to be referenced, have your links ready to add to the chat for quick reference. And also include those same links in the meeting notes that you send out after the kickoff. No one should ever be guessing on where to go to find things. We want to make it really, really easy for them. Also, take the time to discuss potential client questions that might occur during the external kickoff and have a plan for how to address them. I always recommend sending out a detailed agenda before your external kickoff so clients know what to expect. All this just sets the tone that your team is aligned, organized, and confident. You want to make a great first impression at the start of a project. And lastly, end your meeting on time. That shows that you respect people's time and busy schedule.
The first piece of advice that I want to give you, as a project manager, when you are assigned a new project, learn as much as you can about the project as quickly as you can. But let's go ahead and break this out into 3 steps. Step number 1, review the documents that initiated the project. These may include a statement of work, business case, contract. In some cases, it may be an email from your boss. Understand the what and the why behind the project. Step number 2, develop a project charter and share this project charter with a sponsor. Ensure the charter meets the needs of the project and the sponsor. Finalize approval. Until a sponsor approves the project charter, you're not ready to move forward. The final step, determine stakeholder support requirements and develop a stakeholder register. Ensure all stakeholders have well-defined roles and responsibilities. Ensure that they are identified early. And most importantly, have a discussion to determine if they're able to commit to these roles.
My expectations for a sufficient project brief is one that I can read and know from reading it that my project manager understands what it is that they're going to be doing. They know the goals of the project, they know the timeline that the client wants the project executed on, and they have a fairly clear understanding of the resources that need to be involved in the project.
It really depends on the type of project to find out what exactly you need in your brief. I'll give an example of when I worked at a cloud security company and we did implementations. A lot of times I would learn a lot of information from our sales team and anybody else that worked on a project with the customer previously. First off, I want to know what is the scope to find out what is in scope, what is considered out of scope, expectations, is there any unknowns that I need to know in there, any potential risk or issues, do we have any potential sales or anything like that for them, along with who is the key stakeholders.
Now, before the presentation is even made, one of the most important things you can have is that support of your champion or your sponsor. They have to see that executive management supports the project. That's half the battle. Another thing is that it authorizes the project. The project should never even start without this charter being agreed upon with your stakeholders. Why? Because the one thing that can derail a project is coming back later and people seeing that not everybody agreed, or someone standing up and saying, I'm a major stakeholder, but I never even agreed to this. I never got a chance to review this. I didn't know that that was going on. So you have to have all of your stakeholders buying off on the charter.
One is to understand the stakeholders that are going to be involved, and then also the RACI. Highly suggest having your RACI involved on your charter if available. Overall scope included, what's not included, the overall expectations, and for it to be very straightforward, not convoluted.
Very, very important. Number 1 tip, keep the presentation brief. In addition, ensure you understand the expectations of the audience. However, regardless, at minimum, every presentation should include, number 1, a brief overview of the project purpose. Again, why is this project important? What purpose will it serve? Secondly, an overview of the project value and why the project should be accomplished now. Just because a project has value doesn't necessarily mean that the time to implement it is today. Third, a brief description of scope, schedule, and budget considerations. Remember, less is more. Keep it short. And, if possible, pictures such as graphs and other visuals are very impactful. You've heard the term, a picture is worth 1,000 words. It certainly is impactful in a successful project charter presentation. Finally, do not end the presentation without a decision. Decisions may include approved for planning, approved with modifications, deferred until another time, or potentially a promise to update and revisit the project charter with a defined date.
welcome to the Stakeholder Register. After watching this video, you will be able to explain a stakeholder register and describe what a stakeholder register includes. In order to understand what a stakeholder register is, one needs to know what stakeholders are. One of the key goals of the project initiation phase is to identify those who need to be part of the project. It means identifying the core team, sponsors, department directors, subject matter experts or SMEs, customers, operations, and other key roles. And these people are called stakeholders. They are an important part of a project as they provide the support necessary for the project to succeed. Their decisions play a vital role in the project's success. Now, there are several advantages to identifying stakeholders early in a project. Stakeholders must be aware of the project to be able to assist in or contribute to project management later. They should be given prior notice so that they can plan their participation. Before committing to support, stakeholders must be aware of their roles and obligations, which must be understood, successfully conveyed, and assigned. And in some cases, stakeholders might be unable to provide the required support for a project. A project manager, in this case, must identify potential gaps in support and act quickly to resolve problems. There can also be a need for further training due to inadequate skill levels or workforce crisis. A project manager needs to address these problems. And lastly, effective communication is essential to manage a project successfully. Lists of stakeholders who need to communicate are available in a stakeholder register. A stakeholder register is a document that lists all the stakeholders associated with a project along with relevant information about each of them. This information may be used to monitor and manage stakeholder expectations throughout the project lifecycle. A stakeholder register includes certain columns. Some of these include name or position, which implies the name or position of each stakeholder. Organization, which implies the department or organization that the stakeholder is associated with, and is a column that can be deleted or left blank if it doesn't apply. The role, which implies an accurate, brief, and clear explanation of a stakeholder's role, and RACI, or RACI, which is a responsibility defining matrix and stands for responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. For successful project management, it is important that everyone involved in a project understands their role and responsibilities. And this can be achieved through a RACI chart. It defines the roles and responsibilities of all stakeholders in a project. Now, the 4 roles that RACI defines include the following. Responsible, which means the person is in charge of performing the work or producing the desired outcome. Accountable, which means the person is responsible for the task or result and makes the final decision about its accomplishment. Consulted, which means the person is consulted but not authorized to make decisions. And informed, which means the person is kept informed of progress and results, but is neither consulted nor responsible for the task or result. There are a few more important points to consider regarding the stakeholder register. A single stakeholder may have one or multiple RACI designators. It's not necessary to name every stakeholder. For instance, 7 marketing personnel will be working on a project and you need help with marketing. Choose a single liaison that can assist the marketing team as a whole. And if more than one entry is needed, try to functionally group as many members of the marketing team as possible. It is not important to list every member of a project team. However, the addition of core team members actively engaged in project planning is necessary. A stakeholder register is an evolving document and expands as the project progresses. Maintaining a stakeholder register up to date and using version control is important. It might be helpful to look at an example of the stakeholder register format. In this register are the names of the different stakeholders, their organizations, and their roles in the project. And you can also view the task they are required to perform. In this video, you learned that a stakeholder is anyone who needs to be part of a project. A stakeholder register is a document that lists stakeholders associated with a project. This register includes the stakeholder's name, organization, role, and RACI. A stakeholder may have one or multiple RACI designators. Not every stakeholder needs to be named. Not every member of a project team needs to be listed. Finally, the stakeholder register is ever evolving. Welcome to decision making. After watching this video, you will be able to describe the importance of effective decision making and identify various methods used to make effective decisions. Effective decision-making means making informed, timely, and well-considered decisions that support the successful completion of a project. Effective decision-making in project management can lead to better project outcomes, improved teamwork and stakeholder relations, and more informed and effective resource allocation. According to the Project Management Institute, or PMI, a project manager should seek expert judgment when making an important decision instead of making a unilateral decision. Involving experts in the decision-making process improves the chances of project success and increases stakeholder confidence in the process and outcome. A project manager should handle group discussions carefully as they have both pros and cons. In group discussions, team members are more likely to feel involved in decisions they have helped design, which can enhance their buy-in and commitment. However, it can be a time-consuming process which may result in lengthy discussions and debates. As per the PMI, a project manager should pursue team decision-making more often. Each team member can share their ideas and the group works collaboratively to arrive at a decision. A project manager should encourage participation from all stakeholders and acknowledge their contribution. However, the project manager is ultimately accountable and should try to make project decisions as early as possible. A project manager and team members must understand each decision's importance and nature and adopt an optimal approach to ensure a successful outcome. Now, the PMI has documented a few important methods for making effective decisions, and these include voting, fist to five, nominal group technique or NGT, autocratic, multi-criteria decision analysis or MCDA, and wideband Delphi. Voting is a popular method for collective decision-making, and it can help make decisions effectively in certain situations by allowing democratic participation and representation. However, it can also lead to conformity, as sometimes participants feel pressured to choose what the rest of the group wants them to do. Now, there are 3 ways to determine a voting result. Unanimity involves 100% support for the decision path from the voting members. The majority, which involves more than 50% support for the decision path from the voting members, and plurality indicates the largest group determining the decision path. And note, it is possible to have a plurality of opinions resulting in a decision made by less than 50% of the group. Fist to five is a quick way to collect user input in a group or to determine general agreement. The leader restates a course of action and requests that the others express their level of support by putting up several fingers ranging from 0 to 5. 5 represents a complete agreement, whereas clenching your fist indicates strong disagreement. And after indicating their support levels, the group can quickly see where most of the support lies and decide based on that. The nominal group technique, or NGT, is a systematic approach to group brainstorming that promotes contributions from all participants and allows speedy agreement on the relative importance of topics, problems, or solutions. Team members begin by writing down their ideas and selecting which is best. After team members are ready, everyone presents their favorite idea and the group discusses and prioritizes the suggestions using a point system. An autocratic leadership style is one in which a single individual, usually a manager or leader, makes all the decisions without seeking input from others. Autocratic decision-making is most effective when the leader clearly understands the situation and needs to decide and act quickly. Multi-criteria decision analysis, or MCDA, is a weighted decision-making method that involves choosing between options when multiple criteria or objectives are available for consideration. It helps ensure that decisions involve systematic and objective evaluation of the available options. This example compares two providers on several variables, including pricing, capacity, delivery, competence, and reputation. The last method recommended by the PMI is wideband Delphi. This method is employed when a decision needs to remain confidential. The project manager facilitates this method. The method is used when participants hesitate to voice their ideas publicly or for the widely dispersed team. Here is an overview of the process. Step 1. The facilitator presents the problem to the concerned team in a group or individually. Step 2. Participants present their ideas or solutions through their choice of communication like posts, emails, or text messages. Step 3. The facilitator collects the feedback and tabulates the results. And Step 4. The results are declared, but the identification of the participants and votes are kept confidential. Another helpful method to make effective decisions is the Owner, Approver, Reviewers, and Participants, or OARP method. Although not documented by PMI, this is a useful technique for making effective decisions. It is a structured process of making decisions that involve uncertainty. Note that the actual process steps arrange the acronym to be OPRA. There are 4 steps in the OARP method. Step 1, the owner of the decision, often the project manager, identifies the issue, the opportunity, and the action required. Step 2, the participants and the owner discuss the decision-making process. Participants are often the decision-making stakeholders who will be most affected and may include operators, end users, consumers, technical support staff, and other individuals. Step 3, the reviewers, a group of stakeholders who are often managers of the participants, work with owners to review decision criteria and participant input. Reviewers develop opinions they believe are not feasible for moving forward. And Step 4, the approver is usually the sponsor in a project environment and reviews proposed options and makes a final decision. And this decision is relayed to the owner for communication and execution. In this video, you learned that effective decision-making means making informed, timely, and well-considered decisions that can lead to better project outcomes, improved teamwork and stakeholder relations, and informed resource allocation. And methods used to make effective decisions include voting, fist to 5, nominal group technique or NGT, autocratic, multi-criteria decision analysis or MCDA, and wideband Delphi.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Stakeholder Identification and Management. In this video, we will hear from project managers on how to effectively identify stakeholders and their roles and responsibilities.
So as you're starting a new project, 1, reflect on previous projects that may be similar. Talk to your manager, talk to other people who may have done a similar project, and talk to your mentor about it. Put on your recruiter hat. Identify the roles that you need stakeholders in and what their responsibilities will be, and then write it down. Write up a job description that clearly states, here's your role and here's your responsibility. That's also going to contribute towards your RACI and clarity within your project team about who's doing what. If you need to train your stakeholders, also add a column for that or a paragraph for that.
First, I would start out meeting with the project manager if there is a customer project manager. So it depends on the type of project that you're working on. That way you can understand who is a stakeholder on their side. You can meet forward with who we have on our side and create a RACI plan with that and a stakeholder communications plan. Otherwise, it will have to be an internal type of project, and you would meet with your leadership and anyone else that is a key stakeholder to help you understand who is going to be part of the project, and then understand what are they really great at as far as being an SME that can help you out towards your project and create your RACI.
Well, the simple answer, of course, is yes. As soon as you are assigned as a project manager, do an inventory of stakeholders. These are, by definition, individuals interested or impacted by the project. Generally, when I identify stakeholders, I break out stakeholders into 4 different groups and systematically try to identify those in each group who are pertinent to the project. So let's go ahead and take a look at Group 1. I start at the very beginning. Who are the stakeholders who are interested in driving this project? These are generally your sponsors and your executive leaders. You definitely need to communicate the project with this particular group. Next, ask yourself whose support is needed to make this project a success. These individuals in group number 2 are your core team members who are going to be required to help you plan the project. The third group is to determine who controls and manages the resources that you will need. Resources include personnel, materials, supplies, and equipment. And finally, last but not least, brainstorm who is ultimately the project going to be transitioned to. This may include customers, end users, and operations.
The first step to ensuring that a stakeholder understands their role is writing it down and detailing their responsibilities. Second step is having a direct face-to-face conversation about those responsibilities. Is this list realistic? Do you anticipate any blockers in your schedule? How are you feeling about this? Once you've had that conversation and you have that document detailing all of their tasks, make sure to socialize it with the project owners on the client side. This adds a bit of social pressure and accountability.
First, in order to assure that stakeholders and people that are involved on the project understand the project, the scope itself, and they have the buy-in. Once they truly understand what it is, how they can help the project, then from there, you explain how you can also help them. Become a servant leader and help them out as far as throughout their project. That way you can get a lot more buy-in as well.
Well, rule number 1, do not assume. Do not make an assignment and assume the stakeholder truly understands their role and responsibilities and is automatically willing to go ahead and commit. After a stakeholder role and responsibility is identified, have the conversation. What do we mean by that? Ensure the stakeholder, number 1, understands the role, and 2, feels ready to commit to satisfying the responsibilities to which they have been assigned. Ensure each stakeholder has the skills required, receives any necessary training, and in addition, understand the stakeholder's capacity to work. How long can they spend on the project? Do they have any vacation time planned, etc.? Periodically, follow up. MBWAT, we've talked about before, management by walking and talking. Periodically check in with each stakeholder, keep an eye out for issues, be accessible, and provide the support that is needed to keep that stakeholder in a position to be able to achieve the roles and responsibilities to which they've been assigned.
Project managers should always have empathy when it comes to dealing with hesitant stakeholders. Many people want to help, they're just overwhelmed at work. So have a conversation to figure out what is at the root of their hesitance to participate and explore ways that you might be able to help make their life easier. And lastly, if they just cannot commit to the role, start working on a plan B on someone else who can fill their shoes so timelines don't get delayed.
When a stakeholder is really reluctant as far as taking on responsibilities, find out the reason why. Is there something else going on? Do they have a lot more on their plate than you realize? Or do they not understand the project? So find out some more information. Go and have a one-on-one meeting with them. Find out how you can actually help them. really understand the project a bit more, offer assistance, let them know how you will be a support system throughout the project as well.
What an excellent and pertinent question. Everyone is motivated by different things. A good project manager tries to identify each individual's motivators. There's a gentleman named David McClellan who many years ago developed a 3 needs theory. This theory states that people are motivated by 1, 2, or possibly 3 different factors. Again, have the conversation with the stakeholder and trying to determine which of these factors, 1, 2, or 3, motivates them. So let's go ahead and take a look at McClellan's model. The first motivator is called achievement. Achievement is defined as gaining satisfaction from achieving results. Secondly, some people are motivated and driven by affiliation. Some people are motivated by working with others they can build relationships, trust, and respect with. If affiliation is a motivator, sell the stakeholder on the value of working with a great team. Motivate them through informing how they can build a lasting relationship and play a critical role in working together for the common success of the project. In McClellan's model, a third motivator is power, sometimes referred to as empowerment. If power or control are motivators, let the stakeholder know they are empowered to use their creativity and innovation to achieve the possibilities of the project. Share that the project culture is one of open communications and honest dialogue and feedback. Motivate the individual by providing assurance that their ideas will be valued and heard.
Welcome to Stakeholder Engagement Plan. After watching this video, you will be able to define a Stakeholder Engagement Plan, or SEP, and its importance, and describe how to create an SEP matrix. A Stakeholder Engagement Plan, or SEP, is a formal document that outlines the strategy to communicate with stakeholders interested in a project. An SEP identifies stakeholders and their interest levels, power, and influence, and it is continuously updated to meet stakeholder needs. The goal of an SEP is to achieve the level of stakeholder commitment required to properly plan and execute a project. Note that this is a plan held close to one's vest. Only the core project team has access to this plan. After the project charter is authorized, this is the first finished plan. An SEP consists of the names of important stakeholders whose commitment to the project is crucial, the current state mentioning the level of commitment at present, the desired state mentioning the level of commitment that is ideal and required, and the strategy needed to move stakeholder commitment from the present state to the desired one. The SEP matrix is a tool to identify the level of engagement required of each stakeholder group based on their level of interest and influence in the project. The matrix identifies 5 distinct levels of commitment designators. Unaware, which indicates that the stakeholder is unaware of the project and its impacts. Neutral, which indicates that the stakeholder is aware of the project but has not determined the level of support they need to extend. Resistant, which indicates that the stakeholder does not support the project and is resistant to change. Supportive, which indicates that the stakeholder supports the project and is supportive of change. And leading, which indicates that the stakeholder is supportive and actively engaged in ensuring the project is a success. Consider the following scenario to understand an SEP better. John is managing a business application development project. In this project, Rahul is the sponsor and is quite supportive of the project. Mary is the customer and is not sure whether she agrees with the project. Ram is the subject matter expert, or SME, who does not support the project and thinks the project is a waste of time. Evan is an information technology or IT professional and supports the project. And John wants Evan to perform some tasks related to the project. Shown here is the SEP matrix that clearly defines the roles of all stakeholders, along with a strategy to involve them actively for project success. In this video, you learned that The Stakeholder Engagement Plan, or SEP, is a document that includes project stakeholder names, current state, which indicates the stakeholder's present commitment level, desired state, which indicates the stakeholder's ideal commitment level, and the strategy the manager needs to move the stakeholder from the current to desired state. And the SAP matrix is a tool project managers use to identify the level of engagement required of each stakeholder group. Welcome to Key Financial Metrics. After watching this video, you will be able to describe the importance of financial metrics and define some key financial metrics to determine a project's efficiency. Financial metrics are quantitative indicators that evaluate a company's financial performance and stability. These indicators assist investors and analysts to study data on various aspects of a company, including its revenue production, profitability, and financial stability. A project manager should know some key financial metrics such as opportunity cost, time value of money, and depreciation. Opportunity costs are the possible benefits that a person, investor, or company forgoes while deciding between two options. And this concept addresses project trade-offs. For example, the value of Project A is $60,000 and Project B's value is $40,000. You can only choose one project, so you select Project B. By doing so, you lose the chance to benefit from Project A's worth. Therefore, choosing Project B has an opportunity cost of $60,000. In the case of multiple projects, the opportunity cost is always the value of the highest value project not chosen. 20 years ago, $100 could buy more than what it does today, so some financial calculations consider the time value of money. The time value of money is a concept stating that the value of a currency decreases over time. However, the value of the currency increases if we invest the money. Invested money earns a return, creating a more significant amount of money in the future. Depreciation determines an asset's value loss over time because of regular wear and tear, aging, and technological advancements. The devaluation of assets allows an organization to reduce its taxes and claim the lost value of the investment. There are two methods of calculating depreciation: the straight line method and accelerated depreciation. The simplest method of calculating depreciation is the straight line method. The amount of depreciation subtracted from an asset's value is the same for every year of its life. If an asset is worth $100,000 and depreciates by $20,000 annually over 5 years, in order to calculate annual deduction, divide the asset's value by its useful life. The accelerated depreciation method allocates a higher portion of an asset's cost in the early years of its life as compared to later years. And this approach considers that assets are more productive in their early years than later years. The accelerated depreciation method includes double declining balance and the sum of the year's digits. You will not need to know these depreciation calculations for the CAPM testing. Some additional financial metrics that influence the choice of projects are payback, return on investment, return on invested capital or ROIC, benefit cost ratio or BCR, economic value added or EVA, internal rate of return or IRR, and net present value or NPV. The payback period is the time required to recover the initial cost of an investment. It is the break-even point at which the total investment equals the total revenue. The payback period equals the initial investment divided by the periodic cash flow. The return on investment, or ROI, is a metric that tells us an investment's profitability. It determines the amount of investment return concerning the cost of investment. ROI equals the net profit divided by the investment cost and multiplied by 100. The return on invested capital, or ROIC, determines how well a company allocates capital to profitable projects or investments. It calculates the returns a company generates for every dollar invested in it. ROIC equals the net operating profit after taxes, or NOPAT, divided by the invested capital and multiplied by 100. For example, in a project where the investment is $100,000 and the first-year returns are $10,000, the ROIC will be 10%. The benefit cost ratio, or BCR, is a technique to compare the benefits of a project with its costs. A BCR that is more significant than 1 indicates a profitable project. BCR is equal to the total benefits divided by the total costs. For example, in a project where the total benefits are $10,000 and the total costs are $8,000, the BCR will be 1.25. The economic value added, or EVA, measures the value a company generates for its shareholders. And this concept suggests that projects should provide returns beyond their cost of capital. When shareholders generate more wealth, profitability increases. The internal rate of return, or IRR, is the discount rate that makes the net present value, or NPV, of a project 0. In order to calculate the IRR, the discount rate must be determined so that the present value of future cash flows equals the cost of initial investment. The IRR compares the efficiency of different investments and determines the project's profitability. Finally, the net present value, or NVP, is the difference between the present value of your cash inflows and the present value of your cash outflows over a period. To calculate NPV, you need to use a cash flow chart like an IRR cash flow chart and select a discount rate for devaluing returns. NPV provides the dollar value. The following scenario demonstrates how to use financial calculations to determine project benefits. A project has an investment valued at $100,000 and an annual return of $50,000. The payback is the break-even point at which the total investment equals the total revenue, which in this case is 2 years. The ROI is 50%, the IRR is 23.38%, and the NPV is $22,130. Note, the IRR and NPV of the project were calculated using a formula in Microsoft Excel. In this video, you learned that financial metrics are quantitative indicators that evaluate a company's financial performance and stability. And key financial metrics project managers use include opportunity cost, time value of money, depreciation, payback, return on investment, or ROI, return on invested capital, or ROIC, benefit cost ratio, or BCR, economic value added, or EVA, internal rate of return, or IRR, and net present value, or NVP. Welcome to Project Budgets. After watching this video, you will be able to define budget levels of accuracy, summarize budget estimation models, and discuss key project budget considerations. A budget estimate approximates the time and resources required to plan and complete a project. Budget estimates are essential for planning and decision-making as they provide a framework for allocating resources and managing costs. There are 2 levels of budget estimates. Level 1 is rough order of magnitude, or ROM, and Level 2 is definitive estimate. The project manager includes a rough order of magnitude, or ROM, estimate in the project charter, and it provides decision makers with a broad parameter to determine if best and worst case budget estimate limits are acceptable. A ROM estimate is -25% to +75%. For example, a ROM for a $100,000 budget estimate might range from $75,000 to $175,000. The definitive estimate level is the most exact estimate which the team determines after completing all project planning. And this level of budget estimation generally serves as the boundaries a budget needs to conform with before the project close. A definitive estimate is -5% to +10%. For example, a definitive estimate for a $100,000 budget might range from $95,000 to $110,000. So you may wonder why there is an under-budget threshold. If a project ends under budget, the unused funds are returned to the organization. However, those unused funds sat idle throughout the project and were not providing a return on investment. 0% returns lose value due to inflation. If possible, a project manager and team should avoid being over and dramatically under budget. There are several estimation models project managers use to determine project costs. A project budget generally uses multiple models based on the cost categories under analysis, and these estimation models include analogous, parametric, and bottom-up. With the analogous estimation model, the project manager compares the current project to similar past projects and uses that data to estimate the costs and resources required for the current project. The analogous model is also called expert or top-down estimation, and it is most reliable when the previous projects are similar in fact and not just in appearance. With the parametric estimation model, the quantity of work that the team is to perform is multiplied by the productivity rate of the team, and this model uses regression analysis and learning curve techniques. For example, if 30 drawings are required and the cost is $100 for each drawing, the total cost would be $3,000. And in this example, the drawings are the quantity of work and the productivity rate is $100. The parametric model is also called a mathematical model. Finally, with the bottom-up estimation model, the project manager estimates each work package individually and then compiles the total project costs. This model requires a work breakdown structure, or WBS, to be effective, and the bottom-up model has a high level of accuracy in budget estimation. Now, project managers should remember these 9 considerations when planning and executing a budget. Enlist the support of subject matter experts, or SMEs. Their knowledge is critical to budget estimating success. Ask a team member to validate estimates and act as a second pair of eyes to catch any mistakes. Track planned versus actual expenditures throughout the project to recognize variances early. Proactively make course corrections and share project status with stakeholders. Validate all assumptions. Use information and technology to assist in overall project cost management. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, refers to these systems as the Project Management Information Systems. Use value-added decision-making models such as analogous, parametric, or bottom-up. Review past lessons learned to avoid past budget and planning mistakes and leverage opportunities previously discovered. Understand funding limit reconciliation. This PMI term means that funds allocated to your project must be used only on that project, and any unused funds must be returned to the organization. And lastly, understand project funding requirements, which is another PMI term. Let the sponsor know when project funds are needed, and in most cases, the entire project budget will not be available on day one. In this video, you learned that a budget estimate approximates the time and resources required to plan and complete a project. There are 2 levels of budget estimates. Level 1 is rough order of magnitude, or ROM, and Level 2 is definitive estimate. Estimation models assist project managers in determining project costs, and 3 common models are analogous, parametric, and bottom-up. And finally, there are 9 considerations project managers should remember when planning and executing a budget.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Role of a Business Analyst. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing the role of a business analyst.
The roles of a business analyst and project manager are similar in nature in that they both deal with stakeholder collaboration, risk management, change management, escalation management. And they're also both very involved in planning and forecasting, whether it's project planning and forecasting a timeline, or business planning and forecasting a return on investment or a financial plan. Areas where they're different, I think, is the how far in the weeds each person or each person in those roles are as far as the project goes. I think the business analyst is going to be more holistically spread out across multiple projects, or depending on the size of your company, you may only have one business analyst who's working across all of your projects. In that case, they're not going to be down in the weeds of the project like what the project manager would be, ensuring that action items are met, that there's agendas for meetings, meeting notes are going out, the timeline is being managed. The project manager is going to look more at risk mitigation and then change management. But that doesn't mean that the business analyst isn't involved in all of those. It's just not at the same level. It's at a little bit higher level. Where they may be at the same level is the change management, because that could have a financial impact depending on what is happening. Regardless of the similarities and differences, the business analyst and the project manager really need to work hand in glove, because each person in their roles influences the other person. The business analyst very much needs to consume the data from the projects, and they need to make sure that it's accurate and accurately reflects the status of the project. The project manager needs to consume the financial planning that the business analyst is doing in order for them to do proper project forecasting and planning. So while there are differences between the goals of the business analyst and the goals of the project manager, they really need to work together as a team in order to be successful.
First and foremost, a project manager and business analyst do work very closely together. Their roles very much intersect, but there is a distinction. The business analyst focuses on products and solutions. The project manager focuses on the processes performed to deliver a solution with sufficient quality. The business analyst work precedes the project management initiation phase. The business analyst performs an initial needs assessment, defines the current and to-be state, elicits requirements from customers, and provides potential solutions to the project manager. From that point, the project manager then develops the project charter, and the formal project management begins.
I think stakeholder management is a very important aspect of a business analyst's job. They're going to be working with people in a variety of roles, and so understanding the expectations of each person that they're going to be providing data to is very critical. The detail of data that you provide to somebody in a leadership position is going to be very different than the level of detail that you provide to the people on your project team or even to your direct manager. And so I think clarity of their expectations, your internal stakeholder expectations, is important. Equally important are the client expectations and what data that they need to see on a regular basis that you're providing, in addition to what data and what status is the project team providing. All of that leads to clear roles and responsibilities. And so if you're in a smaller organization, you may be doing a lot of different roles, and business analyst may just be one. And so you very clearly need to understand what your responsibilities are versus the project manager. If you're in a larger company and there's multiple business analysts, you also need to understand what you're going to do versus what another business analyst is going to do. And then the last tip for success is really ensuring that the data you're gathering is accurate and that it's clear and that you're clearly able to represent it to the different people that you need to report it to so that they can take action or rest assured that everything is going fine.
I could probably provide a number of tips, but let's go ahead and narrow it down to some of the key tips in my mind. First of all, understand the current business environment and how it is working. Be able to define the as-is state to allow for needs assessment and analysis and development of a comprehensive to-be solution. Secondly, identify and analyze stakeholders who need to be involved in project development and develop the facilitation skills required to enable successful elicitation of requirements. Finally, surround yourself with subject matter experts who can help you understand the true needs of the customers and develop value-added solutions.
The most critical role that a business analyst can play or does play, the most critical aspect of a business analyst's job is data. Managing data, gathering it, collecting it, cleaning it, and then presenting it in a way that's meaningful for those who are going to consume it, regardless of where they are at in your company hierarchy. That's the most critical role. Almost equal to that is communication and the ability to work with your project teams to gather the data, to work with the management and leadership teams to report the data, and establish a very good rapport with your client so that they can also consume the data, be pleasantly surprised. Also, establishing rapport with your client is going to be critical so that you're communicating the data that they need in order to make current decisions and future decisions and remain a long-term customer.
We could probably spend some time on this particular question because the business analyst provides some very critical support. But let's narrow it down to a few. First of all, the most critical job is the accomplishment of the comprehensive needs assessment. A clear definition of the as-is state and the desired to-be state is absolutely critical. Secondly, the business analyst works closely with organizational leadership to identify potential project opportunities and/or problems. They assess the current state, develop the required future state, and generate solution options. I understand this is a repeat. However, they have to get this part right. Finally, they provide recommendations and develop roadmaps when solutions are approved. They may need to assemble business cases at times that pave the way for development of a project charter and a handoff to the project manager. So in summary, the most critical role played is to ensure all new projects are viable, validated solution proposals are provided that support organizational strategic initiatives and provide value.
Welcome to Scope Planning. After watching this video, you will be able to summarize end-to-end scope planning, explain requirements planning, describe the contents of a scope statement, describe the contents of a work breakdown structure or WBS, and explain the importance of a WBS dictionary. The scope planning process includes identifying, outlining, and maintaining a project scope, and it is arguably the most critical project planning you will perform. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, states that a project manager needs to accomplish the project on time, within budget, and within the required scope. In the real world, however, if you don't deliver scope that adds value, being on time and within budget won't matter much. Now, the PMI has a 4-step scope planning approach, and it is a solid conceptual model that works in real working situations. The 4 steps are plan scope management, collect requirements, define scope, and create a work breakdown structure, or WBS. The first step is to plan scope management. The PMI recommends that the project manager develop and share a scope management plan. This is not the final scope, but is a simple plan that provides process and direction to the team on how to define, develop, monitor, control, and validate scope. And this how-to plan describes how the project manager analyzes, documents, and manages requirements. The next step in scope planning is requirements planning, which the PMI refers to as the collect requirements process, in which the project manager reviews the project charter and other applicable documentation. Here are some important points to remember for the requirements planning process. The project manager provides requirements documentation that defines the requirements in the project scope. The goal of this phase is to summarize project charter requirements, strive for actionable and measurable requirements, and define them in terms of action and result. For example, acquire a venue. If the business analyst did not previously develop a project traceability matrix, the manager or analyst develops it at this point. The following scenario describes a simple project that shows an example of scope planning documentation. A manufacturing firm is planning an all-hands meeting, and you are the project manager. These are key excerpts from the project charter for this scenario. The event time and date have been set, and the venue is still to be determined. The firm is to provide transportation for attendees, and catering will be provided. The number of attendees and speakers has been determined, and the firm will provide technical support for the event. As the project manager, you would now determine the scenario collection requirements for this project based on the information provided by the project charter. Acquiring the venue, planning transportation, planning catering, identifying speakers, and planning audio-visual and technical support. The next step in scope planning is defining scope by developing a scope statement. The PMI states that a scope statement is the most detailed version of the scope, and it clearly explains the project's aims. The scope statement has 4 components: scope description or overview, deliverables, acceptance criteria, and exclusions. Here is an example scope statement describing the project scenario to plan and implement an all-hands meeting in 4 ways. This document describes the project, lists all requirements or deliverables, identifies who can accept the final deliverables, and lists exclusions. Exclusions are a list of what the project will not provide. Now, the last step is to construct the work breakdown structure. A WBS breaks down the scope statement into a hierarchical list of tasks necessary to fulfill the project requirements. The hierarchy plan runs from most general, starting with the whole project, through the project phases, to the specific tasks known as work packages. A best practice is to break down the work packages using logical phasing, and the project manager should use the Plan, Do, Check, Act, or PDCA method. All WBS work packages should be actionable, estimable, and measurable. This is an example of a WBS using the project scenario. The WBS is a hierarchical breakout of the project, a visual roadmap. It looks like an organizational chart with the project in the top row, then breaking down into project phase columns in the second row of boxes, followed by rows of boxes with the activities required or work packages for each phase in the order they occur below that. The first project phase column in the second row represents planning the project. The second column is the next phase, executing the project, and so on. Now, after the project manager constructs the WBS, it is essential to complete the WBS dictionary. This document defines the tasks required to accomplish a WBS work package. Some points to remember while completing the WBS dictionary are: each work package in the WBS is broken out into specific tasks. The manager should assign a lead team member to each work package. And the WBS dictionary becomes the primary source for the team to check the progress status throughout the project. This example WBS dictionary, based on our scenario, breaks out the specific tasks for the first activity or work package, manage the venue, listed under our first phase in the WBS. The manage the venue specific tasks are: research available venues, select the appropriate venue, and sign the contract. In this video, you learned that the scope planning process is the manager's most critical project planning area. The PMI has a 4-step scope planning approach, which includes plan scope management, collect requirements, define scope, and create a WBS. A scope statement is the most detailed version of the project scope. A WBS breaks down the scope statement into a list of tasks. And finally, a WBS dictionary defines the tasks required to accomplish a WBS work package. Welcome to schedule planning. After watching this video, you will be able to explain schedule planning and the steps involved, discuss types of dependencies, and illustrate a project network diagram. Schedule planning is the process of organizing and arranging tasks, events, and activities in a structured manner to allocate time and resources effectively. It involves setting up priorities, determining available time slots, and using tools and techniques to plan and monitor progress toward meeting goals and deadlines. Schedule planning aims to improve efficiency and productivity by ensuring tasks are completed promptly and in an organized manner. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, has developed a 5-step schedule planning approach. Create a schedule management plan, define activities, sequence activities, estimate activity durations, and develop a schedule. The first step is to create a schedule management plan. A project manager creates a schedule plan to specify the beginning and end dates of a project, the key checkpoints along the route, and a deadline to finish each job individually. The second step is to define activities. The manager lists the tasks, activities, and events to include in the schedule. Each activity must be defined to the point where time and cost durations can be reasonably estimated. Avoid ambiguity. Next, the project manager carefully considers each activity to determine which ones are dependent on others to be completed. All project dependencies must be defined so the manager can appropriately schedule the work and prevent delays. And after establishing dependencies among the activities, the manager can sequence them to create an effective flow. Project managers use the 3-point method to determine how long each work package will take, and this method can be applied to both time and cost durations. So there are a few terms associated with this method. The first is predecessor, which defines an activity that happened first. Another term is successor, which is the activity that happened second. In this illustration, activity A is the predecessor to activities B and C, and activities B and C are the successors to activity A. Activities B and C depend upon the completion of activity A. Activities B and C do not depend on each other. The team can accomplish these activities simultaneously. The PMI shares 4 distinct dependency determinations. Mandatory dependencies are legally required or inherent. The team cannot ignore them. These dependencies can impact the overall timeline and schedule of a project. Examples of mandatory dependencies include part sourcing before assembling and hardware installation before software installation. An external dependency involves factors that are external to the project, and these factors are usually legal or regulatory by nature. Examples of external dependencies include approvals from external organizations or government agencies, availability of resources or equipment sourced from outside suppliers, and compliance with regulations or laws. Internal dependency refers to a situation where a task in a project depends on other tasks in the project for completion, and this creates a relationship between tasks and a sequence for their completion. Typically, the project manager and team have complete control over these dependencies. An example of an internal dependency is the internal testing of project components before the project is assembled. And the final type of determination is a discretionary dependency. Sometimes there may be more than one way to accomplish a task, and the project management team must decide which method to follow. The decision is based on their experience, best practices, and lessons learned. An example of a discretionary dependency can be best explained with a scenario. Activity A is booking an airline ticket, and activity B is buying travel insurance. The project team can either book an airline ticket before buying travel insurance or do it the other way around. Now, returning to the 5-step schedule planning approach, in the 4th step, the project manager and the team members must estimate how long each activity or work package will take to complete. And the best way to estimate the duration is to use data from similar past activities. Finally, the project manager and the team members develop the final schedule. The manager informs the sponsor and important stakeholders about this schedule for review and approval. And once the sponsor and stakeholders do approve the schedule, it becomes the project schedule baseline. A network diagram is a useful tool that shows how all work packages need to be accomplished and in what order. A work breakdown structure, or WBS, is required to build a network diagram. The diagram shows the flow of activities, dependencies, and the critical path, which helps in project planning, monitoring, and control. The following scenario shows how a network diagram is built. The nodes in the diagram represent tasks, while the arrows represent the dependencies between them. This project has 5 activities. Activities A and B have no dependencies and can be accomplished simultaneously. Activity C depends upon completing activities A and B. Activities D and E can also be accomplished simultaneously. They are both dependent upon the completion of activity C before work can begin. The final step in building a network diagram is to add the durations to each activity as shown in the illustration. Durations are determined by days. Activity A will take 5 days, activity B will take 3 days, and so on. Now that the network diagram is complete, the next task is to determine how many paths are possible to complete the project. This example has 4 paths, and the critical path is the path with the longest duration. In this example, the longest path is ACE. The critical path identifies the duration of the project. The duration of each activity is summed up to calculate the critical path. In this example, activity A's duration is 5, activity C's is 8, and activity E's is 7. So 5 plus 8 plus 7 equals 20, and the critical path is 20 days. The final step in schedule planning is ensuring that sponsors and important stakeholders are informed about the network diagram and length. The project manager obtains approval from the stakeholder and the sponsor, and the schedule baseline is finalized. In this video, you learned that schedule planning is the process of organizing and arranging tasks, events, and activities in a structured manner. The PMI's 5-step planning approach includes planning schedule management, defining activities, sequencing activities, estimating activity duration, and developing a schedule. The 4 types of dependency determinations are mandatory, external, internal, and discretionary. A network diagram is a useful tool for visualizing and analyzing a project schedule, and the critical path is the path of the longest duration of a project.
Welcome to a short project budgeting demo. In this demo, we will illustrate tools used in building and presenting a project budget and share a common estimation methodology called 3-point. Let's begin with a 2-step approach to build a project budget. Step number 1 is to begin with a review of the total costs for the project. A simple Excel spreadsheet will often suffice. Break out the costs by direct, indirect, and reserve requirements. A general rule is that contingency reserves are usually 10% times direct costs. Management reserves are for unknown risks. If you suspect there are many unknown risks, add additional contingency under the management reserves. Let's look at a simple example. This is a project for the annual executive meeting support project. We begin by defining our costs. In this particular case, you'll notice we have them categorized by venue, setup and venue cleanup, audiovisual, etc. Next, we try to determine if they are direct or indirect costs. As you notice in the notes, a direct cost is a cost that is charged to the project. So let's find our first example. You'll notice that under direct costs, setup and venue cleanup, contractor supported, this is a direct cost. This means that the project manager needs to acquire $2,000 and the project will be required to go ahead and disperse those funds to the contractor. But we have another type of cost as well. These are indirect costs. Looking at our notes, indirect costs, these are paid for by an external source. If these costs were not paid by an external source, the project would need to plan and account for them. So let's look at our example. The first indirect cost we come to is $3,000. What is this for? Going across to the cost description, this is for the venue, but you'll notice we have a note. This is going to be paid for by the organization. So while the project is not paying for the venue, this is a cost to the project. It's just being paid for by another third party. In calculating the total costs of a project, we add up all of the direct costs, in this particular case $6,000, and all of the indirect costs, in this case $5,000. Our total project costs are $11,000. One last piece of information. We need to go ahead and calculate contingency reserves. Contingency reserves are those extra dollars that are set aside in case risks occur. Normally, contingency reserves are 10% times the direct costs. So if you look at this illustration, we have $600. We take 10%, we multiply it by 6,000, and we end up with 600. This is dollars that we do not have access to unless we request them. However, they are available in case a risk occurs. Now, let's take a look at step 2. Here, we determine when the funds are needed. You need to phase your project funding requirements. For a real-world project, allocating costs to each work package or activity in the work breakdown structure and using your network diagram to determine when costs will be incurred is a best practice. Here's how that calculation could work. But remember, only request direct costs. Ensure what you are asking for matches your direct cost requirements in step 1. And as a refresher, that was $6,000. So on this particular sheet, we take a look at our direct cost requirements, and now we break them out into phases. Phase 1 is planning. Phase 2 is the day of the meeting, and Phase 3 is the post-meeting. These dates are February 15th for planning, February 20th for the day of the meeting, and the post-meeting on February 24th. Now, we share the direct costs and we annotate them when these dollars will be required. So we're going to require $2,500 on February 15th to support planning. This will pay for setting up the venue and general supplies. On the day of the meeting, we need $2,500 in our account. We're going to pay $1,000 to clean up the venue, $500 for beverages, $1,000 for catering. And on February 24th, we will pay the final payment for the catering, $1,000. Notice, $2,500, $2,500, $1,000 equals $6,000. This was our direct cost requirements. This concludes part 1 of our demo video. We look forward to seeing you again in part 2. Welcome back. We hope you enjoyed part 1 of our demo. Welcome to part 2. Now you may choose to use a tool called a resource breakdown structure. This is also generally an Excel spreadsheet, and it can help accomplish both steps 1 and 2 on a single spreadsheet. Let's use the executive meeting project to show how this could work. Costs are captured under categories and work breakdown structure activity numbers. Match the activity numbers to your schedule network diagram to determine when funds are required. Again, only document direct funds. So let's take a look at this particular spreadsheet, the resource breakdown structure for the annual executive meeting support project. Each work breakdown structure activity has its individual number. The work package explains what is happening in each work breakdown structure activity. For example, activity 111 is to define the venue. 112 is to determine attendees. Now what we need to do is we need to determine during which of these activities will our total of $6,000 be required. So, if you take a look, we have a $1,000 requirement for venue support. If you recall from our previous step, this will occur during planning and the funds will be required on the 15th of February. We have general supply requirements that will be required on the 15th of February as well. Now, during the actual event, we need to pay for beverages, catering, and in addition, actual meeting requirements, in this case, to support the catering. These funds are required on the 20th of February, and we're going to pay the outstanding catering invoice on the 24th. Again, take a look at the totals. The total requirement is our direct cost of $6,000. Now, one final area that we want to discuss regards estimation. There is a methodology that is commonly used called three-point estimation. Many project managers use single-point estimation. They estimate time and costs by providing their best guess. There are some costs that are set. When this is the case, single-point estimation suffices. In most cases, however, estimates may be impacted by a variety of factors. Three-point averaging requires the project manager and the team to analyze three estimates. The most likely estimate is what the team believes will be the most likely costs. The pessimistic estimate considers risk and the worst-case scenario. The optimistic estimate considers opportunities that may reduce costs. There are two ways to calculate three-point. Note that the three-point estimation is applicable to both cost and schedule estimates. So looking at three-point averaging, we have a pessimistic amount of 45. Most likely, it's going to cost us 25, and if everything works out perfectly, we may escape with only spending 20. Each one of the pessimistic, most likely, and optimistic numbers and estimates are multiplied by 1. We multiply the pessimistic, 45 times 1 equals 45, most likely 25 times 1 equals 25, optimistic 20 times 1 equals 20, 45, 25, and 20 equals 90. We divide this 90 by 3, and the estimate that we're going to go ahead and use is 30. Now, we have something called three-point estimation using PERT. PERT stands for Program Evaluation Review Technique, and this method is a little more complicated than the averaging method. The PERT method weighs the optimistic, most likely, and pessimistic estimates based on statistical norms. Studies have shown that the pessimistic and optimistic estimates will occur 1 out of every 6 times. The most likely estimate will occur 4 out of every 6 times. This weighted criterion is based on the conclusion that estimation accuracy follows a statistical standard distribution. The most likely falls within 1 standard deviation of the mean, or approximately 67% of the time. The optimistic and pessimistic estimates fall within 2 or more standard deviations from the mean, or approximately 16% for both. Hence the weights 1, 4, and 1. Use the PERT method in our example. Let's go ahead and take a look. We have our optimistic, most likely, and pessimistic estimates. They have not changed. However, the multipliers do. We multiply the pessimistic by 1 times 45 for 45. Why? Because the pessimistic is going to occur 1 out of every 6 times. We multiply the most likely estimate of 25 times 4 to equal 100. Why? According to the standard distribution, the most likely normally occurs 4 out of 6 times, or 67%. We multiply the optimistic 20 times 1 to equal 20. Why? Because the optimistic is only going to occur 1 out of every 6 times, or approximately 16%. We add up our totals 45, 120 to get to 165. However, we're now going to divide 165 by 6. When we take 165 and divide it by 6, now the estimate that we're going to use is 27.5. This concludes our overview of project budgeting. As a quick summary, remember, we have 2 steps, or we can combine the 2 steps with 1 step called the resource breakdown structure. And we learned an estimation technique called 3-point. Thank you for your attention, and we look forward to sharing more project management best practices with you in demos to follow. Have a great rest of your day.
Welcome to Project Support Planning. After watching this video, you will be able to explain project support planning and discuss key objectives in project support planning. Project support planning is identifying and managing the resources and support needed to successfully execute a project. This involves including personnel, equipment, technology, training, and financial resources. It begins after the scope, schedule, and cost baselines are approved and accepted. The key objectives of support planning include quality management planning, resource breakdown structure, communications management plan, risk planning, procurement planning, and stakeholder engagement planning. Quality management planning involves the development of a plan to ensure that the project deliverables meet the required quality standards. A quality management plan documents the methods and guidelines applied in quality management, and this plan also describes quality assurance planning and quality control planning. The resource breakdown structure visually represents the project's resource requirements, and it divides those resources into smaller, easier-to-manage components. Here is an example of an RBS that specifies the planning and managing of resources. Create a column that lists people responsible for each work package. You may also enlarge the RBS to include start and finish dates for every WBS work package. Now, a communications management plan outlines the communication requirements and expectations for a project. It is developed by the project manager during support planning and approved by the sponsor. This plan identifies key communication items, assigns team leads to each item, provides audience and media information, outlines timing issues, and states the purpose of the communication. Here is an illustration with a sample entry. Risk planning is the process of identifying, evaluating, and managing risks to reduce their influence on a project or organization. It includes the following 3 elements: plan risk management, identify risks, and monitor risk. The first step is to develop a risk management plan that outlines shared methods, roles and responsibilities, and risk scoring standards. The second step is to identify risks. To accomplish this step, evaluate the project and record the risks. This helps to create solutions to lessen threats and increase opportunities. And the last step is to monitor risks. Perform periodic reassessment of risks to monitor them, and this will help to determine any new tasks and implement risk responses whenever needed. Next, Procurement planning is the process of identifying and procuring the products and services required to complete a project. It is essential to ensure that organizations are able to acquire the goods and services they need in a timely and cost-effective manner. This process involves developing a procurement management plan, which includes all information and guidance necessary to manage the end-to-end procurement process. And the last plan is stakeholder engagement planning. It involves identifying and evaluating the stakeholders engaged in a project or initiative and successfully interacting with them throughout the project's lifecycle. Involvement of stakeholders is essential to success. Therefore, the project manager and team assess each stakeholder's current and desired levels of commitment and develop strategies to sustain or achieve desired levels of commitment. In this video, you learned that project support planning is the identification and management of the resources and support a project requires for successful execution. And the key objectives of project support include quality management planning, resource breakdown structure, communications management plan, risk planning, procurement planning, and stakeholder engagement planning.
Welcome to a brief demonstration on Earned Value Management, or EVM as it's referred to. Earned Value Management, as you can see on this illustration, is defined as a method used to determine the scope, budget, and schedule of a given project at a given point in time. EVM is an area of concentration on the Project Management Institute's Project Management Professional, PMP, and Certified Associate of Project Management, CAPM, certification examinations. It is also a focus area on a number of additional PMI certification tests as well. In this demo, we will define 4 key measurements that are required to calculate EVM. They are abbreviated as BAC, PV, EV, and AC. We will then share an analysis of a sample project. We will finish the demo by walking you through 7 key calculations that can help us understand the status of a project. So, let's begin by defining the key measurements and providing status for this particular project. The first key measurement is called budget at completion. It is abbreviated as BAC. The budget at completion is the total approved project budget. If you look at this example, we have for our sample project a budget at completion of $100,000. This is how much money you, as the project team, have been provided to execute this particular project. Planned value is abbreviated as PV. The definition of planned value is the dollar value of deliverables you had planned to have complete at this time in the project. So, looking at our sample project, we have a planned value, or PV, of $50,000. We had planned to have $50,000 worth of deliverables complete at this particular time. EV is defined as earned value. This is the dollar value of deliverables you have completed at this time in the project. So if you look at our sample project, we have an earned value of $55,000. That means that we have successfully completed $55,000 worth of deliverables. Last is AC, or actual cost. Definition: the actual costs incurred to support the project to date. So in this particular case, in our sample project, we have $60,000. So now let's do a quick evaluation of BAC, PV, EV, and AC for this sample project. We initially have a budget of $100,000. At this particular point, we should have $50,000 worth of our deliverables produced. We actually have $55,000 worth of the deliverables produced. However, we have spent $60,000 of our $100,000 budget to date. So, what can we do with this BAC, PV, EV, and AC information? We can next apply some EVM calculations. This concludes part 1 of our demo video. We look forward to seeing you again in part 2. Welcome back. We hope you enjoyed part 1 of our demo. Welcome to part 2. The first calculation we're going to take a look at is cost variance. The acronym for cost variance is CV. We have a formula. It is earned value versus actual cost. So, looking at our scenario, our earned value is $55,000. Our actual costs are $60,000. When we subtract $60,000 from $55,000, we end up with a negative $5,000. So what is our interpretation of negative $5,000? It tells us that this is negative. We are behind on budget by $5,000. We have $55,000 worth of product. However, we spent $60,000 to get that $55,000. We are $5,000 behind. This project is behind on budget. The next calculation is schedule variance. The acronym is SV. The formula for SV is earned value, EV, minus planned value, PV. So let's apply the numbers. Our earned value, once again, is $55,000. Our planned value is $50,000. Subtracting $50,000 from $55,000, we now have a positive number of $5,000. Well, what does this mean? This is a positive number, and we are ahead of schedule. So let's go ahead and take a look at this a little bit more in detail. Earned value, we have $55,000 worth of product, and we had only planned to have $50,000, our PV, of product at this time. We're $5,000 in terms of product production ahead. We are ahead of schedule. So going back to our calculations, you'll notice the acronyms C, V, and then SV. Whenever you have a C, that is an indicator for a budget status. Whenever you have S, it is an indicator for a schedule status. Now, let's take a look at our third calculation, Cost Performance Index, that is abbreviated as CPI. Our formula is earned value, this time divided by actual cost. So our earned value is $55,000. We divide this by $60,000 and round to the nearest hundredths when performing earned value management calculations. The answer is 0.92. What does this mean? Well, this means that in this particular case, we have an earned value of $55,000, but we spent $60,000 to go ahead and achieve that $55,000 worth of value. In essence, we're getting 92 cents of value for every dollar that we are spending. When it comes to CPI, and remember the letter C tells us this is about budget, if the number is less than 1.0, it means we are behind on budget. We're only getting value of 92 cents for every dollar that we spend. Not terrible, but not good. Let's move to our fourth calculation, SPI, Schedule Performance Index. Again, letter S, this is going to give us status on our schedule. The formula is earned value, EV, divided by PV. So we go back to our numbers. EV is 55,000 and PV is 50,000. Well, in this case, we end up with a number greater than 1.1. What does this tell us? It means that we are ahead of schedule. When a number is greater than 1.0, this is good. We are ahead of schedule. If it is behind, we are behind schedule. So let's take a look at this a little bit deeper. EV, 55,000. We have $55,000 worth of product, and we only thought we were going to have $50,000 worth of product. We are moving at a 110% rate as compared to the 100% rate if PV equaled EV, ahead of schedule. Now we go down to EAC, which is estimate at completion. We have to refer back to our budget at completion, $100,000, and we also have to refer back to a previous calculation, the CPI. We calculated the CPI at 0.92. So by taking our $100,000 and dividing it by 0.92, we end up with a number of $108,696. What does this mean? What it means is if we make no adjustments and the current trend continues through the end of the project, if the project cost and the current trend is unchanged, this project will cost us $108,696. That is, for our variance at completion, $8,696 more than we had planned to spend. We are in the red. So, unless we do something, we are going to spend $8,696 more than the $100,000 we were allocated in our budget at completion. So, as a synopsis, as a summary, this project is over budget. However, it is ahead of schedule. That's the good news. The team must try to reduce costs through the remainder of this project so that you can get back on budget. This concludes our demonstration. Earned value management is a technique that is being used as a project status tool by many organizations. We hope you enjoyed this demo, and we look forward to sharing key project management principles and tools and techniques with you again. Have a great rest of your day.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Project Support Planning. In this video, we will hear from project managers on project planning.
There's three things that immediately come to mind that can impact the effectiveness of project planning. First is racing through it and not spending enough time planning and researching and understanding what it is that you, as the project manager, need to do in order to make the project successful. If you don't dedicate enough time early on and you decide that you want to build the plane as you go, it's only going to lead towards much more risk and much more change management than what you want to manage. And the negative impact that that can have can be quite devastating on the project from a quality standpoint, from a timeline perspective, and from a budgetary perspective. You may think that you're saving time by racing through project planning, but in the end, it might end up taking you more time than ever. The second thing that is key to project planning is having the right resources involved. Your project team when you're planning may be different than the project team when you're executing. There may be just a few folks who roll over into the escalation, or there may just be a few people who roll over into the execution phase of your project. But ensuring that you've got the right resources in planning will help you with that transition and also make sure that the project is staffed correctly from the beginning. And then third is clear understanding of the scope. Part of project planning is doing the work breakdown schedule and setting up the timeline. And if you don't have a clear project scope, then neither of those activities will be successful and your project team will not have a clear vision of what it is that they need to get done. So the three most important things for project planning is 1, allow sufficient time and don't race through it. 2, ensure that you have the proper resources that you need to both plan and execute the project. And then 3, make sure that you have their understanding of the goals and the scope of work that needs to be done.
Impacts of effective project planning can include a change in the scope or stakeholders, the amount of time estimated becomes unfeasible and needs to make changes. A lack of team building and communication can really impact your overall project.
Well, let me be honest with you. We could probably spend the next hour or two discussing this question because there are plenty of things that can impact the effectiveness of your planning. But let me begin with one of my favorite quotes from Benjamin Franklin. If you fail to plan, you are planning to fail. So here are my top 4 reasons or impacts, if you will. Number 1, failure to gain approval of a project charter. Even beyond that, failure to even develop a project charter in the first place. Remember that the project charter is the basis for all planning. It lists the project goals and high-level objectives. Planning accomplished without the benefit of a project charter will likely lead to scope creep and project failure in the end. A little bit more on that point later. Secondly, another quote. Know what you know what you don't know, and surround yourself with people who know what you don't know. Ensure you have the subject matter experts available to help you effectively plan. Otherwise, your plan will likely be flawed. Failure to have the meeting before the meeting. Share your scope, schedule, and budget with key stakeholders as they are developed. Do not wait until everything is completed. Effective project planning addresses scope first. Once the scope baseline is approved, schedule and budget planning is completed and approved as well. Finally, support planning is completed. Be inclusive and get sign-off each step along the way. Finally, assumptions. Definition. Assumptions are factors we believe to be true but have not validated. Remember this. Assumptions lead to risks. Risks lead to issues. Issues lead to problems and potential project failure. Don't assume. Validate your assumptions.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Project Support Planning Tips. In this video, we will hear tips and advice from project managers on how to ensure successful project support planning and which aspect of planning is most critical for project success.
First off, have a successful internal handover. Get to know the actual project, the project charter that's presented, whether you are presenting it or someone else presented it to you. And then from there, a project kickoff that's well thought out, well planned, and worked with others. And then from there, do not skip planning at all. You have to have a great planning strategy in order to move forward. If you rush into something, it will not be done the right way. It's just like a train that has half of a rail. It's not going anywhere.
Find a good template for project planning that you like to use. Make changes where you need to, and get feedback on it from your project managing coach or mentor. Reuse it for projects that are similar and tweak it as you go. Ask yourself what if questions. What if we shorten one phase in order to lengthen another phase? What if we add a resource so we can shorten the phase? Or what if we take away a resource? These types of what if scenarios, if you just jot them down, can help you identify areas where there may be risk, and it may also help you identify areas where change management come into play. So play around with your what if scenarios. They're often also good conversation starters with your mentors or with other project team members that you find inspirational. Document your communication plan and your escalation plan. It's never too early to start on a communication plan, and you should always have an escalation plan as part of your overall project plan. Even if you hope that you don't need to use your escalation plan, have it in place so that you're not floundering around when an escalation does happen. Work on your work back schedule and your work breakdown schedule. Understand the scope of the work that needs to be done and work with your team members so that they understand it too. Start that early on in the project planning, and when you get to execution, it'll run more smooth.
Well, first and foremost, communicate effectively. Communications is the glue that holds the project together. Ensure all key stakeholders are aware of the current status and are proactively aware and working any issues. Next, understand the project and the skill sets and personnel essential to success. List these required personnel resources in the project charter and gain approval to include these essential subject matter experts in planning. A point worth repeating. The objectives in the project charter are the guidelines to effectively plan the project. If a requirement is in the project charter, plan for its accomplishment. If the requirement is not in the project charter, as we mentioned earlier, planning this requirement will result in scope creep.
All aspects of support planning are incredibly critical. The one that I think always bubbles up to the top is communication. Without clear communication that's consistent, that's accurate, and that's proactive, everything else as part of the project is going to fall apart. You won't be able to manage your stakeholders well. Your leadership of the project is going to run into bumps. And as a whole, the project team just is not going to work well together. So the most important part to support planning is having a very clear communication plan, one that you can tailor towards the communication desires of your team, whether it's your internal team, your management team, your leadership team, or your client team. It's incredibly important to build the rapport with the client through communication in a way that they want. Do they want emails? Do they want chat messages? Are they willing to use their cell phone and text messages? Having a happy client, getting the information they need, and having it at their fingertips will make the project go a lot better.
To be successful in support planning, you have to really understand the full scope of the project in order to move forward. From there, you need to identify if you need additional training, whether it's for individuals or those that are going to be joining later on, whether it's external to your customer or just internal for the support team.
This is a trick question. The answer is all aspects of support planning are critical. Let's begin by reviewing a brief list of some of the support planning that is required to support a project after, keyword after, scope, schedule, and budget have been approved and signed off. Number one, quality. Quality assurance and quality control are essential to ensure the project conforms to requirements and provides a fit-for-use product or service. A project with no quality assurance or quality control is probably a project that is destined to fail. Secondly, communications planning is essential to ensure the right information gets to the right people at the right time and in the right amount. Please consider developing a communications management plan and following it. Third, you can manage risk or risk will manage you. Ensure all risks are identified and responses are developed. Include all stakeholders in effective project risk management. Next, resources include personnel, equipment, supplies, and materials. Ensure you identify the resources you require, when they are required, and gain approval from functional managers who control these resources. Key role and responsibility in a project: a functional manager, the individual or group that controls or manages the resources that you need. Finally, plan for any third-party support that is needed. Develop a procurement management plan. There are some times when you are required to outsource certain supplies, certain materials, certain services that cannot be provided internally, and as the project manager, you need to manage and control this process. This concludes this set of questions on project planning. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you again in future SME interviews. Have a great rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a quick demonstration on a project charter. This is part of your final lab assignment. The project charter is the first document created in the initiation phase. It answers what, why, and who questions about the project. The project charter must be approved by the project sponsor before formal planning can begin. This brief demo shares the blank template you will use for the lab for the scenario provided. In addition, we share an example of a project charter used in a previous lesson for this course. Part 1 is general information about the project charter, and you can see that we have a blank template for you to fill in the blanks. Part 2 is additional project charter clarifying information, and again, we provide a blank template for you. Let's go ahead and review briefly what goes into a project charter, and hopefully this brief demo and information will help you during this lab. First of all, every project should have a distinct project name. It does not have to be long. It does not have to be in-depth. For example, this project is the ABC Annual New Investor Dinner Project. Every project charter should have a very brief goal, action, and result. The action, conduct a dinner for 40 potential investors. The result, the goal is to win business for the firm. Always include the project value proposition and benefits. Why are we doing this particular project? 4 areas that are normally included when taking a look and evaluating the value proposition for a project are finance. Is this project going to be beneficial from a financial standpoint for the company? Process. Is this project going to help us to become more efficient? Employee. Is this project going to benefit our potential for employee performance? And customer. Are our customers going to be delighted, and are we responding perhaps to something that the customer suggested we do to improve our products or services? A value proposition does not have to include all 4 of these aspects, finance, process, employee, and customer, but as many as you can find, the greater the impact will be of the project charter. The next area is the problem or opportunity statement. Many projects are wonderful ideas, but why does this project need to be accomplished now? The next area is the project charter. Keep it very simple. When are we going to begin our planning? When is the event date? Not a whole lot of detail required here. Start date and an end date oftentimes suffices. Every project should have a single, unique project manager assigned, and every project should have a sponsor. Part 1 of this project charter is general information. It can be provided to key stakeholders for review, and if you get sign off on Part 1, then go to Part 2 of the project charter. In Part 2 of the project charter, we have 2 areas, assumptions and constraints. Assumptions are things that we believe to be true but have not validated, and constraints are those issues, those problems, those considerations that can impact the project that we need to go ahead and plan around. Always include a proposed solution. And again, much like the schedule prior, keep it simple. Step 1, Step 2, Step 3. One of the things that you learned in this particular course is the PDCA methodology, Plan, Do, Check, Act. Oftentimes a proposed solution can follow that methodology quite easily. Plan the event, execute the event, and perform follow-up actions. Project priorities. The project manager's priorities are time, cost, and scope. The ultimate goal is to achieve all 3 as planned. However, we need to understand which of the 3, schedule, budget, or scope, takes priority. For this particular project, schedule is priority 1. This particular event is occurring on the 30th of June. We cannot deviate from that. Priority number 2 is the budget. $14,000 is the goal. We want to meet that particular budget. However, if it comes down to a decision between budget and schedule, then we'll go ahead and sacrifice the budget so that we do not have to sacrifice the schedule. Scope is semi-flexible. We want to create the best environment for customers possible, however, not at the expense of meeting the budget and meeting the schedule. Return on investment can be numerical, or it can just be a quick overview of what we call the soft benefits. In this particular case, we have a well-defined cost and a revenue stream potentially to be achieved if we are able to capture 22 new clients. However, there may be times when you do not have those numerics available. If that's the case, simply put down the soft benefits, such as goodwill, word-of-mouth advertising, grow the client base, etc. Always define the initial risks. Try to show the risk and the impact. Our first example, the risk is attendees do not show. Well, what is the impact? Reduced revenue opportunities. And in addition, provide a brief overview of the resources that are required. Certainly, a project manager is a great asset to have on a project, but that project manager is singular, one person. It is uncommon for a project to only require one individual to go ahead and plan and implement. Who are the stakeholders that are interested, impacted by the project? Who are the stakeholders that you require to be committed to provide support to this particular project so that the project can be successful? Good luck reviewing the scenario in the lab, and good luck filling out your project charter. And I look forward to seeing you for future demos. Have a great day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a brief demonstration on a tool and technique in project management called a stakeholder register. The purpose of a stakeholder register is to list all key stakeholders and define their particular roles and responsibilities that are required for the project to be successful. You will be asked to complete a stakeholder register as part of your final lab assignment. Here is a blank template that you will be able to use for the lab assignment. Let's take a look at an example and hopefully prepare you to be successful in the lab. First and foremost, try to define the project that the stakeholder register supports. There are probably numerous projects in an organization, so you want to identify the specific project that this particular document is supporting. In the first column, we have the name or the position. When you know the name of the individual, that is optimal. However, there may be times when you do not have a name assigned as of yet, and you only know that there is a position that is required. Organization is the second column. In a large company, this can be a value-added entry. In a smaller company, it may not be a required entry at all. The third column is the role. This is very, very important. A role may be a title, such as project manager and sponsor, or a role may be an action, such as develop financial training materials and review materials. Roles and responsibilities are defined in terms of RACI or RACI terminology. You noticed on this example that many of these stakeholders have multiple entries under the R, the A, the C, and the I. Let's briefly describe what each of these letters means. If someone is coded in R, it means they're responsible for performing work or tasks. They actually have things that they need to do in support of the project. If someone is coded as an A, they may not necessarily be responsible for doing the work. However, they are accountable for the outcomes. Someone who is coded as a C is a subject matter expert, and someone who is coded as an I is someone that we want to continually inform as the project progresses. There is a column in the stakeholder register for comments. There may be times when comments are not applicable. In other cases, you may want to go ahead and add some clarification to the role and responsibilities. Before you publish the stakeholder register, ensure that you use version control, date it, and number the version. This stakeholder register will change as the project progresses, and it will require updates. Good luck in your lab, and we hope that you are ready to go ahead and prepare an excellent stakeholder register that you can share with your peers. Have a great day, and we'll talk to you soon. Hello everyone. I'd like to go ahead and take a moment and provide a brief demonstration of a tool and technique used in project management called a work breakdown structure. A work breakdown structure is a hierarchical breakout or decomposition of all project work. A work breakdown structure has 3 levels. Level 1 is the project level. Level 2 are the phase levels, and level 3 is where the work is accomplished, referred to as the work package level. The work breakdown structure is a critical tool that is used to define scope, schedule, and also perform budget planning. Each box within the work breakdown structure has a unique number. This is called a code of account identifier. Let's go ahead and take a look at an example of a work breakdown structure for an all-hands project. Level 1 is the project level. We annotate it with the Code of Account Identifier 1.0, the All Hands project. Level 2 is the phase level. For this All Hands project, we are breaking out the project into 3 phases. 1.1 is planning the project, 2.1 is executing the project, 3.1 is closing the project. Note how we are annotating each activity with action and result. Plan the project, execute the project, close the project. Within Level 3, we break out each work package that needs to be accomplished to successfully achieve the phase. Within project planning, we need to manage the venue, develop a transportation plan, develop a catering plan, manage speakers, develop an audio-visual plan, and develop and approve the agenda and the plan. Notice again, we are using action and result. Try to go ahead and keep these work packages at a relatively high level, and in addition, try to go ahead and sequence them in the order in which they're going to occur. Once you are complete with the first phase, go to the second phase. Our second phase is to execute the project. We're going to prepare the venue, implement the first part of our transportation plan, implement the catering plan, welcome speakers, verify audiovisual, and implement the event. Notice how within a work breakdown structure, where we have a planning activity, for example, develop the audiovisual plan, we oftentimes have an implementation activity as well, verify the audiovisual. Another example, in planning, we're going to develop the transportation plan. In executing, we're going to go ahead and implement the transportation plan. The third phase is to close the project. We're going to close the meeting, close out the venue, implement the transportation plan, part 2, solicit feedback, and conduct lessons learned. You are going to have an opportunity to develop a work breakdown structure as part of your course lab. A blank template is provided for this lab. If you look at the first tab, we have a blank template that is ready for you to go ahead and complete. Do the best that you can on the lab. Try to complete a work breakdown structure and share it with your peers. And I look forward to seeing you in future demonstrations. Have a great rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a brief demo video on project network diagrams. You will have an opportunity to develop a network diagram in your final lab for this course. A network diagram is simply a graphical representation of a project's activities or work packages in the order in which they occur. Durations are then added to each activity to determine the critical path. So in other words, determine how long the project will take to complete. There are many tools you can use to build a network diagram. We will use a simple tool that you're looking at right now in Microsoft Excel. So let's begin. The most important step in creating a network diagram happens during scope planning. A network diagram uses activities identified in the work breakdown structure. Remember, a work breakdown structure has 3 levels. There is the project at level 1, the phases at level 2, and the activities at level 3. For a project network diagram, only map out the level 3 activities. So with that, let's review a simple meeting management network diagram and share the highlights. Step number 1 is to place all activities in the order in which they will occur. Always begin with a project start. This is usually shown by an oval mapping shape. Dependencies will play a factor in your execution order. In this example, we begin with activity number 1, define outcomes. We then reviewed activities 2 and 3. The team determined that these activities could occur simultaneously. Activity 2 and 3 are not dependent upon one another. 2 and 3 can happen independently of one another. They also determine that activities 2 and 3 cannot occur until activity 1 is complete. Therefore, activities 2 and 3 are dependent upon activity number 1. Continue mapping all activities all the way until the end. There may be times when you need to add a buffer. We have an example between activities 4 and activities 5 of a buffer. A buffer is non-working waiting time. In this example, the agenda is forwarded in activity 4. It is sent out 2 days prior to the meeting in activity 5. A buffer is depicted by a circle. In step 2, we calculate the critical path. When activities are being accomplished concurrently, as in 2 and 3 and 6 and 7, we select the activity that has the longest duration. Let's take activities 6 and 7 as our example. They can be accomplished concurrently. Activity 6 takes 1 day. Activity 7 takes 6 days. Activity 7 is the longest. It becomes part of the critical path. Activity 6 can be accomplished at some time within the 6-day duration of Activity 7. It is not on the critical path. A best practice in project management is to color code the critical path in red. As you can see on this example, we have those particular activities color coded in red. Code activities not on the critical path in blue. You'll notice that we have 2 such activities. You are not mandated to use these color codes. We can now calculate the critical path. So let's take a look at the critical path. 1 plus 2 plus 1 plus 2 plus 1 plus 6 equals a total of 13 days. This is the critical path, or in other words, how long will this project take? This project will take 13 days. Step 3 recommends you use separate tabs for each phase or activity stream in your work breakdown structure. This will make your network diagram simpler, easier to analyze and update, and less complicated for those viewing the diagram. Step 4 is your validation. If there were 12 activities in your work breakdown structure, your network diagram should have 12 total activities. Now, this particular spreadsheet, as you can see, has 2 tabs. Tab 2 is the meeting example we have just shared. Tab 1 is a blank tab. Use the blank tab for your lab assignment. You will notice that there are ample activity, buffer, start, end, and arrow symbols on the bottom of this particular blank template. And using these is simply as taking them and moving them up. Have fun with this. Now, I recommended that you do different phases on each particular tab. How would you go ahead and do this? To make a new tab, simply right-click on the blank tab, select Move or Copy, move to the end, and create a copy. And there you see it. We now have a second tab for you to go ahead and continue your network diagram in phase number 2. Continue with this for subsequent phases of your work breakdown structure to complete your network diagram. So with that, enjoy the activity. Good luck on your lab assignment, and we look forward to seeing you again in future demos. Have a great rest of your day. Welcome to a short project budgeting demo. In this demo, we will illustrate tools used in building and presenting a project budget and share a common estimation methodology called 3-point. Let's begin with a two-step approach to build a project budget. Step number 1 is to begin with a review of the total costs for the project. A simple Excel spreadsheet will often suffice. Break out the costs by direct, indirect, and reserve requirements. A general rule is that contingency reserves are usually 10% times direct costs. Management reserves are for unknown risks. If you suspect there are many unknown risks, add additional contingency under the management reserves. Let's look at a simple example. This is a project for the annual executive meeting support project. We begin by defining our costs. In this particular case, you'll notice we have them categorized by venue, setup and venue cleanup, audiovisual, etc. Next, we try to determine if they are direct or indirect costs. As you notice in the notes, a direct cost is a cost that is charged to the project. So let's find our first example. You'll notice that under direct costs, setup and venue cleanup, contractor supported, this is a direct cost. This means that the project manager needs to acquire $2,000 and the project will be required to go ahead and disperse those funds to the contractor. But we have another type of cost as well. These are indirect costs. Looking at our notes, indirect costs, these are paid for by an external source. If these costs were not paid by an external source, the project would need to plan and account for them. So let's look at our example. The first indirect cost we come to is $3,000. What is this for? Going across to the cost description, this is for the venue, but you'll notice we have a note. This is going to be paid for by the organization. So while the project is not paying for the venue, this is a cost to the project. It's just being paid for by another third party. In calculating the total costs of a project, we add up all of the direct costs, in this particular case $6,000, and all of the indirect costs, in this case $5,000. Our total project costs are $11,000. One last piece of information. We need to go ahead and calculate contingency reserves. Contingency reserves are those extra dollars that are set aside in case risks occur. Normally, contingency reserves are 10% times the direct costs. So if you look at this illustration, we have $600. We take 10%, we multiply it by 6,000, and we end up with 600. This is dollars that we do not have access to unless we request them. However, they are available in case a risk occurs. Now, let's take a look at step 2. Here, we determine when the funds are needed. You need to phase your project funding requirements. For a real-world project, allocating costs to each work package or activity in the work breakdown structure and using your network diagram to determine when costs will be incurred is a best practice. Here's how that calculation could work. But remember, only request direct costs. Ensure what you are asking for matches your direct cost requirements in step 1. And as a refresher, that was $6,000. So on this particular sheet, we take a look at our direct cost requirements, and now we break them out into phases. Phase 1 is planning. Phase 2 is the day of the meeting, and Phase 3 is the post-meeting. These dates are February 15th for planning, February 20th for the day of the meeting, and the post-meeting on February 24th. Now, we share the direct costs and we annotate them when these dollars will be required. So we're going to require $2,500 on February 15th to support planning. This will pay for setting up the venue and general supplies. On the day of the meeting, we need $2,500 in our account. We're going to pay $1,000 to clean up the venue, $500 for beverages, $1,000 for catering. And on February 24th, we will pay the final payment for the catering, $1,000. Notice, $2,500, $2,500, $1,000 equals $6,000. This was our direct cost requirements. This concludes part 1 of our demo video. We look forward to seeing you again in part 2. Welcome back. We hope you enjoyed part 1 of our demo. Welcome to part 2. Now you may choose to use a tool called a resource breakdown structure. This is also generally an Excel spreadsheet, and it can help accomplish both steps 1 and 2 on a single spreadsheet. Let's use the executive meeting project to show how this could work. Costs are captured under categories and work breakdown structure activity numbers. Match the activity numbers to your schedule network diagram to determine when funds are required. Again, only document direct funds. So let's take a look at this particular spreadsheet, the resource breakdown structure for the annual executive meeting support project. Each work breakdown structure activity has its individual number. The work package explains what is happening in each work breakdown structure activity. For example, activity 111 is to define the venue. 112 is to determine attendees. Now what we need to do is we need to determine during which of these activities will our total of $6,000 be required. So, if you take a look, we have a $1,000 requirement for venue support. If you recall from our previous step, this will occur during planning and the funds will be required on the 15th of February. We have general supply requirements that will be required on the 15th of February as well. Now, during the actual event, we need to pay for beverages, catering, and in addition, actual meeting requirements, in this case, to support the catering. These funds are required on the 20th of February, and we're going to pay the outstanding catering invoice on the 24th. Again, take a look at the totals. The total requirement is our direct cost of $6,000. Now, one final area that we want to discuss regards estimation. There is a methodology that is commonly used called three-point estimation. Many project managers use single-point estimation. They estimate time and costs by providing their best guess. There are some costs that are set. When this is the case, single-point estimation suffices. In most cases, however, estimates may be impacted by a variety of factors. Three-point averaging requires the project manager and the team to analyze three estimates. The most likely estimate is what the team believes will be the most likely costs. The pessimistic estimate considers risk and the worst-case scenario. The optimistic estimate considers opportunities that may reduce costs. There are two ways to calculate three-point. Note that the three-point estimation is applicable to both cost and schedule estimates. So looking at three-point averaging, we have a pessimistic amount of 45. Most likely, it's going to cost us 25, and if everything works out perfectly, we may escape with only spending 20. Each one of the pessimistic, most likely, and optimistic numbers and estimates are multiplied by 1. We multiply the pessimistic, 45 times 1 equals 45, most likely 25 times 1 equals 25, optimistic 20 times 1 equals 20, 45, 25, and 20 equals 90. We divide this 90 by 3, and the estimate that we're going to go ahead and use is 30. Now, we have something called 3-point estimation using PERT. PERT stands for Program Evaluation Review Technique, and this method is a little more complicated than the averaging method. The PERT method weighs the optimistic, most likely, and pessimistic estimates based on statistical norms. Studies have shown that the pessimistic and optimistic estimates will occur 1 out of every 6 times. The most likely estimate will occur 4 out of every 6 times. This weighted criterion is based on the conclusion that estimation accuracy follows a statistical standard distribution. The most likely falls within 1 standard deviation of the mean, or approximately 67% of the time. The optimistic and pessimistic estimates fall within 2 or more standard deviations from the mean, or approximately 16% for both. Hence the weights 1, 4, and 1. Use the PERT method in our example. Let's go ahead and take a look. We have our optimistic, most likely, and pessimistic estimates. They have not changed. However, the multipliers do. We multiply the pessimistic by 1 times 45 for 45. Why? Because the pessimistic is going to occur 1 out of every 6 times. We multiply the most likely estimate of 25 times 4 to equal 100. Why? According to the standard distribution, the most likely normally occurs 4 out of 6 times, or 67%. We multiply the optimistic 20 times 1 to equal 20. Why? Because the optimistic is only going to occur 1 out of every 6 times, or approximately 16%. We add up our totals 45, 100, and 20 to get to 165. However, we're now going to divide 165 by 6. When we take 165 and divide it by 6, now the estimate that we're going to use is 27.5. This concludes our overview of project budgeting. As a quick summary, remember, we have 2 steps, or we can combine the 2 steps with 1 step called the resource breakdown structure. And we learned an estimation technique called 3-point. Thank you for your attention, and we look forward to sharing more project management best practices with you in demos to follow. Have a great rest of your day.
Welcome to the Project Information Sharing and Risk Management course. This course is ideal for beginners or professionals with business experience who want to sharpen their business skills or even transition into a project management role. This course provides information and best practices in 3 key areas of project management, including the importance of life cycles, effective information sharing, and risk management. Concepts related to these areas are presented in 5 modules, and the last module will provide you with an opportunity to apply your newly acquired skills in a graded project. Module 1 introduces different project life cycles, and life cycles provide a roadmap for project managers to follow. A project life cycle provides a step-by-step approach to planning, executing, and implementing a project in a proven way. The proper use of the project lifecycle can aid a project manager in preventing project failure. Now, it is said that communication is the glue that holds the project together. Well, Module 2 provides insights into why effective communication is important in project management. The module also introduces different communication styles and provides tips for effective communication. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, states that the greatest challenge faced by project managers is maintaining stakeholder commitment and motivation to support the project. Module 3 provides an understanding of stakeholder management. The module also introduces tools that a project manager can use to identify stakeholders and gain their commitment and support. You will also be introduced to the team charter, an essential aspect of stakeholder management. Module 4 gets you started with project risk management. This module introduces you to the basic terminology, such as risk, threat, opportunity, and issue. The module also initiates you into some key concepts in risk management. Module 5 delves into the response strategies that can be used to mitigate risk. You will also be introduced to tools and methods such as risk audits and risk reassessment. Finally, in Module 6, you will have the opportunity to apply the concepts you've learned in the course to a project. You will submit your work and also grade your peers, and this is followed by a final assessment quiz. Now, this course will be an aid if you plan to attain any PMI certifications, including Certified Associate in Project Management, or PMI CAPM, Project Management Professional, or PMI PMP, or Project Risk Management Certification, or PMI RMP. You can review the opportunity to qualify and attain these certifications at pmi.org. So there's a lot to cover here. To get the most from this course, make sure to view each video, check your learning with each quiz, and complete all the hands-on labs. And if you have any trouble with any of the course material, please don't hesitate to contact us in the discussion forum. Thank you for being part of our course, and welcome. We look forward to sharing this critical project management knowledge with you. Welcome to Lifecycle Overview. After watching this video, you will be able to compare predictive and adaptive life cycles, describe the importance of using a project life cycle, and summarize the pitfalls of failing to follow an appropriate project life cycle. So, a life cycle is a series of phases a project passes through to meet the project requirements. Now, the Project Management Institute, or PMI, recommends a step-by-step life cycle for product and predictive projects. These life cycles are based on the Plan, Do, Check, Act, or PDCA cycle developed by W. Edwards Deming, whereas the Adaptive, or Agile life cycle is based on the Plan, Do, Check, Learn, or PDCL cycle. The product life cycle begins with an idea, and that idea is then delivered, grows, matures, and retires. The success of each product life cycle depends on well-defined projects and competent project management. The predictive life cycle, also called waterfall projects, is the primary life cycle. The predictive life cycle process groups are initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and controlling, and closing. Now, the adaptive life cycles make up the variations of Agile, and the most popular form of Agile is called Scrum. Agile defines requirements as user stories. Project managers prioritize the user stories and ready them for project implementation by entering them in the product backlog. They then divide the projects into 15 or 30-day iterations or sprints. Project managers implement, review, and release user stories, then select new user stories from the product backlog for the second iteration. Project life cycles allow a systematic approach to planning, executing, controlling, and closing projects. The top benefits of following a project life cycle are that it provides a structure for project delivery, improves team member communication, enables progress tracking across the organization, provides for progressive evolution of the project, and enables structured reviews to support governance. Now, predictive life cycles are best suited for projects whose stakeholders agree on a clear end goal that is unlikely to change, that require low technological complexity, and that require low needs for creativity and innovation. Adaptive life cycles are best suited for projects whose stakeholders are at a moderate to low level of agreement on how they will measure project success, that have multiple changes in specifications as the project evolves, that require high technological complexity, and that require high needs for creativity and innovation. Project managers use 5 criteria to determine success after a project. Using a lifecycle allows the project team to ensure the following. The team completes the project scope according to the objectives developed and approved in the project charter. On-time completion of the project according to the approved schedule baseline. The team completes the project within budget. The project meets the project management plan and avoids scope creep, which is the inclination to exceed project requirements. And the final product or service is fit for use by the customer. In this video, you learned that a life cycle is a series of phases a project completes to meet requirements, and a systematic approach to project planning, executing, controlling, and closing. Predictive life cycles are best for projects that have a clear, unchanging end goal and low needs for technological complexity, creativity, and innovation. Adaptive life cycles are best for projects that have an unclear goal and high needs for technological complexity, creativity, and innovation. And using a life cycle ensures 5 criteria for project success.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Lifecycle Selection Management. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing common project life cycles they use in their organization and how they would use the life cycles in a project.
And based on my experience, I just really want to share 3 of them. One of them is the traditional waterfall model. This is wonderful for events, straightforward projects. You simply plan. Once you have your plan, you implement the plan, you do it. You check to make sure that the plan is working, and you follow up and you deliver the product or the service, or you go back and fix it. I do an awful lot of process development and process improvement work as well. And another common life cycle that I like to use is what we call the DMAIC model. DMAIC stands for define, measure, analyze, implement, and control. If you ever study for Six Sigma, if you're looking to become a green belt or perhaps even a black belt, you will be asked to go ahead and implement a Six Sigma project, a process development or process improvement project, and you will get an opportunity to use that DMAIC or DMAIC model. The last model that I want to go ahead and share is an Agile model, but in particular, Scrum. I enjoy using Scrum when we need some kind of an iterative process, when the customer is looking for quick deliveries and when we anticipate an awful lot of change.
A common life cycle that we use in our organization includes initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and controlling, and closing. In practice, in my organization, I work closely with our Google partnership. We initiate our project with Google, but this can apply to any project, by really discovering the scope of what needs to be accomplished through the project. So if they want to refresh a certificate, for example, then we have a conversation with Google to understand, well, which components are we refreshing? What is our timeline? What's our budget? And from there, we move on to selecting a vendor. And when we talk to the vendor, we let them know the scope of the project, then and give them more granular details of what needs to be accomplished, and then come back to us with their proposed timeline as well as their proposed deliverables based on what Google needs, which then moves us over to planning. And planning is very collaborative. In my particular instance, involves Google and vendors, and that's where we really get through finalizing the timeline, finalizing the more granular chunks of a specific timeline when we want to have specific deliverables like videos, assessments, readings, etc. And then when we also want to allot time for QA and review. Then that moves us over to executing. And in the execution phase, that's when we really get into putting our heads down and doing the work. And that brings us over to monitoring and controlling. I think there are different ways to handle monitoring and controlling. I personally like to have weekly check-ins and then also disperse larger check-ins between the vendor and Google and myself, where we really delved into the details of the project. However, I do have colleagues that do something more like daily stand-ups, which I have done in the past as well, and then something more like bi-weekly meetings. I think it really just depends on the cadence of your desired cadence, as well as how everyone works together. And then finally, that brings us over to closing of the project. Assuming everything goes well, and you always hope that it does, you close right on time, and if it does not, then you figure out where you have room to extend your deadline. And at closing, I think it's always fun to celebrate the project, celebrate milestones, and then also do a recap of what went well and what did not go well.
There's a gentleman named Ralph Stacey who came up with a wonderful model that is a best practice in project selection today. Stacey said that take a look at two key aspects of a project. One of them is technical complexity, and the other is the level of agreement. And by agreement, I mean agreement among the stakeholders in terms of what does success look like at the end of the day. When the technology is extremely complex and there is minimal agreement, which means the majority of the stakeholders really have no clue what they want in the end, then Agile is probably the best way to go. However, if the technology is relatively straightforward, you don't anticipate a lot of problems, and there is general agreement among the stakeholders that regardless of how long this particular project takes, at the end of the day, this is what we want, then probably waterfall is your best bet.
Welcome to Adaptive Life Cycles. After watching this video, you will be able to identify artifacts used in adaptive projects, define the purpose and makeup of a user story and a product backlog, and explain the adaptive flow through planning, execution, and closure. Now, artifacts are templates, documents, outputs, or deliverables. And in adaptive projects, there are three common artifacts to remember and be aware of: product backlog, sprint backlog, and product increments. The product backlog is a list or repository for all project requirements which the product owner develops and maintains. In adaptive project management, the product owner defines and documents requirements as a user story. The product owner then adds and prioritizes user stories to the backlog and works with the team to determine which user stories the team will accomplish in a single iteration or sprint. A product launch may have a few or many user stories. In addition, a product backlog may include user stories for single or multiple product launches. A minimal viable product, or MVP, is an increment the team produces in a single sprint. Next, the Agile team develops the sprint backlog. The team selects a set number of user stories for implementation in each sprint. The sprint backlog breaks each user story into tasks the team must accomplish. The project owner lists tasks in the order in which they occur and assigns them to individual team members. The team uses the sprint backlog to stay on track and reduce the potential for scope creep. And in a traditional predictive project, the sprint backlog has the same characteristics as a work breakdown structure, or WBS. Now, product increments are deliverables from each iteration the team produces and delivers to the customer for feedback through a product demo or review. Every sprint should provide the value as an increment. However, this increment does not necessarily represent the final product. During an Agile project, the team builds a product one part at a time, and the final product will typically require multiple sprints before launching the finished product. There are two parts to a user story. Part one of the user story is the requirement description the product owner completes with the customer. And the user story requirement contains three statements: the role, or who needs this requirement, the need, or what the specific need of the customer is, and the business value of satisfying the need. Part two of the user story is the acceptance criteria. The product owner collaborates with the Agile team and determines solutions to satisfy the user story. The product owner shares solutions with the customer, gains sign-off, and then includes the user story in the backlog. Now, product owners should follow the DEEP or DEEP model when creating a product backlog. Detail. The product owner should ensure they include enough detail in each user story to allow the team to build the solution successfully. Estimate. Each user story requirement and solution definition must be specific and measurable to the point where a team can determine the time and cost required. Emerge. The product backlog will change after each sprint. Customers may wish to add or modify requirements due to feedback the team receives at the demo. And finally, prioritize. Product owners should prioritize all user stories for the team to accomplish them. And product owners prioritize user stories on value and the logical order of product completion. Now, the Agile project management overview process consists of 9 steps. Step 1. The product owner meets with the customers to determine their product requirements and discuss schedules and budget considerations. Step 2. The product owner develops user stories to satisfy all product requirements with the customer. Step 3. The product owner meets with the team who reviews each user story and proposes the acceptance criteria to develop an increment or MVP. Step 4. The product owner shares the user story acceptance criteria with the customer, which validates the user story. Step 5. The product owner places all user stories in the product backlog and prioritizes them in the order in which they occur. Step 6. The team meets with the product owner and determines how many user stories the team will accomplish in the first sprint. The team selects the user stories and develops a sprint backlog. Step 7. The team works to complete the user story MVP. Remember that Agile sprints are time-boxed, and the norm is 15 or 30 days. If the team cannot complete all user story requirements, the team carries the user story over to the next sprint. The Agile sprints do not extend. Step 8. The team provides a demo at the end of the sprint for customer feedback. The product owner refines or updates the product backlog. The team meets for a retrospective meeting to discuss what went well and what change makes the most sense to implement in the next sprint. And finally, Step 9. The team continues to repeat this process from Step 6 until the team completes all sprints to produce a final product. In this video you learned, artifacts are templates, documents, outputs, or deliverables, and there are 3 common artifacts. The product backlog is a list of all project requirements the product owner develops and maintains. The sprint backlog is the specific tasks from the user story that the Agile team develops. And the product increment is deliverables from each sprint that the team provides to the customer for feedback. A user story is the requirement description and acceptance criteria. The product backlog follows the DEEP model and the 9 step-by-step overview of the Agile project management process.